Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Look at this. Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. Grand Finals.
They are your champions. Australia comes
Let's
all
do
the way
this.
to Europe and wins the ALGS.
Alright, sorry, I'm just messing with some settings. Let's see how, is it time? Yeah, it's time. I kind of pushed it back just a little bit, just to make sure I was in alignment with the stream. Changing some settings. This is going to be ultra low latency mode. I'm trying to put the ads to like virtually nothing. So you guys know we're not going to get any ads. I'm on YouTube Premium. Hey, Julius, good to see you. Hello, everybody. This opening ceremony was pretty dope. I should have started stream a little sooner. I didn't know how awesome this is going to be here. Sorry, let me move that away. Shout out to Respawn for letting me broadcast this, by the way. I actually messaged them to get permissions to do this. I'll put this in the stream. But you know what's nice about watch partying is I can be a lot more laid back too.
The CEO with a hostile takeover. TSM are your champions.
There will be commentary for this. I'll have a link to the official broadcast in the description. I'll have a link so people don't get mad at me or whatever. Hold on. I wonder if any of this music's copyrighted. This would be interesting. It shouldn't. Hey, Belle, it's good to see you. Alright, I'm putting a link there in case people want the official broadcast. It's right there. Hey, I appreciate it, yeah. Because the issue is that this is going to live as a VOD on my channel, so I had to, like, I messaged them to make sure I got permissions to vibe out on this. Let me know how the volume is. I'm trying to keep it loud so then we're in game. You guys can hear all the stuff going on. And I'm like a backdrop that's here. Hey Esteban, hello. But also, I want to look back at plays, and I want to be able to draw on the board, you know, or draw on the screen and do that, you know? So I do have plans for this. Like, I want to, like, when they're doing their commentary breakdown, we're going to have our own commentary breakdown. I feel bad. I've been working a new job this week, so I haven't caught up with anything. So I'm just here for the grand finals. I feel bad. It's been very busy. This will either be 3 hours, 3.5, depending on because of how the format works, or it'll be here for like 7. Let's see. What are your predictions? Oh man, I'm gonna have to be playing some catch up here. I do know there's a lot of Rampart being run. A lot of people are playing safe, which makes sense. We'll see if people change up their strats toward the end and play a lot more aggressive. Bro, that guy on the right there. I'm gonna highlight that. You see it on the screen? You see this guy on his phone? You better watch out because he's got the broadcast right on him. He's about to catch out what he's looking at. Yeah, I heard about 100 Thieves last night. I saw Bronzy tweet out about it. So I did change some settings, like I said, so I'm going to be able to react to you guys more in real time, which is going to be sick. No, I'm trying to bring up the text so I can see you guys better in chat. If you guys enjoy this stream, be sure to leave a like. It'll be fun. It's just fun to vibe out with you guys on this. This is going to be fun. If you guys want more of this in the future, let me know. How's your day been? Good. I had a busy work week, man. I started a new job. Don't worry, as you can tell, the content's still rolling out. Still got stuff going on. I've always worked 2 jobs my whole life, pretty much. At least when I was able to work. Yo, Sent, what's up, man? It's the opening ceremonies, grand finals. If the watch party does well today, we'll consider doing way more. I haven't done a watch party. Not on the YouTube channel. I've done official broadcasts, never done a watch party. This is my first one. Either this watch party will do very well, or we're gonna absolutely fall apart. Hey, Mouse Bros, thank you so much for 29 months, man. I appreciate you. I'll try to timestamp the round afterwards too.
新たな挑戦者は現れるのか。近年の覇者たちはさらなる伝説を紡ぎ、王者に近づけるのか。
I don't really know who I'm rooting for. Oh, I want to see. I feel like I'm so behind, so this will be people who've been watching be able to catch me up. But at the same time, I'll be able to kind of give like more raw impressions and stuff.
全てのチームへ運命が呼んでいる。
Hey, what's up, Double Derp? Good to see you, man.
Apex
Good, man. We started a new job this week. We're pumped. It's been a great week. When it comes to match point, it really can be. Match point's about endurance. It's a long play session for a lot of people. It's about endurance. It's not even about endurance of like, can you win? It's about playing consistently.
Accompanied by our fabulous trophy bearers, Wig, Greek, and Yukio.
I'm just viewing and sharing. I'm watch partying. I did ask Respawn permission to broadcast this. Dude, Wig and Greek, that's awesome. I love all 3 of those guys. These guys are beasts.
That's what we're talking about. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Sapporo Daisuke!
We got permission for the official broadcast, so I'm not going to be like Wig where I get to go around. YouTube's a little harder because... It's a little harder because like you can get copyright stricken, and even if you're just watching a Twitch stream, you know, it's a little different with YouTube streaming. That's why.
Thank you so much for coming out today. It's an historical day in ALGS history, and let's go, baby! Come on!
Yeah, I love those guys. I love hanging out with them. They're really good dudes.
Thank you all so much.
Dude, this crowd is awesome. Look at that.
今日がもう最終日なんで、もう残しても仕方ないんで、皆さん全部出していきましょう。
And I can't wait. A dream is going to become a reality.
After Split 2, not a single North American team wanted to take a chance on me. I know that I can prove to be on the stage again.
첫날부터 꽉 차 있어 좀 많이 긴장됐고요. 파이널 있는데
I was gonna watch part of this last night. I just was really tired after work and things.
Just want to prove that
But I knew I had to be here for the finals, and I really wanted to catch up with it too. I did put ultra low latency, so even though we're watch partying, I'm making sure that it's as real time as possible. And then of course I lowered the ads, so hopefully compared to anybody else, like you're gonna have a lower, like a ad, at least the best ad-free experience. When this turns into a VOD, I'll be sure to remove 2/3 of the ads too. I'm a little behind, Hugh, honestly. So I'm gonna have to kind of gauge based on the first round who I think is gonna win. You can have a team perform really well, and then once you start having the pressure can do a lot to people and they can start screwing up. Once I see the first round, I'll be able to make a better prediction about who I think is gonna win this.
日本代表として絶対に勝ちます。
Happens a lot in championships. A lot of people like make a lot of momentum into the very end. The pressure's there. You're right at the end, and it can make and break you mentally.
ただ今決勝のチームの入場です。And now, ladies and gentlemen,
Hey, let's go, Mari. Appreciate you. Appreciate you guys for being here. I know we just started.
The Apex Legends Global Series Year 4 champions.
When we go in between, I do plan on
It's time to welcome
stopping and then reviewing back. We'll review moments. That's why I'm watching on YouTube because it's a faster rewind. All Might, what's up, man? It's good to see you. I'm guessing, like I said, this broadcast will be anywhere from 4 to probably 7 hours, depending. We got a long night ahead of us.
Next up, it's Gaming Gladiators.
Would you say the practice of playing a championship like ALGS are not applicable for regular ranked play? I would say you build a lot more confidence. If you played ALGS, then ranked is a joke. Nothing will compare to the mental fortitude that you are required to have and the stress. Remember, it's all about, it's almost like if you can handle the pressure here, ranked is easy. A lot of what they're doing is assuming every player is good. If they are playing at the peak here, they can adjust their strats easily to just roll over any team. The goal here is to make sure that they are analyzing and knowing where weak spots are on enemy teams. And that is hard to identify at the upper tier. But if you go into regular rank play, people make mistakes left and right. And it's easy to identify. Very easy. So, I mean, if these guys play at the highest level, a lot of it is applicable. You just got to know what parts are applicable and what's not. Let me know how the volume is. I have it as shot up as much as I can, but I have a little bit of wiggle room to bump up the volume a little bit. I've been trying to like find the balance, so it's a little harder because I haven't watched party before. This is my first time watching. Unfortunately, I've been busy working this week, so I've been going to bed early. I started a new 9 to 5, which I'm happy about, man. It's been a great week. And this is great. This is cheers to everyone, just vibing. I got my water right here. We're hanging out. This is good.
Team Furia no入場です. To the stage, it's time for Team Furia. NextはTeam Auroraを迎えしましょう. Next up, it's Team Aurora.
Is the official broadcast in English or is it in Japanese?
次は Team Guild を迎えしましょう. Heading to the stage, it's Team Guild.
I think it's in English. I just haven't. Like I said, I've been trying to catch up.
続いて Team LG の入場でございます.
Oh, you've been watching Wig? I gotcha.
For LG.
Hey, Jose, it's good to see you.
次は
Chelsea, it's good to see you. Welcome.
Alliance の入場です. Hands together.
One thing I wish they would do is that they would just own the crowd a bit more here. I mean, I know they're esports players. I just always wish, like, they're here, they're at the tippy top of their game. Enjoy it. They should be super proud, you know? They worked hard for this.
次は Team TSM の入場です. Heading to the stage, it's TSM.
Hey, Mentos, good to see you. Oh, it's in English? Gotcha. And people here that are watching, they want to see them soak it all up, but they deserve it.
続いて Team Complexity の入場です. Next up, it's time to welcome Team.
There you go. Like complexity is really selling it. There you go. That's what people want to see. They want to root for somebody. I really think this is my first ever watch party. It's probably great to start with the grand finals, right?
Time to welcome
Chelsea, let's go. Thank you so much for the 2. I appreciate you. Good to have you here.
Team Burger no入場でございます With a strong appetite for victory, let's welcome to the stage Team Burger.
I think the stream only goes up to 1080, pretty sure.
次は Team Virtus Pro
Oh, sorry.
の入
My bad.
入場でございます
Yeah, I'm just making sure.
To the stage is Team Virtus Pro.
So what I'll do, at least if like we see a replay after the round, I plan on going back and I plan on like outlining things like plays and like say hello, you know, and like analyze the gameplay and stuff like that. So I do plan on that. Just FYI. It's 60, I think.
Time to welcome Liquid Alienware to the stage.
60, yeah, 60. Yeah, sure, I guess we could. But like I want to add my own like analysis deck afterwards. So like they'll break down gameplay, we'll go break down stuff ourselves. We'll do it ourselves.
Enter for 36.
But I do have the official broadcast linked in case you guys also want to go there too.
そして最後にここにいる皆様、札幌の皆様、日本の誇り、チームファナティックの入場でございます。
Seems like Fnatic's a pretty big fan favorite. Look at that, you can hear from the crowd. I have looked back a little bit, and they're definitely, Crony showed me. They're definitely a fan favorite in the crowd, Fnatic. It's probably because they're the local. I think Fnatic has a big presence in Japan.
All right, so that's that. All the teams are set and ready to do battle here in the finals to see who's going to grab that coveted ALGS Championship trophy. ここにいる皆様、これからすごい戦いが行いますので、ぜひお見逃しなく ALGS Championship Finals をお楽しみください。To the casters to get everything started. Let's hit it.
It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for.
Oh, it's a rain day.
Lifetimes. All the people in Sapporo.
It was rain day, right?
There was something pulsating in the air today. A champion would be born, and they would rush to Daiwa House to see it. Over 13,000 people in attendance. By far the biggest event in ALGS history.
That's amazing. 13,000. Wow.
Match point finals. Championship Sunday is about to begin.
Hey, Knight, what's up, man?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
I love Rain Day. I've hung out with him in Cast with him. He's an amazing dude.
For all of us here.
Shout out to Rain Day. What a beast.
Special, and I'm so glad that you're getting to witness and ride along with this journey for us. Year 4 is going to end in fantastic fashion. I am your host, Rain Day, and I am joined on this desk by some of the best people in the world, some of my dear friends, and of course, amazing peers and colleagues to talk about this game. Lauren Glitter, Explosion, Snipe Down.
I'm doing well, man. Really well. It's been a fantastic week.
This is what it's all for, an entire year.
Let me know if the volume's good, guys. I can always see if I can adjust it if I need to.
I think everybody in the crowd is just as ready as we are to get into this. I mean, this is the moment that our teams have waited extra long for. This is the biggest gap they've had between lands to prepare and perform on a global stage.
I took a guess, I'm gonna be honest.
With this size crowd, I mean, if it's insane here right now. We've never seen anything.
Oh yeah, I'll be here all night. I mean,
if,
I think the minimum it'll take probably 3.5 hours, probably the max.
In those booths,
Guessing probably 7.
Like this as well.
Be here all night.
Are bright. It pretty much is as bright as possible when it comes to competitive.
This is the grand final, so it's technically the last part of it. So this is the part to watch.
Pulling forward those final few walkouts. Honestly, this moment you could see with some of the players who's been here before. Some people might not have been, but this is the moment you sit down, you take it all in, and you focus on all the work that you put forward this weekend, the months and and months of prep that went into it, and this is the moment to lay it out on the table. There is no excuses, nothing left but the
That's pretty much what I was saying too.
Championships are not given, they are earned, Jamerson. This moment, you cannot let it slip by.
Yeah, and it's incredible because every single region here has an amazing chance at glory. And we talked about how much parity there has been in this tournament so far. And we really are putting the global in the ALGS for this last day. So I'm so glad to see APAC North, APAC South, EMEA, and NA well represented here in the final lobby.
Yeah, it's true. It's a very diverse lobby. We got people from all corners of the world here.
It's got some heat to it. Those teams that just walked out represented all of the regions who have made it to this moment to compete to hoist that trophy. Let's introduce them one more time.
Let's take a look.
Broadcast. Match point finals from a grueling group stage into elimination round 1, elimination round 2.
Pretty solid rosters here.
Finals, these teams have played and given their
I mean, ones people are going to know are
all
like
to have a chance
Shopify
to
Rebellion,
realize their
TSM.
dreams.
Shopify Rebellion's
Rebellion,
newer. Just
TSM,
got signed
Guild,
Furia,
Gladiators,
Liquid.
Aurora, Alliance,
Alliance, yeah,
Furia,
popular,
Interforce
Europe.
36. Go next. 10 teams from our winners round that are sitting in the better position in terms of some of their picks from elimination round 2.
LG.
However,
It's
you
a
saw
shame that
teams
100 Thieves didn't make
Falcons
it. Complexity is going to be
fall down,
popular.
but rise back up to the occasion,
Falcons.
as well as Complexity, Virtus
It's
Pro,
expected.
Envy, Noctum,
This is a very
LG,
diverse
Weekend
cast here.
Gaming,
This is pretty
Fnatic,
solid.
and Exo Clan. And this is what they're playing for. $600,000.
We'll see on the first game. What time is it right now?
That is
9:57 right
money,
now.
but it's a life-changing experience to even have a chance to play for that in this moment.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we talk about it all the time. Even just making it to match point finals is already an insane achievement.
What is
You're
that
top
blue thing
20
at the bottom
in
there?
the world at
Okay,
Apex
I was like, what is
Legends.
that?
Now, if you're somehow able to get a $600,000 prize pool on top of it, that is not too shabby. But even top 3, all of it's life-changing money.
What's the opposite of insult to injury? I mean, it's like a good thing to even better thing. Snipe, you made it, you're top 20, and now here's a little 600,000 as well. Guys, let's start breaking it down because these teams are ready to play. The crowd is hype. I want to get right into it.
Let's go.
EMEA. This is a region that has lifted a trophy this year for the first time, Jamerson. They've got some heavy hitters here looking to do it again.
Yeah, at the, of course, EWC Alliance.
Let's see who shows up at the start here, like in terms of momentum. That's the key here.
Standout performing team throughout our group stages, throughout the bracket stages, running the lobbies left and right. One of the highest conversion rates in top 5s in our lobby, and they have been able to just control the lobby extremely well. Now, this is a squad that missed out on Split 2.
I know I haven't seen everything up until this point, but in the first match, I'll be able to tell who's going to build momentum and who's not.
How are they going to adjust to the meta? Well, they're dominating it, but that's not to be outdone because we have so many.
Thundering's kind of nuts. Yeah, it's because everyone's staying alive. Nobody's fighting early. Nobody wants to fight early and gamble on that. That's one thing you'll see for grand finals. Great players, people will not risk a 50-50 unless they've gotten a clear knock, and you will not see teams giving clear knocks at this level. You'll see people play safe. There's no way.
And he finally gets it, and they are getting better and better as they go on. But of course, one last team we have to mention from EMEA, the dark horse of this group, I would say overall. Noctum really knocked it out of the park throughout the group stages. I think they surprised everyone with their E-District performance so far.
I was about to say, the guy's playing without a mouse pad? No, he's on roller, I was about to say.
We knew that E-District would throw a wrench in the works for a lot of teams, and it was going to be Noctum that picked that wrench up.
I promise we won't be pausing any way through. We're going to let the whole round go. When they do their analysis, I plan on doing my own analysis by drawing on screen and reviewing some moments. It was pivotal.
Great shout out at EMEA, a region that has certainly seen success this year, bigger than any other moment. Can they continue that on and start conversations of a dynasty? A third place, a first place, and another first place? That's pretty close to what TSM did just about a year ago. Now, Snipe, speaking of TSM, speaking of North America, there are juggernauts here. One making it into a limb round 2, one who's made it through winners, and another one we just have to keep our eyes on at all times. I want you to break down who you've got your focus on from North America today.
Yeah, I mean, there really is the main team to focus on, and we showed it in the losers bracket, is Team Falcons. They finally got their shit together, going into it with a first, a second, and a first to close it out. I don't know about momentum, but I mean, if there is a thing, then they're going to hopefully carry that forward. We have 2 players in Hal and Zero who decided to combine their forces and try and win, and they just have fallen short so far. Walty fell into the losers bracket for the first time ever, so I know this team who has won before, has been here before, they can come out and perform, and we'll see what happens. Another team that we're going to focus on is Shopify. This is the kind of, we have the old and the new. You have Zainu and Koifel, who are the new young guns that have clearly shown how dominant they are. They've now won with one IGL. They swapped IGLs. We're going to see if it pays off here in the grand finals with MT.
They're a good team,
these
though.
Two players, Koifel was a kill leader for one point. Everyone's talked about him being one of the best controller players. It's so cool to see these teams in kind of the history in North America, because North America used to
Julius,
be
good to
the
see you,
best
man.
region. Now it's kind of up in the air on where it's at. Another team that you cannot leave out here is going to be TSM. I played for them. I know these players so well. Reps and Verholz, I mean, the whole losing.
Reps and Verholz have a lot of experience in the final stage. It's just a matter of will they make that be confident enough to IGL through the pressure of the final game here with so much on the line.
That he felt having two legends in both the Reps and Verholz on that team. And
it's possible, Knight. It's very possible.
These teams is that all of them only have 2 of 3 players that have won a LAN.
Yeah,
so
they've sponsored the team, kind of like Liquid.
A combined team with all LAN winners. It'll be curious to see what happens.
I love the story you set up there. The Falcons experiment. Was it worth it after all to spend a year and not lift one LAN trophy? That's what happens if they don't get the W today. And can Reps and Verholz, I saw Reps' parents, Don and Tanya, earlier on, thanked for all the support that's been given to them over the years. Can they do it without Hal? That's the question that'll be answered there. And of course, can Shopify Rebellion go back to back in terms of LANs? Going to be so fun to watch. But a team and a region I've been kind of focusing on as well is Apex South. This is usually the region we've been talking about in Apex Legends history that goes to compete against North America. It was
I like they got notes. They really this group right here is
combined to be a part of Falcon.
They're taking it seriously there.
Obviously has
I like that.
things up, but
why did Hal leave TSM? I think just to probably shake things up. I mean, these put out videos and stuff on it before.
And maybe surprised, but they shouldn't have. When you look at Sharky, Pricey, and the ability,
I think
for
how IGL losers last night took first.
Team, but also
you can have an IGL, but you got people be flexible. So you can have like a co-IGL. Not one person's just always making the same calls. If you have a team member who sees something, they have to say something.
Who just narrowly qualified from our elimination rounds into finals to be able to do the unthinkable. What we haven't seen, a team go all the way in that bracket, come back, and then hoist the trophy and win a championship. Another team that I've kept my eye on a lot because it was befunneling. It was crazy if you came in. Guild Esports. These guys were comprised of an APAC South region, and they took on a lonely North American guy. The only problem was that guy wasn't so lonely. He had a trophy by his bedside.
What do they have in their hands? I think those are hand warmers, if I'm not mistaken.
Jesco and Legacy have now put together a performance that is outpacing Shopify Rebellion, his former teammates of Zainu and Koifel, who swapped him out for MT from APAC South. So can Phony carry this
Rampart's always been
in a
slept
new
on. She's very powerful. It's just a matter of people are very aggro and ranked, which is why she doesn't feel as meta. When you slow down games, controller legends become key.
Split 2 playoff with some more questions as to maybe they didn't make the right decision. Of course,
it's a level of respect in lobbies. When you play scrims, people don't have any respect in those lobbies because you can tell you can win. And these lobbies, if you got LG versus Fnatic, you know you just can't run out in the open to do something crazy.
That we literally heard the crowd cheering the loudest for, kicking things off with Enterforce 36, which I'm actually really excited to talk about, because before we get into their performance here at LAN, I want to remind everybody at home what they did at Split 2 playoffs in Mannheim, okay? And that was the game where SSG won. They had a fantastic position. Enterforce 36 could have won that match. They decide to drop off of their God spot, spoil TSM's chances at winning, essentially give the match to SSG, but they did it to solidify their chances of being here at Champs. They needed it to end then so that they could play on this stage. That has been worth its weight in gold, okay? Because not only have they had an okay group performance, but then got better from groups in arguably the hardest bracket of the entire competition. So consistent in winners, and now a terrifying trio to be sure. But of course, the other APAC North squad we have to touch on is the legendary Fnatic themselves. Yuka, Laika, Meltsera, the crowd has been behind them since day one. This is the team that everyone wants to be winning, and they've obviously had a fantastic run so far. They are a team, the Fnatic
it would be interesting to see Fnatic win.
Match point finals,
but I'm going to reserve my thoughts until I see game 1.
They've been at every LAN match point final since. This is an experienced squad. They know how to handle the pressure of it, and we saw them do that in groups. They were dominant. Fell off a little bit in the bracket stage, And it took a pretty sloppy fight that we talked about with 100 Thieves to kind of get them back in that groove. After that, they started to pick it up. They get the win in that match, and they start looking like the Fnatic we know can go home with a dub here at
They've been
Champs.
playing a lot. They've been playing since Tuesday, every single day for
would erupt. I'm not sure if the floor
some
would
of
be
those
stable to
days
walk
have been
on
like
if
7
Fnatic
hours
ended up
straight.
lifting a trophy here. But
And
we're
that's not
about to
including them
find
being there
out.
for
We had
setup
some
and teardown and like
talented
everything
nations
else
like you
and
do as well
their
back
practice
home.
sessions in
Fan
between.
favorites,
They've had a long
maybe
week. This is a
intuitions
long
of who
week
you
leading up to
think is going
Champions.
to win today. I went with TSM. One of the reasons why is Verholz was the first player I saw. He was working out in the gym really early in the morning. Then I saw Reps' family, and I just thought, wow. And I was given a TSM bracelet yesterday, so I literally felt. I mean, the gods are telling me.
I still have to
maybe
do
this could
catch up.
happen.
I can't
Everyone else
cast a
obviously
vote.
feeling
Yeah.
Fnatic, Aurora, Alliance.
When
Guild,
you're
these
at
are
this
great
level and you're
picks.
playing,
Reddit
especially
says
on match
Falcons.
point, it's endurance.
So many
These
opportunities.
people have to.
Either
That's
way,
why, like
one thing I
Verholz said,
know,
you mentioned
we're
he's
gonna
at the
make
gym,
history
man.
today.
Like
It's support.
you need a
Thank
body
you so
that is
much for
strong, and
watching
you need to be
and
at
being a
peak
part of
mental
this ALGS
to last
family.
this long
It is
through
time
this.
for the moment we've been
You can
waiting
have one
for, the
great
end
day,
of
but
the
that's
year,
just
the
one
beginning
day.
of
You
our
got to survive through like
championship Sunday,
5
and
days of this
I don't know
intensity.
two better people to toss it over to. My dear friends, Mark and Dan.
We feel blessed. I've got to be honest with you. We feel absolutely blessed to be able to open our match point finals today on Set and Gaskin. Dan, it doesn't get any bigger than this. This is a year's worth of work going into one day of action.
I think it's one of those moments, it's an I was here moment. It doesn't matter how many years down the line, every single person in this
Trust me, I need to be hitting the
will
gym
remember
more
this
too. That's my
moment,
goal this
but
year.
it will be
Now
even
that my life
better
is kind of back
for
on
one
track, starting a
team
new
on
job,
that
I got my
stage, but we have to
schedule,
get there
routine.
first. It is going
A
to
strong
be
body
a
is
slog
so
here.
important
There
to gaming
are
as
so many
well.
good teams in this lobby. It is very difficult to predict. I mean, we see the
Some people
talent
feel like they
predictions.
peak, they're not learning.
Sometimes
Just
we
going to
hedge
the
our
gym,
bets here and
resetting,
there,
it's
but
so
a
key,
scenario
man. And
where
like, trust me,
realistically, anyone on this main
your
stage
body
could be
responds
lifting
well
that
just
trophy,
by
and that is
meditating,
something that will
working
produce
out.
something spectacular.
It's so important.
E-District is going to be the first map that we see in our match point finals.
What's your night
At
announcement?
some point today,
What do you mean?
one of the teams who hits match point will
Two
have
Worlds
to
Edge.
win that game to lift that trophy. You saw it brought out onto our main stage. You saw
A big announcement? I mean, I've had a lot of stuff going on. It's probably just mostly me working a new job this week.
almost get underway. Talk us through the POI draft down because this had huge implications.
We saw a lot of early Storm Point picks, but the first team that went to E-District
Just
was
getting my
Gaming
life together, man.
Gladiators
Just
from
figuring out what my
pick
next
9
5 years are
in
going to
that
look
POI
like. It's
draft.
good, though.
So
It's
we'll
really,
definitely
really
be
good.
looking at them and how they produce some results from heights.
It's
Right
late.
from that
I am used to
northeast
working
side.
like
If
9 to
we
5
see
right
the
now, so
zone
this is
shift
super
that
late
way,
for me.
heights
But I
is
took a nap
such
early to try to
commanding
like
POI to have. Just the
stay up
pure
late. You know what I
high
mean?
ground you have.
Because I didn't know how long it's going
This
to
is
go.
the
We can
moment
be
we've
here
been
till
waiting
like
for. It's been 4 days of action.
3 in the
The
morning,
all
man. I'll be
lead
honest. We
up
could be here that
to
long.
one day. Fate is calling. That trophy is what it's all
right.
about. And match number
After
one,
match 1,
and 60 players
we're
in
gonna,
our lobby.
instead of their analysis, we're gonna go back and look at our own analysis.
Finals here in Support Road. It's time to get the action underway.
And I have a feeling this crowd is going to be particularly excited for E-District. One reason why.
I started this this Monday. I can't say where I work, but it is in digital marketing, and it pays more than where I was before. We'll put it at that.
Tears in my eyes earlier when we saw the history of the ALGS being played out in
All right,
front
they've
of us, but
landed.
that's
All right.
history.
Fnatic looks like they're taking. Okay, they're playing Edge over here.
No surprise. We are
I wonder who's
jumping on
who's
the
landing
hometown
center.
Heroes. The roar that came through in the Sapporo Dome when Fnatic walked out earlier was deafening. The support is here for them, but the question will always remain, can they win?
And YouTube this month has been phenomenal. We've been killing it on YouTube, man. This has been one of our best months in the past like 9 months. I would almost say since all last year, to be honest.
I think a big thing was the
We gained 5,000 subscribers in a month, man. It's been
Fnatic
insane.
to then bracket stage Fnatic. They were not the same squad.
I'd
They
love to
weren't
see the
playing with that same
overhead here to
confidence,
know where everyone's
but if
at.
they can find that
There we
early
go.
stages here, they
Look
could
at Team
run away
Burger
with
Center.
this
Team Burger
whole
might run
darn
into
thing.
EXO.
Now, speaking of run away, where are you going to be running to in the zone? We're going to be heading to the northwest, up to Resort, and between there and City Hall.
Noctum has a really
Guild
strong
dropping
spot
over
right
at
now.
Resort. We'll be particularly excited about that one. They do have a ring console to work with as well.
That's
so
not bad.
all of that information
Looking at this
provided,
rotation.
As well as Noctum, remember.
Spots that are really going to be powerful in City Hall are probably going to be here.
Being one of our best performing teams.
Whoever's
That's
on Bridge
exactly
can
the
also
same
be a
for
strong
Noctum.
spot.
They
Or
have
sorry,
the
at City
most
Hall, yeah,
wins on
center.
E-District so far this
Don't want to be
tournament,
here.
and
Don't
will
want to be
definitely be a
here.
team we
Don't
keep
want to
an
be
eye on.
here.
also have
Don't
a ring
maybe
console.
question
They
mark
also know
over
where the
here.
zone is going.
But this part is going to be way better.
To meet Guild.
this general area, depending where it pulls. It's hard to predict these end zones up here, man. I'll be honest. So anybody going elsewhere is going to have a really hard time, especially if they're on the opposite side of the map. They'll struggle.
The map, and one of those teams is going to be Guild. This was what kind of the potential battle we were talking about, where you saw Noctum and Guild just kind of have.
Yeah, you see how they're already setting up on Bridge, like I had mentioned. Bridge is strong. E-District has a lot of alternative routes.
There is going to be nerves. There is going to be some trepidation, even though the adrenaline will be flowing.
This is why people are running Rampart,
teams.
like Gibraltar and Newcastle, especially if you have the early zone here. See, like you want the whole bridge, and you want these buildings at the end there, right? That's what you're looking for.
And taking a fight that perhaps you wouldn't. Does taking a fight help?
They need to get the materials too to keep their momentum going. A lot of these teams, they need to gather resources best they can. But they can't, like once people are set up, they kind of use this. Is this live? Yeah, it's live, man.
Extremely quickly over to the northwest side of this map. Shopify Rebellion also moving, and then speaking of first fights, Monsoon.
They're not. Nobody's going to commit early this on. If we see a fight, it'd be very rare. There's no way.
Not going to be a proper engagement.
Unless somebody just gets caught out with a very bad rotation.
Unfortunately,
I'm playing catch up. I was busy working this week, so I didn't get to watch a whole lot. I'm going to see based on the performance of the first round. Fnatic is not in a great spot because then they're going to have to go through the choke here, here. By the way. It's good for now. That's all I'll say. But they do have a Valkyrie, by the way. See? Their Valkyrie can get them to that spot. But they're not in a great spot yet.
Pretty much lost out the majority of time, so I'm sure they want to avoid them if they knew who it was. TSM also being pressured by Enter Force 36 here. All on Grays, may I add.
This team has the opportunity to possibly push TSM out. They're on all blues, and TSM is on all whites. But they have to do it fast because the zone is closing. They don't got a whole lot of time. They can't. Neither team can sit here and deal with this because they're going to be so late to zone before every spot is taken. And they don't have any rotation legends, which is the downside. They do. They can get out of here and reposition, so that's a stronger spot for them. Yeah, we're saying the same thing with casters.
Well, think back to that Storm Point game yesterday. Enter Force 36.
If they stay here too long, this is a throw for this team, by the way. Enter Force, if they fight too long here, this is great early KP. But this is a throw if they stay too long. Good spike. They need to commit now. They need to commit now. They can clean them up. This is their fight. This is their fight. Like literally, 3v2. Easy, easy. Come on. All right, it looks like they're slowing it down. They can't throw.
I think that has to be the aim. We've seen reps.
They're a little nervous.
Before, but you've got to run as fast as you can and hope and pray.
Do not. They shouldn't chase. They got to go to zone.
It's so difficult, especially with the weapons that are in the meta right now. The Nemesis, the Scout. You can absolutely destroy someone who's trying to escape. And Synap is on the hunt. And TSM
do they have them?
so
it's possible.
close to being our first team eliminated.
Yeah, they got this. So it's over. Ooh, man. Like I told you, it's because they had the blue armor, and TSM, they don't have any rotation out. They had no choice but to fight. That's unfortunate. Now they got some momentum here, which means when they go in, they got to bully their way into the next fight.
Up in the early stages, it would be Enter Force 36. If you have not seen that Storm Point game I'm referring to, I really encourage you to go back, watch those VODs, and
Fnatic's just
one of the most
here.
historic games we've witnessed.
It's fine. They got to rotate later.
How they performed. It was just the amount of fights they were able to win, even when you thought they were down. Now elsewhere, Fnatic will continue on their rotation.
Okay, so we're going to see a lot right here. We're going to see this building taken, the whole bridge, this, and that's pretty much it. Any team who has these areas right here is going to be in a really great spot.
This is one where you see a lot of buildings that can be played up to zone 3.
Here as well, good spot.
Has a place to play. And this is going to be
this side of the bridge versus the other side. Good spot. 2 outside of zone. Maybe if it pulls here, maybe. It's questionable, maybe.
It comes down to those micro rotates, the micro decisions.
So this team, like I said, has far to go. They could fight here. Fury has to go here. That's where I'm saying, like, everyone has to bully their way in. They got plenty of space afterwards.
To the western side of the map, arguably, to hit.
That's what you know. How notice the pros aren't playing here.
See,
look at that. Look at that. I called it. I told you.
A little bit further north, as expected from everyone.
It was an RNG. It could have pulled south. That means any one of these teams, Fnatic has to bully here, here. Any team has to bully for one of the key spots. They won't be able to coexist with them. These guys have power positions. These teams have a higher probability of winning already.
actually, here on E District. Have kind of taken an
Enter Force is going to have to fight this team here, but they're going to be super late coming in. They're pretty much hard edging it, AO.
Taken to the skies to play the side of zone that looks a little bit quieter. It's worked for them so far to get to match point finals.
I don't know. I mean, this is going to be rough. Like these teams can fight, but then afterwards, like there's going to be a mess. This whole area right here is going to be an absolute mess right there. It's going to suck.
A couple of catalysts alongside it, and then we're seeing the tried and tested Newcastle, Gibraltar, and Rampart, which has been the
Everyone's just holding right now. There's nothing really to watch, which is why they're not changing the cameras. Because what they're looking for is the next engagement. It could happen here in the bottom. Everyone right now is poking. Yeah, I mean, you can call it late rotation, but they're also playing edge. But if they're playing Rampart, Gibraltar, and Newcastle, they're banking on another team making a mistake. Like, if these teams fight up here, then somebody could third them, you know? But look where it's pulling, like I had mentioned. Boom, boom. Like, these are the power spots right here, right? That's what you're looking for. Those are good spots. You could have a team coexist. But at this level, I doubt anybody would let them do that.
Means that they'll be good for cells, ammo, whatever it is, and when teams die around them,
TSM has no momentum. They're gonna have a hard day today. Unless game 2, they can build it up. TSM has a really rough start. Like, they played very scared on that first fight. I think their nerves got the best of them. Like, they didn't. Like, they could have just ran, rotated. They held, and they were nervous if they could clutch it out. You could tell, like, the stage was getting to them. It's hard. This is not easy. This is tough stuff.
Just keep getting here. An incredible team. When they get in those fights, when they get down and dirty, they just seem to find the points.
It's interesting to see Loba. It's really good for getting resources, especially for the end game.
E36, Aurora.
You will see a lot more poke weapons like G7, Nemesis.
Did I say 3, maybe 4?
No, Loba is really good for endgame. Loba has more power the less Lobas are in the lobby. Except for the new season? Oh yeah, pumped. I'm ready.
Pretty close to them, but not close
I would say
engagement to break out. All those teams, of course,
because Loba it has the ability to keep everyone's resources high, you can go for more pick.
They've at least got purples, as they will have to fight their way in a little bit later.
And this was the Virtus Pro squad you were talking about.
Zone 2 is not the end of the world. It's when you go from 3 to 4 is a concern.
So Virtus Pro don't feel like going through the choke on the north. They might run into VK, but I imagine that they will just try and reposition, get the ring console.
They know where zone is. They know they can. The issue why you're not seeing the pros push in when they know they need to get zone is because they know every good spot is occupied.
Elsewhere, Aurora have just found a solo member of VK Gaming, and I think they might have just been.
You hoping this is a revive Apex needs? I mean, it's going to take them a bit. I don't think it's going to be just next season.
Maybe a little bit of nervousness because
I think this ALGS is going to be a good spark, but it'll probably take him at least half a year to like really boost things up. Let's take a look here. Bridge is really strong. Noctum has probably the best spot unless they get bullied out.
You know, see the map overhead, but you can understand why these decisions.
Enter Force had a great start, but by the time they make it in, they're going to have absolutely no space.
They made the right play. Well, okay,
this spot, powerful.
Great news.
Noctum's spot, not as much anymore.
Side, but, you know,
Alliance is a decent spot, questionable, right? But this spot has a lot more power than everyone in the lobby is giving it credit for.
Actually, you know, the difference in height on this zone, it could be a very interesting one.
Certainly can indeed. And
if they have the right walls here, this spot, I'm putting money on that spot right there if somebody goes for it. The reason why is because there's a lot of congestion here. That when people push in, you see all the pushing in? There's not a lot of congestion on this side of the map right here. Right there, it's not a lot of congestion. Rampart is being used because end zone. The power of walls and the power of holding. When you're playing at this high of a level, everyone positioning matters more and creating space. And Rampart walls are great at creating micro space when something doesn't exist.
Center of this zone, and they've somehow been able to stabilize here.
Well, stabilize, but they've got such a small corner to play. You can see that Noctum are looking above as well. Atom is just looking down, hoping that.
See what I mean? Like, this is going to get really congested, and the other teams have not even come in yet at all. It's going to get really congested right there.
Trying to engage. I think Shopify Rebellion might have tried to swing out on some damage to deal with them.
Ooh, almost not.
But they will
really low right there.
19 squads still alive in our lobby.
Shopify Rebellion didn't want to.
She's always been good. It's just a matter of what teams are going to use to counter.
Does
That's all it is.
He's just saying, look, guys, we can take them. We got 3 free kills here potentially, but they're very concerned about the team above them.
The accelerator with the G7 Scout is really smart, especially when running with Gibraltar. It's really smart to run. That's the reason why everyone's running. Getting your ultimates, having more ultimates.
We just saw from the POV of Zainu, the 2-time
They're in a decent spot. This team's not in a bad spot based on the zone. But they're gonna get bullied a lot, and if they get knocked by one person, they're gonna show. They're already shoving. Look at that.
Went up, but didn't quite connect. Furia though.
Ooh, this fight right here.
I think they had access to a
They're coexisting right now, and they got these two teams battling it out right here. And you got two there as well. See, I had mentioned this before, right? The coexisting right here.
Cohabit so closely as well.
They're just gonna have to let it happen. But remember how I said the congestion here. When they have to leave, it's gonna be brutal.
They've got the catalyst.
If one person gets a knock here, they have to shove and clean it up within, I would say, like 5 seconds, man. They have 5 seconds to clean that up. This spot here, I'm putting money on as a power play.
Give you the indication that they're going to try and swing. So catalyst being very vital in this
there you go.
Well,
you see?
You spoke about that open space over on the northwest side. They're trying to find it, but they're not the first team there.
See, look where it's even pulling. Look at that. That's a crazy spot right there. Like I said, I told you.
Complexity are all in this same vicinity.
This side of the map, look at the side of the map, has to push so far in, it's unrealistic to win anything.
Newcastle wall down here, the castle wall comes out, and I tell you what, you might just be king of the castle.
This is a good spot to hold now, but they need to fight inside and create an opening. This is only good from zone 4 to 5, and notice how they're already getting picked on. Furia has an amazing spot right now. Amazing spot. They're in a great situation.
Still a couple of squads that are so close in proximity.
We're about to see the lobby drop right now. There's going to be a lot of fights happening.
18 squads still remaining here.
All these teams, like boom, 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 boom. You know, everyone's about to fight over there. That's moving.
The question is, will they be able to get back up onto their
Envy needs to move.
Every single time they get a res, Alliance
Envy has like the worst possible spot to rotate right now.
With the Kraber who got that initial knock. So Falcons, weaponry-wise, are going to be very happy with what they found on their little journey towards the zone. They're on the southern side of things at the moment.
Get shot through the grates.
Esports once again,
this whole middle section right here is really crap. There's like not a whole lot of cover.
In this meta, Team Liquid Alienware versus ExoClan though. Jaguares popping a battery, trying
they
to
really
ExoClan
is going for kills here. It's crazy.
Situation for them. ExoClan have an opportunity to clean this fight up.
Yeah, ExoClan have been able to get the initial ones, but they also have to move at the same time, and both of these teams might end up on their backs shortly.
Oh gosh.
So Exo probably just want to guarantee the point. Liquid Alienware get eliminated by Shopify Rebellion though. Zainu from the window with the scout does the job, and now
you see the congestion that's happening. This is going to be brutal. They're going to have to run into this team right here. They're not even be able to shoot their guns. They're just dead by sheer rotation.
They will be eliminated. Couldn't make that cross in time.
Yeah, I think that was inevitable. Once teams caught wind of where they were arriving from, they were able to get eyes.
These two teams right on top of each other.
The lobby is now Aurora and Falcons are so close to one another.
Falcons needs to clean out these guys within seconds.
Two teams who fought a lot yesterday.
And then if it's sloppy, they get eliminated. It's sloppy. They're out. It's done. So that's a done fight. That's done. Nope, that's done. Told you, within seconds, that's done.
As Unlucky in effect find themselves on their own, Alliance, the IGL on his back for now.
Aurora really
positioning really matters, and it really matters just in the regular game too. It's just people can brute force it with comms and communication, but when everyone's the same skill level, it gets really hard.
Pieces of Aurora, there's a Mirage around here somewhere. Didn't manage to finish him off.
As people get eliminated on the edges here, they're going to be put in a better situation. People are running Rampart because they're able to burst down. Oof. That's crazy. They're going to be able to burst down those walls from Newcastle. Furia and Fnatic are really killing it right now.
These Valkyrie teams are pulling stuff off. We've got 4 teams alive.
Valkyrie's, honestly, Valkyrie paired with Rampart and Newcastle, very powerful right now. I know people are running Gibraltar, but unless you're gifted zones, that's going to be tough.
It's going to be different depending where that zone goes, but both Enterforce 36 and Fnatic and Furia as well have found themselves on that northwest side we were originally mentioning.
Well, I mentioned 2 of the previous LAN winners that we had in Mannheim, Germany.
It's unfortunate because the way zone is. Remember I said most of the space in the open here? There's not a whole lot of space It's why people are dying. There is absolutely no cover. That's why they're running Rampart, to create cover. Even then, this zone is brutal. This zone kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie.
No time to res, no time to think.
Alliance, pretty clean fight. Oh god, they lost one. They got a res quick. Bubble. Oh, using that bubble. They did clean it up. That wasn't bad. Fnatic has an idea, a possible way to third this. They just gotta look down in 2 seconds. Yeah, E36 is dead. Yep. Fnatic can look down on this. This is nice. This is perfect. They gotta clean it up though. They got about 4 seconds maybe to clean it up, and they gotta run. They got this. They got this. That's a great wall for coverage here on the right. They're blocking the right there. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Great, and they have great positioning still. Fantastic. Where did Furia go in here? What happened to Furia? Did he get shoved? Why 4 seconds? I mean, it's just the timing. Before they get shot. If he stood there for like 8, bro, there's no way. Like count it. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know it's like 4 seconds. Like he put the wall down. He bought himself some time. But if he sat there for another 4 seconds, bro, he's wasting time. Like he needs to clean it up within like 4 to 5 seconds. This is just going to be an absolute cluster. Fnatic has a really strong spot. Really strong spot right now. Complexity is doing great with momentum though.
We've got Fnatic, Complexity, Envy, and Furia in match 1 of our match point finals here in Japan. Envy have been very quiet, by the way. Just going
okay, Fury's still in there. Okay. Envy, my god, they're just like ratting hard in that corner. Good god.
2 of our 4 teams.
They're gonna grief the living heck out of. They think they're fighting. Fnatic is just reading the situation wrong. They think they're fighting. I mean, I would think so too. Furia has a really rough situation having to deal with Envy here. You mentioned Envy. And honestly, Complexity could come in late here and mess everyone up. Fnatic has to be patient. Has to be really patient here. And Furia has to find an opening and push it within like their window of opportunity here is like they need to go in and clean it up between like 5 seconds tops.
On the southern side, and if they can kind of force everyone else to engage here on the north, there is a real chance Complexity can walk away with it.
Well, Envy, they're going to poke out Vaxelon. He's dealt with. Complexity also from distance
nice.
Getting involved with it. It's a Furia. Even the full red armors can't save them. They will fall.
Furia just couldn't find an opening. There was not enough. They just like I said, they had like a 5-second window. And you see like 7. If they went in, knocked 2 cracked, Complexity has the highest chance to win unless Envy just gets obliterated right now. Okay, 50-50. 50-50 here. 50-50. It pulls in Fnatic's favor because they have slight height. Unless Complexity shoves. Complexity's shoving. It's equal damage right now. Very close. This could go either way. It's 100% Complexity now. They got that. Complexity with the momentum, man. That's great. Complexity had like I had mentioned, that they did the right call there. Fantastic call on the push. Fantastic push. The timing. The window of opportunity is so small. So let's go back and look at that real quick. Let's look at that. So let's take a look, because that's the first round. We know that they won that. Okay, let's take a look at understanding. Yeah, dude, their timing there of pushing that is great. Furia, let's talk about the issue that Furia had here. So Furia had to push through in this zone right here, and they needed to come around and kill Envy and break through the resources. Like, think of the window that it takes. It takes like, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I would say 7 seconds. If you go anything beyond, like, it would be ideal to clean them up faster, but they needed to get in there and shove for it even to, like, for it to work. Otherwise, it wasn't going to work at all. You know, like, they were just pretty much screwed there.
You mentioned Envy.
Like, this moment, they needed to just go in on them. Like, even if they ran out over here, I think they tried to look for an alternate opportunity here. But they needed to just shove them relentlessly and hope that they got them out. Like, look at the armors. They have reds. They technically have the advantage over them if they just went as one group to get them out, because they had to get them out. But then the only downside is that Complexity was looking on them. The best they probably could have gotten is 3rd place and prayed.
Well, across from them,
let's take a look, see? Because Fnatic is waiting for him, you know? They're like, Fnatic has a great spot here. They push him back, and they do try. The wall does push him back, but they hesitated. I know it doesn't seem like they're hesitating long, but that hesitation on the bubble The whole time, every second that's passed, we've only looked at like, this is literally 5 seconds, is a lot of time.
The wall will belong to Envy here, which will force
It's just way too much time, and they lost their window, and then the zone is doing the work against them, and they're able to just pick them off, and that was pretty much it, and then it's just over. They needed to have a more coordinated push sooner, and even then it was risky. Like, I don't know how they were going to get that. Like, that's brutal. Okay, and then Envy, the only thing Envy could have done here, because, you know, Complexity is going to look at them, right? I mean, where Complexity is at, like, they have the line of sight, and the Fnatic has that line of sight too. If you were to overextend, their best play might have been just to go for second, go into this bubble and let Complexity come in, and then fight for second place. They're in like a horrible spot, man. That sucks. After now, like, they have a few seconds to decide to do something, but they try to hold it there, and you know that Complexity. This is the power of Rampart walls and the damage. Because people are using walls right here, but they're bursting them down, right? They're bursting down those walls, and they're not giving them any room to like repair themselves or, you know, get back up, heal. And then let's talk about the fact that what they saw here, right? This window of opportunity. Complexity knew that if they let them set up here, let me go back again. Let's look at this. Ready? We'll pause here. Complexity knew that if they let them set up right here and look down on them, right? Like, let's say if there was 1, 2, and 3, and they put walls here, and they put, like, let's say Rampart wall, and the zone pulls, they have every advantage to peek fight them. Complexity realized what they were doing, and they ran up there before the Fnatic even had a moment to consider what was happening. They took the fight to them, and that's a kudos for Complexity. You know, notice that. That's pretty crazy.
We are the closest, but look at the coverage.
Envy getting absolutely ripped though. Envy are gone. It's a 3v3 Complexity versus Fnatic.
Frame drops and skipping? No, it doesn't say I have any, thank God. And you see how they pushed? They took the fight to them, you know? That's crazy, yeah. Alright, can we talk about this real quick? Hold on. Can we talk about this? Can we talk about that? That's crazy. Did he have that planned? That's crazy. Alright, come on, let's look at the scoreboard now. So Complexity, their momentum is great right here. This is a great start to the day. Great start to the day for them. I would say the teams that are to worry about their momentum is this group right here, mostly because they don't have any kills or anything. They're pretty much starting the next round at like 0. I mean, this whole group right here, this could go any way. Like, they could come back and win the next round, but they got to lock it in. And I think a lot of the teams that you saw the errors are, if we go back and we talk about where like TSM was at. No, that's too far.
Weren't playing with that same confidence.
Happened early on. Fnatic, the Valkyrie is really saving. It was this fight right here, and I had pointed it out right away. You could see Verholz's team are playing towards the back end, and they have to rotate, and they don't have anywhere to go. They either run left or they run right, but they just sat instead of worrying about zone. They don't have a Valkyrie or anything to really rotate. It's not a bad comp, but they need to book it, and I think they spent way too much time here.
The people are here enjoying the event, and histories are being made at the ALGS.
Solid, really solid run though.
All right, that's it from me here, and the mayor of Sapporo, take it away.
Thank you so much.
Don't worry, I'll be sure we won't miss match 2.
This has been such a big event when you've got the mayor of Sapporo here showing his support for what is, you know, such a landmark event, not just for Sapporo, but also
let me turn this up, sorry. Boom, there we go.
How many people are in here? I've got a couple of friends, and one of them said that he was queuing for so long to get in, and understandably so. I mean, look at the amount of seats that aren't filled. There's none. It is literally standing room only if you want to be in here, and I gotta say, you can feel it. You can really hear it as well, and I gotta say to the mayor of Sapporo, surprised he didn't go with Fnatic. It would have been a cheap pop, easy one to get, right?
And happy birthday as well. But honestly, they were queuing since 4 AM, by the way, this morning. The first fans arriving. That's how important it is to them to get front row seats for what is the biggest ever Apex tournament in history. ALGS has grown so much
Is
throughout
YouTube
when
lagging?
we've been involved ever since the very beginning
Really?
on set, and it is honestly.
I mean, I am running a high bit rate, just FYI.
Everyone forgets as well, we worked through the pandemic as well. 2 years of online competition. Everyone was waiting for that opportunity to get back on LAN, and the first ALGS Championships in Raleigh, North Carolina was that moment, and it felt more than just a tournament.
I have it almost at
really
zero
like
latency,
finally
like
a
I'm trying, and that
community
could be causing the
built itself
lag.
had the opportunity to get in one place and support these players and these teams that you see on this stage. And a couple of years later, I mean, look at this main stage, look at the amount of people that are here in attendance, and look where we are. We're halfway around the world.
You get
from where
stutters
I
from the
live,
player?
halfway around
Interesting.
the world from where you live as well. Here in Sapporo, Japan, it certainly has been an experience for everybody, to say the least. But back to the action then, back to our match point finals and complexity.
Maybe I should
with that
change
win in
it? I
game
don't know if I
number
can
one.
change it midway
We'll be
through.
extremely happy with how E-District went. But now we change things up.
See.
We move over to Stormpoint.
Why did
where
it
a
stop
lot
the
of
stream and
teams
restart
prioritize
it?
their POI
I could
draft
turn it
that you
just
saw
to normal
briefly
latency.
on
I
your
have
screen
ultra
there.
low latency on
One
there.
big team to mention, Aurora, who came in as first seed from the bracket. They average
I just wanted to keep the latency low as we're like watch partying is all. All right, Stormpoint. Look at that.
Complexity and Fnatic.
And keep that number in the back of your minds. If you're here in the arena in Sapporo, if you're sat at home, wherever you're watching and being a part of the ALGS match point finals here, 50 points is what needs to be here for one of these teams to hit match point.
Aurora, TSM, Team Falcons, three of our heavy hitters when it comes to consistency across Stormpoint. I can't quite explain it enough. Averaging over 10 points on a map is insane. It's all well and good getting a one-off and getting a 15, a 16, and whatever, but to consistently do it, 10 points plus, time and time again when you are on this map, just shows that you are a real threat in this lobby, because so many of these games have been decided by Stormpoint. So much priority has been sent into this map for the Tridents, the importance of having that vehicle to get into a position. And if you can
Let me see the mini map so I know where everyone's landing, so you can get an idea. I would say Fnatic is really killing it, man. I'm not gonna lie. They also have really good momentum. Complexity and Fnatic are really showing up. But they're playing it smart based on their comp too.
What we're about to see now. Historically, Stormpoint end zones usually a little bit more open than what we see on the likes of E-Districts.
All right, we need some. If Fnatic gets wind of this, they're pretty close by in complexity. They need to go over to, these are the God spots. God spot here. This is not awful, but not amazing. But like God spot rock, whoever's got this, whew, man, they are going to be cooking. The building is not awful to have right here. This is decent, and everything here, no, 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 no. No and no. Where these teams need to be for the end game is around here, even if it pulls to the north side.
Tough for them if it is the case. Now, Exo Clan have already moved.
Just
in.
FYI, if it
Nocturne
pulls
finds
there.
themselves center zone, go next, moving very quickly as well. And you mentioned there is a lot of open space, but not much playable area. And I think that's what's going to be quite scary for all.
I mean, it's not bad to be there early.
They're
Also,
going to
teams need to make sure that they get enough
timing it
resources too.
perfectly.
That's
If
something
you are
to
one of the
consider.
teams that is playing Valkyrie,
Like, they
for
just can't
example,
like run
do
into
you
that
try
spot and
land
expect to
as the
hold
zone's
it
about
to the end game with
maybe you
absolutely
catch
nothing,
people
which is
moving
why
out
Lob is
some of these
helpful, or like
areas.
Valkyrie
Maybe
can be
you
good
catch
for like a
people
late
as they're
rotation.
fighting. There's going to be a lot of decisions to be made.
Yeah, just the note on Aurora and if they do have a ring console or not. If you're wondering why we're not sure, it's because there's a support bin and an assault bin on our mini-map right over the top of the icon that will tell us. So we'll get there.
Some of these teams on Edge could play it really strong by having momentum too.
It's all about collecting Evo, a very different path for them towards this zone.
Wow, Fnatic already pushing, and it's TSM under fire yet again. It's a different APAC North team chasing them though.
Well, the difference is here, TSM are the ones with blues, and it's Fnatic who have the white when it comes to armor. Reps goes for the slam, but here is the counter slam from Yuka that forces Reps and TSM off of this high ground.
Yeah, this is a big fight for
YouTube has an
TSM. They
excellent
can't afford to
connection.
go
Guess
down
it is
early
just
in
YouTube
2
then.
games in a row, but Verhulst has Sheila singing.
TSM needs this fight bad. If they lose this, I would almost say like, wow, and they got Fnatic out. That's a great momentum. That's a great fight for them. That is a great fight for them. They needed that. If TSM lost that, I would say this tournament would be very far from them having an opportunity here.
Giants colliding fighting right now as one knocked on
That's
either
not
side. No,
awful
make
for
it two
Fnatic. They had a
knocked
great
for
performance in
Shopify
game
Rebellion,
one, but
so
it's
Falcons
not
have
good
the
either for
advantage,
them.
And Shopify will try and escape.
Falcons, we mentioned how one team fight can change the confidence, the swagger, like I mentioned yesterday, of this team. And if there's anyone, I think, with all due respect to the rest of the lobby, they would love to take down in a 3v3.
I am pretty surprised by it. You're fine with whatever. I think everyone seems to be good. I don't know how many people are going to tune in. Keep in mind, this is our first watch party of this, so I'm not expecting like crazy numbers.
Playing out of Command Center, or maybe you don't remember, you might not have seen that POI draft. They are playing for Command Center, and not a usual position you would see Falcons playing from, but it's as close to Lightning Rod as you can get, really, without being at Zeus Station, which was also taken by someone else. And Falcons decide to move up north, and then they catch Shopify Rebellion on their rotation.
Yeah, a little bit of a counter-rotate coming in from Falcons. I think they probably did that because of where this zone is going, and it's all about prioritizing Evo for them to make sure they've got the armors. And
yeah, it's pretty much what I'm saying. Like, they need to at least make sure they got enough.
Really expect it. They were expecting a little serene walk through the spider tunnel, which is a terrifying
certain teams will be centered and have absolutely no momentum.
But it certainly wasn't for them.
So you don't want to be like, it's good to be there early, but you don't want to be there so early that you can't even hold.
And just to go back to that TSM Fnatic fight, by the way, considering it is Fnatic, one of our best fighting teams in this lobby, I cannot state how important it was for TSM to find a victory. Had they gone down 2 maps in a row, right at the start with 0 points, it is so tough to try.
If TSM lost that fight, bro, it honestly would have been over for TSM for the day. They needed that so badly, TSM, to build momentum. And especially killing Fnatic and then actually turning the table for match point.
It's all about
just leaving work. What's good to have you here? What's up, man?
Underrated, I would say, throughout Apex Legends. If you can get in the head of some of your opponents nearby on the POIs, that could encourage or discourage some rotates.
Do you think this meta supports a more zone playstyle? It extends fights for sure. Ooh. Oh man. Because support is hard to push enough, and for end zones, I mean, it just means that we get more competitive end zone. Positioning is just mattering more. This is bad for TSM. There's no way. TSM cannot lose this momentum like this.
It's Enter Force 36 again being a pain in the backside for TSM.
This Newcastle that was up though.
They've reset. They at least got him up. But like Enter Force 36 needs to actually push this. Yeah, that'll be fine. They got that. Let's get away.
They probably would fancy
that was pretty rough right there.
They have been able to escape, even though Aurora also overlooking all of this commotion.
Just the 4 points for Aurora in game number 1 on E-District. Playing the height here at Barometer, looking for essentially easy pickings on teams who might be rotating through that POI towards where this
nobody has got spot rock yet.
Speaking of which, here
I think people are I don't know why people are hesitant to take it so early.
Now, sometimes we see it finish in and around the kind of rock formations where Complexity, the winners of our game 1,
any teams holding these spots
so Complexity
are in a bit of a pickle.
And just from the position of Aurora,
just imagine all of these teams moving in this way like this, okay? And what that means. Like, look at that. Look at the congestion, okay? Just so you understand the congestion that is about to occur on this side of the map.
Circle that's close to your POI, but by moving this way and getting late ring console information, they get even more of an advantage.
These teams are in a really good spot. Falcons, my God, they're late right now. It's okay. I mean, if you notice, they're going for all of the. They're going for like. You notice that they're going for the materials and stuff. Dude, TSM can't get a break, dude. Dude, they cannot get a break. If TSM goes down here, that's a bad day for them. They need to win this fight. I think they got it. Okay, all right, there we go. TSM's got momentum. They got momentum. It's very nice, very nice. Fury's gonna roll up. Dude, come on. TSM cannot get a break. Dude, like, that's crazy. They see Zap is isolated, which isn't good. Gibby ult in response, pretty solid. No, dude. That sucks. That was a really clean fight, too, that they had earlier. Zap was caught out of position on the far angle. It wasn't even his fault. He could have also had an angle to do something.
They're going to take the fight.
I think what's happened here is Zap has sacrificed himself. He's trying to buy time so that Verholst can escape.
Good.
Yeah.
And that looks like...
Dude, that sucks. I mean, they have the ability to reset it. They need placement. But it means that they're going to be super late. They got KP. It's not awful.
A little bit of clay pigeon shooting at the Trident coming in from Effect.
6 points for Alliance at the moment. A major threat in this lobby. By the way,
just got a knock. Envy just got a knock onto Illy here, so that's why they're trying to send this one.
Envy are so weak, though. There is still a chance for aimbot here. Oh, doesn't connect with the
Envy.
shots. Enter Force 36 do go down.
Enter Force 36 is trying to play for positioning by bullying people out of spots, but with their intro damage is not very clean. Like they're going for sheer 50-50s, and it honestly could go either way there. They're playing very aggressive, but they're just not like fast enough with it. Is the problem, or efficient. Good players by far. They're just not finding that clean opening. Like if they look back, they would say, why were we fighting for that spot? It wasn't even a great spot to fight for. They're looking just for early KP. I think they're trying the strat if they can get early KP and see what that can do for them.
How having to queue is back here. Wall will go down as well. And now they're trying to rip someone down on the cross here.
It was close.
Down just in time, and Falcons can't get that knock, but more importantly for them, they survive.
Yeah, Liquid Alien, where they are the team that are just being shot over by Falcons. They're holding the egg building right now, but Falcons really love the position they've taken and the rotation they made all the way on that western side to hold
TSM?
Spot.
Did they eliminate
that zone
them?
does continue to shift further west.
I see Fury is all the way out here.
Brilliant spot that they've had to fight pretty hard for as well.
I think they got him out.
Liquid Alienware just slightly away from
Wait,
their position.
listen here.
Fury, you can see
No, yeah, they're eliminated. 15, that's really bad. They got some KP, but man, where they tested by the lobby getting thirded. They need to at least reposition and get out. They stayed. That's the biggest problem I'm seeing with them is that they have momentum, they're winning fights, but there's only so much that you can keep fighting against before it's not even worth it. Okay, Godspot's not a bad spot. This team has a great angle here. This God Rock isn't bad. Godspot isn't bad. This is rough. Underneath is questionable, but also decent. For the end zone right there.
So unless Alliance and Virtus Pro take a fight against one another, they're both going to be in a good position.
Whoever comes out on top right here out of these teams has a high chance of winning this game.
Because the mill is still going to be in it as it transitions a little bit further north. By the way, Mythic Bin is just
This thing is a perfect, but a good chance.
Between Complexity and Aurora. You can see it there, just on the left-hand side of your screen. Brilliantly observed by our team behind the scenes.
Complexity is really aggressive, so I don't know if LG can be able to burst through Complexity's decision-making here.
Are in zone at the moment. It's pulled hard to the north. I think everybody was kind of expecting what I was expecting to see.
They're going to have to fight for something here. They're going to have to push in somewhere.
Falcons, they rotated into the back of those rocks as well, and now...
Like, if they can catch Complexity out and take that from them, that'll be a good momentum base. A good way to kind of start rolling up. But I don't know if they can take Complexity right now. Complexity's got a lot of momentum from the first game. They're really feeling it, you know?
You're not going to be hitting that ring console. So you're just going to have to wait for the next zone to close in. And by that time, some of those Valkyrie teams, some of those late rotating teams might have taken some of those primary spots within that next zone. VK Gaming could be one of them. They're still hovering on the outskirts right now. They will close in and maybe just be shot by the likes of Noctum and Alliance, who are going to be looking that way.
Probably looking at teams who have Trident. Speaking of which, Aurora are one.
TSM's doing pretty well. I would not say so. Unless that was sarcasm. I'm assuming you're being sarcastic. They're having a hard time. That's a rough start for the tournament for them, I won't lie. They're getting out way too early, and they're not getting points in the end game. They got some KP, but it's not really enough to really push them up very much. They'll still be in like 15 or 16th place.
Winners have been knocked, or at least a couple of them have. Enemy, the last remaining
Complexity did get bullied out.
Are they about to go from first place to 14th place? Can Enemy dip, dodge, and dive?
It's alive for now.
Oh no, I would say TSM, if they don't figure it out by the next round, I would consider them out of this tournament. Like by next round, they need to figure it out, or else they don't have a standing fight for this tournament at all. They could win like 3 games in a row at the end, but if we're looking at statistics, that ain't gonna happen. Not with everyone else and Fnatic and everyone playing out of their minds.
I wonder if we'll see a desperate attempt to try and get those banners.
Guild spot is good for now, be bad later.
Whether you think you can achieve any extra placement points getting into that top 10 or further, Team Falcons.
Oh wow, Falcons is going aggro for this. Respect it.
The likes of VP and Alliance.
Noctum Esports versus Envy, and Envy is fighting so well at the moment. It's another clean fight from Envy.
Clean, kind of. I mean, they got a knock there. I want to say it was clean.
Envy have got to try and reset here. They do get the slam, but
A little sloppy.
With a Newcastle, but did he counter slam? Yes, he did. He broke the wall. Xhaka will find one.
Yeah, Envy needed a cleaner fight because they were getting thirded and pushed. Having a knock on somebody's not a clean fight. That's a little sloppy. I mean, it's as clean as you're going to get, you know, but a clean fight would be somebody's flush, you're all healthy, everyone's looking. That's a clean fight. Why bad later? Because they're on height. Like, they're going to be in an open field. Like, it's only good for that moment. But where you see that it's pulling, this side of the map has a higher chance than where they're at. Like, all they have to do is just drop out in the open, and that's not a good spot to be in.
That Trident is...
You see, okay, this is a great spot. You see right here, all they can do is drop here, but they have to deal with this, and they have to deal with another team opposite way when they're over here, right? That's like this team. Like, they're gonna come up here. We have this, and then we have that. That's tough to deal with. That's tough. It's fine for now, but they need to bully somebody out, put some pressure, or else it ain't going to be good. They're screwed. Uma, it's good to see you. Welcome. This is where Rampart comes in, so they can buy themselves some time and space. Hey, Cat Dog, good to see you. Hello, hello.
With the Trident available to them, I think you can see it on your screen how important they can be. Furia trying to avoid the damage from Team Falcons as well.
Whoever wins this fight in this building has a very high chance of winning the overall game. Oh, come on. Oh my god, dude.
A little bit of a Superman anti-gravity moment there for Vaxlon on the Newcastle.
That's brutal.
But what it does do is stop the potential wrap coming in behind Team Falcons. Sheila's winding up here.
Ooh, this is not good. So against my call here, I mean, it's not awful if they were to get all those kills over there. That pull is disgusting over there. That sucks.
I like this position, has to be said.
Whoever still, I would say it has a high chance. I would still say whoever can come out on top of that little squabble over there can then play this north side over here. This tight, well, like I said, it was good for Gil. In 46 seconds, unless they can clean up every team below them, this team here is going to be bad. Like, they're going to be dropping into the middle. See, look at the map. Look at the map.
Hackett, though, from a distance is going to get involved. Zero with the PK. Keeps the pressure onto Team Liquid Alienware, and he'll say, how? Back on your feet, son. We've got a job to do.
Falcons needs to make sure they kill every team over here on the backside. That's a lot to deal with. I'm doing well, man. It's good to have you.
Also get eliminated in the kill feed. Alliance got the final knock onto that one.
Yeah, their favorite position is going to go. Like, they're screwed after that. They need to put pressure. They have Aurora and the other team to worry about.
VK Gaming now hold the zone.
Oh, and here comes LG.
LG has been very patient.
And maybe Aurora are going to find
First time watching a long time comment. It's good to have you here.
LG can't push this though because of the position of Guild up on the top of the Godrock, and Phony holding the angles alongside Legacy, not just with the Sheila but with the charge.
It's going to get really messy for everyone. We'll see who comes up on top. It's like a trifecta. Who's going to come out of these three trifectas? Oh my god, imagine if Guild managed to hold the center here. That'd be crazy. They do. Oh my god, this setup here is insane. Kudos to them on this. This is crazy. Julius, thank you so much for the membership. Very smart to play in center. Oh man. This is gonna be absolute chaos. Guild, if they hold it together in the center, that'll be huge. Falcon's in a great spot as well right now.
With their backs to the pills, but do have the castle wall down, but LG
they're getting shoved though. I don't know if they can hold it. That's hard. That is really hard. They went for the holding rather than the shoving. It is a great spot if they can hold it.
It's Alliance and Virtus Pro on the north. Falcons are still
mass chaos here.
Never mind. Falcons eliminated.
Falcons didn't survive, even though they get spot.
By the way, they're avoiding all of this and going very unaware.
We got Alliance versus VP here.
Bubble goes down. The Alliance bubble should fall first, though. VP looking to push them. Armor difference.
These two teams, whoever comes out here, really solid. Guild, this is tough. This is really tough here. This sucks. But if they can hold, dude, like, even after this, these teams are going to look over here on Guild. Guild is quite literally the center of everything. Like, that's horrible.
It's a tough walk up.
It is tough, but maybe eyes will be trained elsewhere. Maybe that ridgeline will be enough cover.
These guys are going for 50-50 here. The fact that they're waiting out this long is pretty crazy.
Back off because the zone isn't forcing them in just yet. But it's about to. 3 seconds.
Yeah, Alliance and VP are in a really bad spot here, and they can't find any openings. I mean, they're trying. Let's see what these nades do. If those nades are huge, they push. That's not a bad nade. Not a bad nade. They got to go on that. They got to clean it up. They need to clean it up. Oh, they get shot in the back though.
Because their team center zone at the moment. Slayer on the shield is not going to have that available for a few moments. Has to get that charge back up on the ultimate.
So tough for all of these teams to try and work out how they're going to reposition whilst also avoiding the gunfire or putting down damage to stop teams from pushing them as well.
Oh, they got the bubble to buy themselves some time. This is all about buying time here.
These bubbles going to go down pretty early here in this fight as they have to watch LG now make their move forward on the bubble.
Oh my gosh, the patience that this is going to take.
Here comes the slam. Zach Mazer goes in. Trades in the first couple
That's
of
tough.
kills, but Slayer's going to be left on his own. Slayer chunks one. It's a 1v1 between him and LG now.
There's no way they get this. Guild is holding it together in the center. Huge the fact they're holding it together as well as they are.
Slayer's going to desperately attempt to stay alive. LG go down as the VP. VK still alive on this south.
Top two.
Still going unknown right now.
Alliance managed to circumvent a lot of these issues by going on the north side.
Guild have the majority of the cover.
Oh, they've seen VK now.
But VK are close to them.
If Alliance can wait this out,
Just be able to watch this fight happen.
Guild has been playing so patient. It's a matter of who strikes first.
Who blinks first here? Alliance just
We're all saying who's gonna push it first. Alliance, if they play patient, they can win this. Their 50-50 on their side really paid off.
A little bit longer, and all of a sudden, Alliance have gone from thinking we could third this to maybe we're the team who has to make the play.
Oh no, VK chose them. Oh man, that's unfortunate. That's gonna go right to Guild for the beautiful hold in the center. Wow, dude, that's crazy. Guild, kudos to like, they saw. I told you the issue that they were gonna run into with the team on the left, team on the right, and they played so well in the center there. They played it so patient by using those pillboxes, and putting pressure. That was a crazy play by their part. Alliance almost had it together. The fact that VK decided to swing them instead is insane, dude. That's crazy. I don't even know if I even have notes to go back on that. Guild had height. They had God Rock. They saw the issue of dropping, and they looked for they went for the right and the center. It was a ballsy play, man. They made, when they held, no team, even LG, was able to put pressure on them and stop them. Not a single team was able to find an opportunity to go on top of them. That's crazy. That's crazy considering they're in the center. Every other team was concerned with their 50-50s on the edge. Let's take a look at it, see if I can find like an overview on that to show you guys.
Like you said, get into that top 3 and get a couple of KP as well.
Yeah, they had a really good. It was an amazing spot that could go south very quickly. So a lot of what this skipping around is me skipping around loading. So I'm just trying to see if I can find the moment.
Trying to land that trident where they need to. Firing through the castle wall to try and find some bodies.
Let's be skipping around. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so what we're gonna have to do, we'll have to like fabricate this. I'm gonna turn this into like a black screen, okay? Or maybe I won't. Okay, so what we have here, if we take this zone, right? And where they're at. Let's see if let me just draw on screen and see if I can get this going. Okay, if we have the zone and we have Alliance here, we'll just put A for Alliance, right? Or wherever they're at. And then for this team right here, right? And then Guild, because I don't even know what the other team that was right there. This is going to be horrible representation. Guild is right here with like teams over here, here, and here, but they have the pillboxes all around them. The teams are focused on one another like this. And even when they move up, these teams are still bullying them like this. And so their hold was actually strategically really, really strong, even though it was like in the worst possible spot. I'm sorry, the explanation isn't like perfect. But you see this, how they're focused on each other and the other teams are focused on each other? And where they're moving? Okay, ready? Let's see if we can find another POV of it.
And going very unaware on the eastern side.
Bubble goes down. The Alliance bubble.
Yeah, you see, so these guys right here, Alliance, what they did is they went this way. Right? They went that way. And then this team went on the backside over here and put pressure on like all the other teams while Guild was in the center, and that really opened it up. It's what everyone else was doing that gave him that like
Armor
advantage.
difference certainly favors Alliance here. They've got a hedge line to play as well.
There we go. See, this is another great view. Okay. See how like LG can move up here, but these guys, you see the line of fire that they have, are able to stop them. And then LG got run up by the other team right here. And so all they were doing was that they created a fort with the car, with the wall, with the bins right here, right? They managed to create themselves a fort. And they knew that this height was bad. They knew that there was a team here and there was a team here, but they completely circumvented that by going right in the center. Brilliant play. And using the car. Now keep in mind, this does not work if this car is not here. If this car is not here, they're completely exposed on this side. That's crazy right there. Like the fact that they kept the car all the way through for this end was huge.
Apex is left
Insane that they did that. The car and the pills was game changing. They really thought it out where they were holding, because they, like, I mean, honestly, they could have played the edge and they would have gotten, that would have been it. Like, they would have been screwed over, you know, but they played it so smart. That was really, it's like taking a strat from PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, you know? PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds also has really big plays with a car, and the fact that they're using it for those end zones when everyone is putting pressure was really, really smart. This has been fun to watch. This would have been great. Yeah, PUBG play, pulling out like the strat, thinking about that. That was really smart. But like I said, the spots that really mattered were, if they managed to get some more people out in that building, like I had mentioned earlier, that also would have been a pretty big play, but they weren't able to do that. And so they just got congested in those areas. Like if Alliance was able to get VP out of there, they would have had so much more space to deal with. And Guild was just an ultimate force just to reckon with in terms of their positioning. So therefore VK was like, I don't think we can push that, and so they just went to a whole different angle, which is crazy.
To automatically apply the 20% off ALGS code.
These controllers are nice.
Controllers. I love the energy in the crowd. Welcome everyone to Match Point Finals. Vicky Kitty here. I'm joined with Gino.
You know what? The fact that the cars are also,
we get to take you guys,
you can't destroy them is also huge.
It never gets old.
Oh, it couldn't, not in a place like this, not with a crowd like this, not with the performances that we are seeing from the teams behind us. Some though, maybe we wouldn't have expected. Depends how.
I'm glad that Guild had the foresight to realize that center zone really mattered. Because even me, I was saying, you know, focus left and focus right. I mean, it's such a risky play. But it really paid off. Because I mean, you saw, like I said, you saw LG pushing them and trying for it, you know?
Getting better. That's because over the last couple of lands, Guild have gone.
It's not like people didn't try on them; they just managed to hold it really well, and that's a testament to their identifying who is the biggest threat and who's pushing them at all on which time.
And then second, two teams that
they literally let everyone else do the work for them around them. Now they could have gotten unlucky if a team just wide swung them and knocked them. That would have been bad, but there was a bit of luck. I would say a small percentage of luck that the center didn't get blasted as much as it did. But because they had the foresight, they turned that luck into skill. Like if that was ranked, let's be honest, people would have shoved it, right? But because this is ALGS, they know teams are going to be respectful.
Getting some last-minute strats there from their coach.
Oh, I know. Play slow, play patient. Who's focus firing? We're fine in the south, we're fine in the north. Just a lot of patience.
We'll be switching over to World's Edge. I do like this cadence of the maps that we're getting, Vicky, as we go 1-1-1, and then we will switch it back around and go in reverse order through the maps and so on for the rest of this series. However long that may be, because of course, match point, you never know. That's the fun of it.
TSM has to have a good round here, otherwise, like I would write off TSM sadly. They just have not had 2 good rounds. They've had 2 good fights, but they got thirded so fast they needed to like recover.
You have to hit that 50-point
I respect the casters and all, but there's a difference between a clean fight versus a sloppy fight. And then some of the calls that said that was a clean fight, that was not a clean fight. A clean fight literally is everyone is still alive. That is a clean fight. Clean fight, looking at roof, looking for the next team, that's a clean fight.
Here, as we also were mentioning the map rotation, we are moving over to World's Edge, and we'll be sticking over to World's Edge for match number 4 before we make that transition onto Storm Point.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And that's what every team is looking for in these lobbies, are clean fights.
Let's
take a look.
15 kills or something crazy like that. But picking up a few
TSM's got a long rotation.
Looking at the POI draft,
Any knocks that happen, a knock that happens, a really, really sloppy fight, is having yourself at flush with 2 people knocked. That is a very sloppy fight. Like, everything went wrong. You lost 2 people and you're flush and you're the last person alive. Anybody comes by and hits you once, you're dead. And even if you res people, like, it's just sloppy. It's a bad fight.
And that is an interesting,
like, it's great to clutch, but like, you should ask the question, how did we get to the point where it's this sloppy, you know? Are we just running at people for the sake of it, you know? At the highest level, it's sloppy. Maybe in rank, like, sure, you got momentum, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting.
And well, the other teams weren't going to let them.
It's just, yeah, you just clutched up. You got, you know, you were in shambles. Like, you clutched out. You don't want to be in a situation where you have to clutch. That's bad if you're having to clutch. Now, when you're in zones and you're clutching, it's understandable. There's chaos everywhere. You don't really, it's hard to predict, you know?
An ongoing sort of discussion point in this series, regardless of which map it is, because of course the
cleanest, yeah, I mean, if you're popping like 1 cell and everyone's like healthy, that is the cleanest fight you could ever have. Like, holy crap.
Flows onto World's Edge.
How do they decide where teams land? I think they lottery them.
Pushes your drafts into that
like, they're not doing a drop ship. They land right on top of the spots. People put in their vote based on their map of what spots they're going to land.
Thank you so much for your patience. While we do get ready for World's Edge, I did get word that there is a player on stage that is dealing with a nosebleed. You know, sometimes the excitement, the nerves could get to you.
No shot.
Also, just making sure that there's not a mess here. Everyone's ready to go on even ground here. And when you're sitting on a stage like this, when you're looking at this audience,
the pressure, man. That's what I'm talking about.
There's over
it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. There's a lot here on the line. That's why the momentum is so important, that the nerves don't get to you. It's a lot of stress. I mean, think about when you're in ranked and you're freaking out, like, or your hand is shaking because you did a clutch and you're, you know, like, you can practice for hours on end, but nothing prepares you for being on a stage with 13,000 people watching in person, with everyone, all of us watching live right now, and commentating about every single decision you make. That's why I say kudos to Guild, able to see that vision in that moment. That's huge. That's hard to do.
And we do see that EXO,
and they did it flawlessly. And that's why teams are making mistakes like TSM. You know, like, I'm not trying to rip on them. They're very talented players, but they're having a hard time finding momentum. I still would put it right now, money on Complexity, Fnatic. Guild has just shown, like, wow, that was impressive. I'm still putting it on Complexity, though. They seem like they're the most consistent.
EXO clan can use the Loba and grab that black market loot ASAP.
I just need to see where the scores are.
Another legend we've been seeing a huge uptick on for today has been the Valkyrie. Something that I'm actually really surprised to see, but also at the same time,
I'm not surprised to see Valkyrie. When it comes to getting to the end zones, like, if you can't get there, you need a rotational legend. The fact certain teams are just running Rampart, Gibraltar, and Newcastle, unless you get gifted zones, how the heck are you going to get there?
Everybody's already sitting in those buildings.
Yeah, so we saw Fnatic pick that up on.
I know Fnatic went down early. We'll see how they do the next round. But they have momentum. They're pretty confident from what I can see.
Tournament, and the reason we're seeing more teams pick this up is actually quite different to how Valkyrie used to be used. If you've seen it in times past, it was more of a quick rotational tool, and then, you know,
I would say Valk now is like a late rotational tool, so you can get resources,
but it was more getting there quickly.
And then moving to the spot efficiently, but not fast. You don't want to be the fastest one there. You need resources. You need Evo.
Get that third beacon, grabs the ring console, also grabs some survey beacons, and then because of that perk you mentioned, where you can see everyone, you do need to be purple, you need to be level 3 first, but once you've got that, you get essentially...
Yeah, and that's something important to realize, that some people are looking for the POIs with tridents.
It's a lot easier to slam those end game positions.
They hold them, I believe. I don't know for sure. I want to say it's I think it is for the whole league, for at least like these days and what they're doing. But they have to change it depending who's in the lobbies, but they draft it ahead of time. And if you got your selection first, then the next one you drop down further on the list. You have your 1, 2, and 3, and everyone starts to choose accordingly.
Apex is my community.
It is the best and most competitive battle royale that exists.
Apex といえばドーパミンブシャーみたいな。I've spent
You know what's cheesy? Listen, I know that like Apex has been through a whole lot. But I mean, I've been playing this game now like for 6 years.
I can be involved in something. I remember one of my friends
6 years playing this game, I think in a couple months.
It's amazing. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Not many games can get to that point. And I enjoy the game. Listen, it's not to me, it doesn't have flaws. It's got problems. But I still play Marvel Rivals, but I still love Apex. I still play Apex a lot. Hitmaster twice this season, you know?
I'm autistic, and part of my life, I was kind of lonely. I found my community there in Apex Legends, and I made a lot of friends along the way.
音楽を作るのが自分の仕事なんですけど、行き詰まったり、こう気分転換を。
I think people forget, like if we were all to hang out in person and talk about all this stuff, you realize that people are not as upset or angry as they are online. I think a lot of people are bluntly keyboard warriors. Like if you ask them in person what they enjoy and what they love, I think you'd be surprised that people still really love this game, and that they do enjoy it. Like nobody can sit here and like if I met you in person face to face and say, I despise this game, I hate it. No, you've put hundreds of hours into this game. Like you did enjoy it. Like yeah, there are problems, but it's hard to replace that kind of stuff, you know? Like it's why it holds its space.
I think
it's cheesy.
Positivity comes in a different way. You're never going to
doesn't mean you can't be passionate and give feedback though.
1,000 times like, oh, this game
trust me, I can't stand cheaters.
Put out 2 episodes a week about Apex Legends for 5 years. Everything's produced for a reason. Nothing is just randomly added to the game because they wanted to.
They make the game feel
like I know there's been a lot of devs that have left too.
And it doesn't matter.
But just like anybody who's trying to do something different in life, like this game has evolved. This is not the same game that we played even 6 years ago.
I hope
you know?
developers see there's a whole
and sometimes you do need a breath of fresh air to change things up. And people need to move on and do other stuff with their lives. I mean, I have a whole new career that I'm doing on the side now. When I switch from Battlefield to Apex, just like you go from high school to college, your life changes. Apex is going to continue to change.
Apex Legends has changed my life.
Apex Legends have changed my life.
As cheesy it is, I can say the same thing. Like it's changed my life. Like it has. I'd be lying. Like if we sat down in person and you asked me if it hasn't, I'd be full on lying in your face.
Apex Legends has changed
legit. Like we've made our
lives.
YouTube channel's grown so much from it. I met amazing people. We've done amazing things. If I was playing another game, yeah, right.
We're ready to go. Let's get started on World's Edge.
Listen, I don't want to be playing no Fortnite. Really annoyed at the state of Apex, but it's the only game that's worth playing. I mean, it's got. I'm hoping for a brighter future. I'm hoping that things continue. But I know without a shadow of a doubt, if we're all in person talking about this, like, it's not the same as somebody behind a keyboard, you know? Yelling about something.
But replacing him with the last
it's not even the same a year ago. They've definitely handled the cheater situation better. I will give them credit on that, but it needs to always be improved upon. Cronus Zens, strike packs, please get rid of them. Can we like change that? You know what I mean? Like change some things here. You know what I mean? That's where I'm kind of at.
Already starting off
all right, let's focus on the game.
Taking that dub, game number 2 on Stormpoint, and as you mentioned, Genome, earlier on, it hasn't been significantly dominating. It hasn't been those double-digit KP.
All right, let's take a look. What do we got here?
See where the zone is going to be pulling, as our squads are going to be able to scan that circle at their POI.
Skyhook ending, most likely. Everyone's going to be in a building.
We to transcend over, going to be able to split loot those buildings. Same thing could be said about Alliance.
Oh, TSM, bro. I hate to say it, I'm writing them out for the tournament. There's I don't see, unless they manage to fight their way through, I don't see how they're going to do this, man. I don't know. I'm not being a Debbie Downer. If they do it, we need to root so hard for them because Jesus, that's one hell of a comeback, you know?
First seed going into this, and at the very least,
this side of the lobby is going to have a hard time. Everyone below this line, hard time coming in.
Zone, of course.
Especially Liquid Alienware. That rotation sucks.
But I have seen a zone such as this go down towards the train
This
station.
is an early fight right here. That's kind of crazy.
There yesterday. So
Complexity has the advantage, technically. But I don't think they're going to want to fight it. I think they want to get into zone.
As per usual, hitting that ring console and going for that third ring scan, Vicky. You know, if we do get a crazy pull, that's where you get the maximum value out of that strategy. As you can see, teams streaming through Landslide.
I don't know, maybe somebody's computers crashed or something.
On the way to the northern ring.
You can expect that with there being a ring console there, another ring console being by Lava Fisher.
Dude, if they restart this round, whoever was in that north part of the map has got to be livid.
And if it does end up pulling towards Skyhook, something
let me go and say this. It is hard.
History of ALGS,
let's say you're playing Counter-Strike or even Marvel Rivals.
Where a lot of these teams could coexist.
First pause the player at a nosebleed. This is second pause. Maybe he's still bleeding.
A lot of these squads left in the lobby to find.
The hard part is you got 60 people, and so you got a higher chance of a tech issue happening. It's bad enough that happens with 6 computers. Now you got to deal with 60.
Cycling through that utility.
It's one of the hardest things that I've ever seen with Battle Royales. Is I've helped with casting and production on Player Unknown before. It's one of the hardest things to deal with. It sucks so bad.
DC from the lobby, so we will be getting them back in. In the meantime,
they're
let's just have a
reconnecting.
quick look at the highlights from Game 2. Of course,
all right, well, at least they can reconnect. That's also nice.
Point for the first time in our match point finals.
So we're just looking at like prior round stuff right now.
Something to cheer about in Game 1. It was a little tougher for them in Game 2.
Fnatic Complexity Guild have the highest chance right now. They're looking really sharp.
Kind of start things off for Fnatic, missing out, by the way, on that Arc Star stick.
I mean, yeah, we keep talking about tries. They're so important, and that also makes
back in the day, it used to just flat out pause and restart because you couldn't get people back in the lobby.
So you will see
it definitely changed things.
Continually,
back in comp, it used to be like, well, guys, that's it. The lobby's over.
And they will wait their Arc Star in hand and say, hey, if we can't draft a Trident, we'll just steal one away from you.
Literally Grand Theft Apex out here. Can't trust nobody. Falcons too, with the way that they were able to try to take some of those fights over by that side by Mill, finding themselves
Guild's
in
positioning
that
here is still, I'm just
that Guild are able to
crazy.
build up for themselves, but it was Guild in the end to take that second game.
Phony been wreaking havoc on.
There's still a few other teams that have a pretty good momentum, like Alliance and stuff.
It's really interesting.
We'll just see who can build it. Those are just the 3 teams I'm keeping an eye on that have like high consistency right now.
Jesco and Legacy are honestly just such insanely not aggressive, but like, you know, fierce, damaging players in their own right. That I don't mind giving the minigun over to Phony, and it kind of makes all 3 of them then quite significant threats on the battlefield.
They're also very good at taking up space, which is crucial when it comes to showing presence against the other teams that may want to force out.
Yeah, that was it back then. That was crazy back then. That was even when I was casting and they had to restart. That's happened even when I was casting it like 3 years ago. It's crazy to think that was like 3 years ago, guys, that I was casting ALGS.
Who's gonna slam that Newcastle wall last? It's usually the squad that ends up taking up that space rather early. You have the energized wall to help you out. If any of these teams try to bombard you with nades and you don't have your dome to protect you, same thing with the mobile shield and why we've been seeing so many thermites. As it explodes and it creates that space behind and pressure behind these enemy squads.
We're just kind of hanging tight.
Yeah, one of the other interesting things
you know the downside of these pauses is that this also causes players to kind of like ice up a little bit. You get stuck in your head, like you're just trying to get the rounds going, and then pausing just sucks.
Frags being more important over the last, say, 18 months in Apex, and I think part of that were some of the
mid-air energy plays a deal instead of restarting. Oof, that sucks.
I think they've reduced the damage, they've reduced the amount of time it takes once stuck to explode. They've made it more obvious
just coming in. Yeah, what's going on, man?
And your team when you are stuck, so that your team could try and get away from it. And yeah, so it's been interesting seeing how you know, the sort of grenade tier list has changed over the years.
Still feels so good though once you get that stick, feeling yourself just a little bit.
It's tough because if somebody has good positioning or something, it's like You are giving. Who do you favor in that scenario? What do you do? Who do you favor?
EKG having a huge turnout. No surprise, obviously, too, from Fnatic.
Because the team could have momentum, gotten a lot of kills, and then you restart, and they have to restart their momentum
always
again.
showing up no matter what land, no matter where we go.
DCs do suck, though, but I mean, that's why they can pause it and get people
Great
reconnected.
start from VKG, huh? I mean, they pick out their 18th seed. They're starting an overlook this time.
I mean, these also players are tired, man. This is a marathon. Hey, what's going on, man? It's good to see you.
Priority matters less because there
You were
are
one
so
of
many
the
builds
interviews yesterday, right?
Me?
And what do you mean? I'm not in Japan.
Can find their way
I
in.
didn't travel.
VKG have been one of the teams pioneering.
That's always player hardware.
This
Oh,
new
that makes
form
sense.
of Valkyrie.
We're just saying how hard it is, like the mental, like of having these long days. Like even if a player looks tired, man, they gotta keep it together, man. It's like you're playing for some intense sessions. Like this is tough.
Really find some success. I think there was another World's Edge game.
Also, not letting stuff get to your head.
They hit the ditch in between.
I mean, this is a tactic that people would use in CS:GO. They literally would pause. If a team has momentum, the best thing you can do is pause to get that team to start thinking and get stuck in their head.
Because you can hit that.
I mean, doing traditional sports too. Timeout, as a team builds momentum, get them out of their zone. You know what I mean?
Gone for the hard rotate versus you who have had some time to
They showed some content creator rating a few months ago. Oh, I guess so. Sure, that's probably part of it.
Or the reds. It's why it's so important to look at where these ring consoles are spawning.
I didn't know they showed that footage.
Once we swap over to these maps, which
sick.
teams will be able to have.
No complaints here.
We take a look at the journey from Guild and how they even got here to the finals. We highlighted them before. This is the team that took game number 2 on Stormpoint with 7 KP. You mentioned,
They played that one video. Oh, okay, gotcha. Dude, I know it sounds cheesy. We were talking about earlier. I really do love this game. I love it so much.
For Split 2 in Germany, now looking
Like
at
even though I've been playing Marvel Rivals too, like anybody can play other games. That's why I said I'm not quitting. It's not like I'm going anywhere, you know.
Comms as well.
Yeah, I mean, Guild have managed to pick up some wins.
I think a lot of people
on the
realize that
World's
by being in
Edge
person,
so far.
like this stuff isn't easy to do.
It's only the one,
Whether
and
it's
they've got
player
one on
unknown,
the
whether it's
district
Apex,
as
whatever
well,
game
but
it is,
honestly,
this stuff
at
is
point,
tough, man.
It's actually less about the wins and it's more
Like when you
about
really
getting
look
to
into
that
it.
50
I mean,
points
we
first,
want everything to be
right?
perfect, but it's not
you
easy.
can worry about grabbing that dub and lifting the trophy a little later. And look, honestly, 2 games in, it's been, I want to say, like one of the more even, one of the slowest starts.
That's why I really want to go
series.
to future in-person events and like meet everybody. Because the energy is so different when you meet people.
Seen anyone really take over
Even if
both
anybody
games and
seems
jump
mad
that far ahead of
online,
the
if you
pack.
meet them in person, they just see your genuine person, it changes everything, man. It really does. Also, I love people who are the same as they are online and in person.
That winner's top bracket in 3rd place. Really showing up, but right behind.
I'm pretty much the same.
We saw what Aurora did too in that lobby. It was
It's too much work to try to put on a personality. That's why sometimes if I sound like I'm boring, I'm just me, man. You know.
Had a look at winners brackets over previous land, and it wasn't the best, but it was.
You don't yap as much.
In terms of points
I guess you could say maybe I'm quieter. I guess it depends.
Over 11 points per
Maybe.
game on
I mean,
average
you're kind of
for
forced to
Aurora.
talk online. You know, I
in
make
that situation
content.
was
I have to talk, right?
Hitting like
Right?
a
I mean, I guess I don't have
14
to.
plus in the winners bracket at one point, and obviously it was a slightly different route for them into this one, but because of their great group stage performance, and the same kind of goes for Falcons, right? Where they picked up Falcons 11th and Fnatic the 13th seed.
If you guys enjoy the stream, this is literally my first ever watch party. Anything I've ever done, I've always casted myself. So if you enjoy watch parties, let me know.
Elimination round 2.
We've been able to add some stuff. You know, we've been able to like draw on screen and like say hi. And I can remind you guys.
Smash the other
See,
teams in the group
leave
stage.
a
One of
like.
the good changes I think we've had in the rule sets this
Smiley.
year with the introduction of the POI draft was
Liz.
group stage now
There you
matters, because those points do go towards
I got told I was
POI
boring on a date
drafting
once.
for the rest of the land.
I mean, sometimes boring is fine. I don't see anything wrong with it. Maybe she's not the one. Maybe she's boring.
Between the POI drafts,
Maybe she's too much and high
seeing how our
maintenance.
Teams choose where they want to go here too.
Well, I don't know if it was
smiles
if you're
coming out of the Falcons
a girl or
there.
a guy. Maybe it
That's
was
a good
a
sign.
It is.
a guy who said you're
We
boring.
all know. We all know they.
Oh, they restarted. That sucks.
It can be the. A
Well,
bad
luckily
game
not
into
a whole
the
lot of time
crunch hour,
passed.
Or it can be a dominating game into domination of the lobby.
Say crash out. I was gonna say. That's sometimes what we see from teams that end up getting a little too quiet on their comms and they feel a little tilted. All right. So while everybody's waiting, thank you again so much for
You
your
want to see me draw a
patience.
cat? Let's see here. Ready?
There is going to be a lobby restart. There have been no
Okay.
kills. So once we get
This is
that
my cat.
done
Ready? I'm gonna draw a
and
cat for you
settled,
guys.
We're gonna be able to reload into our next game. While we wait, why don't we take a look at the upcoming season 24 to see what's in store for us?
Meow. That's a tail, bro. This right here. That is a tail. Come on, man. That's a tail, bro. 5 legs, bro. Who's got a leg that just does that? That's crazy. DMCA time. Oh, bro, that's true. Hopefully I can mute this kind of section or something in the VOD. Does this trailer mean to Return of Arenas? I have no idea. This is a great trailer, though. Worst case, I can mute the VOD afterwards. I want them to buff Alter so bad. Just slightly. She doesn't need a whole lot. Just buff her slightly. Buff her tactic would give it like 10 more meters or something. Dude, she'd be so fun to watch. You got that Bob Dylan artistic style. Check out his drawings. I've never seen Bob Dylan draw. Thank you for the drawing. No worries. Thank you for the 5. I appreciate you. You gotta go fast like me. Octane needs a lot to become meta. His rotational tools just aren't strong. That's why he's never been meta. He's fun to play in pubs. He just isn't meta for like whenever you start becoming more skilled. Even if somebody's like a movement god with them, like you can't do what you do in high tier lobbies like this. That's why you don't see like, oh, super gliding, running around doing all kinds of crazy stuff, because it is a team-based, positioning-based game at the end of the day. And that only goes so far.
Getting goosebumps.
Now it would be crazy to see, let's say his jump pad like protected you for 50% of your damage while you're in the air. That makes an insane rotational tool and push.
You were dancing a lot.
But then
that.
that'd be busted, you know? But
oh man, it's crazy. It's been a fantastic time thus far, hearing the chants as well, but I'm also getting word that we have our Apexes, our end of the year, Year 4 Championship Award Ceremony. Why don't we check that out?
Welcome back to the Apexes with your hosts, Wink and Reindeer.
what are the Apexes? The heck?
Thank you, and welcome back to the Apexes, the biggest night of the ALGS calendar.
It is so big, in fact, I'm surprised you haven't already leaked it, Wig.
Well, jokes aside, though, Rain, we are almost here for our last award of the night.
That's right.
The best roster of the year.
And we do want to apologize for the previous language on the most recent award that was accepted.
Thank you. But what are you clapping about? I won an award and you're clapping? Are you uncomfortable? Get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah, sponsor's not going to be happy about that one, unfortunately.
When's TSM playing?
What would put Wraith into meta?
It's literally an award show. They're sitting right there. They're not
I mean, the
playing.
port's amazing.
Really? All right, Mr. Nice Guy, seriously?
Maybe if her movement speed was just increased even further, possibly. Make a rotational tool that much more viable. Her port's amazing.
Your nominees for Best Celebration are
Either she's faster, takes reduced damage while trying to set down a port, something, but then she's gonna have a lot of power, you know? I don't know. Like, her tactical's fine.
And the winner is Jen Burton.
That's really why she's looked at us for her rotational power.
Your nominees for cleanest comms are Monsoon's Kissy.
Honestly, give me Kissy.
Nesky.
It's a body! It's a body! Triple verdict! Triple verdict!
Zero.
And the winner for cleanest comms is Zero.
Actually, it's a you know, maybe you stay there. It's a new mic, so you can just let's keep it away from this thing. To win the strongest player award, you gotta be dedicated. You gotta be motivated, and most importantly, Rain, you gotta be strong, baby.
That's why there's only one player in this room who could have won this award. The winner is F. John.
Yeah.
You don't want to know what's crazy? Him and I have a crazy backstory. Him and I, we used to be part of the same Battlefield team. I want to say 8 years ago. Isn't that crazy? This who the person you just saw there? He was a part of Nova way back in the day. F. Twyan. Him and I go way back, dude. I mean, this channel, he's got content on here. You type his name into and he searches video. I think we have to take down the song because of copyright. But I mean, he's got montages here on the channel. Him and I go way, way back, man. This community, when it comes to FPS, people who play FPS games, is really small.
Two winners, SSG.
So they broke up.
Dude, it is really small.
I think you're right. They did.
Yeah, they broke up.
So, Guild, Timmy, and Waltzy for Moist. They're the winners.
Yeah, they also broke up.
They did.
It's okay.
Yeah, they did break.
It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, FaZe?
Yeah, they broke up too.
Oh, that's 3 now. No, I think I could work with this. I know 2 people. 2 handsome, talented, dedicated, motivated, single individuals that have put their life on the line for Apex Legends.
This kid as well. This is great.
The best roster of the year is Wig and Greek. Come on now, baby. You know what it is. Come on. Hey, don't forget the name. 0 land wins, but we still here, baby. Unstoppable, baby. Unstoppable. Call him. You know what it is.
Wig, what are you doing?
What do you mean?
I love this. This is great.
We get hired. We make a fake award show so we can finally get what we deserve. Me and Greek, best roster of the year. We're finally winning what we deserve. Rain, come on, man.
Okay, I see what's going on here, and I don't think you need me. Okay, so good luck. Have fun. Bye.
Dude, it's crazy seeing him and how far he's come. That's crazy.
We're gonna be stars.
Yeah. I could pull up his montage. Let's see here.
Shout out to FGem, by the way, my MVP. Oh my goodness, the Apex Seas.
I'm kind of hoping whoever wins.
Let's see if I can pull it up.
Runs on stage, pushes him out of the way, grabs the MVP trophy.
And then has to flex real quick at the same time while holding the trophy. All right. Well, we have the fans literally pressing against the wall right in front of us, by the way. I'm getting word that finally we are getting into the game. We are loading up into World's Edge.
All right, see, right here, the montages. He's got 2 of them on the channel.
Fans always do this,
back in the day, here on the channel.
Always ring loud in our ears.
Nocturne, somebody edited it. Like, this is his gameplay.
I can hear him loud and clear. I don't
We worked on montages together back in the day. Small world, man.
Oh, man. Everyone's bringing their A game for their signs today as well.
Oh, would put Watson in meta?
Lots of love for Lions, as there should be.
I think the problem is that Newcastle Walls are just so oppressive and almost does the same thing with regen. It would have to be the power of the fences being a little stronger. The gen is fine.
Of course.
Everything else she does is fine.
Also, always showing up in the crowd. We love to see them, and they love to see their guys in the finals again and again. I mean, it's been, I think, 4 in a row now, actually, finals appearances for EXO.
Can I just say, Monsoon in the camera that we just saw right now, listening to the comms, that was such a throwback in the Apexy.
Her fences just need more holding power to do something.
Changed. That's the thing. Like,
people don't respect her fences because they're predictable now. That's the hard part.
From every
even doing door tricks, people don't fall for it anymore because like people are so good at predicting. Fence HP game with shield upgrades, that would be crazy. Yeah. Imagine a fence at 40 HP. Whoo, man. God.
I like that. Back to back.
But they are struggling to get these rounds up right now.
One of the fun things, of course, about having a lobby reset, Vicky, is we're going to get a different zone.
That is true, actually.
And
Oh, that's true. I mean, it probably is not going to pull more.
How is that going to affect the players' mentals as well, right? Like, I mean, you get delivered.
Okay, okay, this is going to be crazy. This is something to talk about. All my predictions with every team and how their momentum is going to completely change now. Teams, let's say Fnatic right now is hot. If they lose their focus right now, that's it, man. That's it.
But look, now they're here in the
I think all cards are on the table right now in terms of people building momentum. All cards on the table.
And honestly, they've come up with a lot of
Literally any team can make a comeback now because we've slowed momentum.
Every time
Good thing and bad thing. For people you're rooting for, this is their chance.
Pops its roof off.
Teams that you want to do well, I mean, that are doing well, I mean, it's going to be a struggle.
For whatever reason, and then the floor just starts shaking. Just best believe it's because Fnatic is on the screen popping off. That's what I heard for game number 1 when they came
Ballistic,
in second place.
there's no rotational power, and the pushing power is not that strong.
To their name.
You would need to have like grenades or the ability for Ballistic to break down walls faster, like have heightened damage against any wall in the game, and Ballistic would be meta. Immediately in the current meta, if Ballistic was like 50% more damage when he shoots his gun to destroy walls or anything like that, he would instantly become meta to destroy everything. That would be crazy to see Assault class to have that power, where they have more, where they have increased damage against controller-based like abilities.
As a very strong
it would create an aggro meta though, but that would be my like a suggestion. You know what I mean?
The stats I saw, Fnatic were actually doing better in the end games with the Rampart. Either way, it is fun to see them bring it out. They've been doing an awesome job at finding their way through the backs of zones, playing pretty late on the rotate there, and
it's the last day, man. This is hard.
Edge, we can expect something similar.
Everything's on the table though. Everything's on the table now. Now that teams are not in their zone, who can get into the zone faster and who can reset now?
And of course, 36, another home crowd favorite. Insane.
Valkyrie's meta. You're seeing Mount Valkyrie in this meta because rotation is important.
You know, one of, if not the most surprising team we saw here. Coming off a disappointing end.
Me talking about Ballistic is like me talking about Black Widow and Marvel Rivals. Black Widow offers nothing. I mean, she can be played well and you can work around her. Like Ballistic could work, but you are pulling from a massive disadvantage. Which why would if I told you you had hundreds and thousands of dollars on the line, why would you pull at a disadvantage? That's the biggest question. Now, if you're there for content, sure. You got a sponsor that says play at a disadvantage. Okay, I mean that works, you know. You think zero return is a meta? I just don't think people enjoy playing Seer. I don't think people like wallhack Legends, you know. It's not fun to watch either.
Well, they've been consistent in the past, right? But not
it does help with isolating opponents, but if you're already good at doing it and you have information, I mean, nobody likes wall hacks. It's just not fun.
20th and 18th, so they've barely made a dent when it comes to Championship Sunday. But with the way they were playing in the winners bracket, now it's not the same, but it's similar to the lobby.
It's not that he's not viable. I think he can be meta now, but it takes a team willing to want to go for that playstyle, and I think people don't enjoy that playstyle.
To beat their previous high of 18th, and I'm expecting them to do it here today.
Also opting to go to Climatizer on World's Edge. A lot of loot here, a lot of split looting.
I'll be sure to timestamp the VOD, by the way.
To rotate from that northern side of World's Edge specifically for this game 3.
It'll take a while for it to process the VOD, but when it does, I'll be sure to timestamp. So this downtime, you know. Louis, you can hang out with me. I'm vibing.
Chat from the players. A little cold, by the way. That's what the players are talking about. You gotta get those
-2 degrees right now, mate.
I mean, it's cold, but even in an arena full of people, you still feel the chill. And you have to keep your hands cold. Once you take a little bit of a break, you come back, you're ready to go.
That's why they got these little packets of hand warmers just to keep their hands warm. If it was me, I would have brought my electric hand warmer here.
I'm certainly looking forward to the Snow Festival coming up in Sapporo. And as just a,
Ash meta?
sort of a little taste of
yeah.
what's going on there.
She was close to being meta, but then Support Legends came out.
I was about to say like the birthplace of Snow, but that's probably not geographically accurate.
Dude, that's sick. Look at this. That's awesome.
I've got the data to make that assumption.
Do you Skypad? No, I haven't used Skypad in years.
That we've got just outside the arena
I think it's been a year and a half
lapse
since I
here.
just got pad.
If you are in and around the stadium,
Maybe a year and 1
you can
month.
go out
I
and
don't know. It's
check
been a while.
those.
That is so cool. Like, what the detail to this is actually insane, especially with the banner behind.
Apparently,
it.
this new restart is because they put in the POI drafts wrong after they started.
Right in front,
It's tough. You got 60 teams and you're under the gun here to reset things up.
Amazing time in Sapporo. Even better time to see it snow.
I've been
as
behind the
somebody
scenes
from
trying to
the
run a
tropics.
tournament stuff. That stuff is hard, man. It sucks.
Not used to it.
That's why I haven't done the masterclass since, and why I'm very selective when I host events, because the amount of work it takes to corral 60 people is very logistically hard to do.
Blanket of snow covering the grounds.
It's hard enough to do brackets and do 5v5s. It's a real pain to get 60 people in a lobby. Trust me, I know because I've logistically done it. And I've hosted my own tournaments. Like I've done the AIM Lab tournament. It's hard,
We have hot
man.
Christmases in Australia. Don't know if you realize that, but
And if something goes wrong, it's just it's not even me like what's the word when people say like defending it. It's just hard because I know from firsthand. You're talking to somebody who's done tournaments and this kind of stuff. It's not easy. It's a real pain in the butt.
oh my god, I'm surprised that guy didn't get pounded into the ground after he got the high five there. From,
How big his wing is?
From the
Does suck having to wait though, but it's like I get it. If I was on the other side, I'd be panicking right now.
That guy doesn't need a baseball mitt, that's for sure.
I felt like I was like putting on. It's like putting on a show. It's rough.
Just catches the ball and crushes it,
And it's hard for casters like the ones on screen having to keep vamping and keep the conversation going.
Ball instead.
Someone throw me a
That's also
baseball
hard
right
too,
now.
doing live broadcasts. I mean, I've helped produce off-Broadway shows. I've done tech stuff. I've been on stage. I've been behind stage. I've done stuff for online events, player-known battlegrounds, Apex Legends. I've social posts for them. I've done the production side. It's hard.
Genome and Vicky are like right there aligned. Unfortunately not. I am on top of an Apple box. I've been able to get strapped down on the box so that way I don't fall off. Otherwise, then it'd look like this.
You know what we need? Oh no, they know the truth. They know the truth.
You can't deceive them.
You know, like on a spaceship where they have those like magnetic boots so you can like walk on the outside of the spaceship and not fly away? We need those for you. And then you can sit on the Apple box and you won't
actually
fall
be
off.
afraid, because there's been a few scares when it comes
It's crazy when you're doing
us setting
production
up
and
for
even
everything,
putting
but
a camera, setting these up. They're like, okay, we need a box to bring somebody up higher. You can put the camera in a decent area.
Hopefully we'll have everything sorted when we come back.
Only given a full 3 minutes. This is your moment to go grab water, grab yourself a coffee. I've had to vamp for ALGS before. It's not easy. I mean, I'm watch partying, so I get to vibe. No stress on me, man. No stress on me. I'm vibing, dude. I'm chilling.
It's time.
This is where it ends. I love a dying world.
With your life being very busy, how often do you spend practicing and playing Apex Legends? It's all scheduling. My life has always been busy. I was even doing this. I've always worked a 9 to 5 pretty much in some way, shape, or form. It's just about scheduling it. Really, like today I played a little Apex earlier in the day. I will admit the last 2 or 3 months I haven't gotten to aim train as much. I need to work that back in, but I also need to work in just going to the gym. So it's like, it's tough. Like I literally have myself project managed using like, I can bring it up. Like I use like a project management software. Even for YouTube and stuff, you see? Like things I'm working on and doing, you know? Like I do some stuff for fun on the side, you know? Just keep busy. Like I work a day job. Whenever I do consulting and stuff, that's just me doing that stuff for fun. I just keep busy. Like what my day looks like for uploads and like all of the stuff I'm working on. Like I stay very busy with all that. Like I have everything outlined, every upload I've ever done, see? What I have coming, you know? And like I have to guess what I think is coming. You'll see like notes and stuff from me. I'm guessing what I think is coming. Look, if you see me write down like live stream for something like for the new season, I know the new season is going to come out on the 11th. That's me guessing. I'll try to cover all the buffs and nerfs like as like that's my plan for like the 11th, but I don't know when stuff happens at all. Like I'm playing it by ear whenever I'm guessing. I'm looking at my workflow and like what I have planned. Man, just gotta project manage it. I literally just write down notes and guess. Like I'm guessing all my future content, but like I pivot consistently. Like some of the stuff you see there like didn't even happen. I had to like move it around and like plan. But that's how I stay busy. Like I have a checklist of my like my day. And then I have like, there's a whole other software on what I do for my day job. So like, that's just me. That's me project management just on the side from my content, and then consulting that I do for fun. You know.
Into this lovely few days of champs has been the cool stats that we've been provided.
But I stay very busy. My day is like, okay, this hour I'm doing this, this hour I'm doing this. I finish work, I'm going to work on this for the next 2 hours. Then I'm going to play for 1 hour. Then I'm going to do this for 30 minutes. Then I'm going to go get food. And then I'm going to do this. You know, like everything is outlined of what I'm supposed to be doing hourly, essentially. It's been that way for a long time.
And now becoming
so if I like, and then when people ask me if I want to play, I'm like, dude, where in the world am I gonna like find time? You know, like
all these wonderful stats.
I would have to sacrifice. I would say, okay, well then I'm not gonna spend time with my son at this point, like, or I would have to go do this, or I'm gonna have to cancel that. So I have to be very fast with my edits too.
Obviously. Partly
because I know the new season's right around the corner, guys, and I'm going on to a friend's wedding next week, and I have to guess what's coming for the new season. I know patch notes are coming. I know the new season's coming out. I'm gonna live stream Tuesday. I don't know when stuff is actually happening. I'm guessing. I'm just guessing, man. Like I've asked Mari and Sarah to kind of help for next week with the video, but I have no idea when patch notes. It could come out Friday, could come out Monday. You can even ask. I have no idea when it's happening, but I'm praying and like hoping the things line up the way they do. Just guessing.
It really highlights too how aggressive that he could play while also.
Look, I know I want to do Invisible Woman guide for Monday.
Where they need to take
and then
space,
yeah, just
how to position, but also with the way that we've been seeing
always
this
grinding,
meta
busy,
shape up,
busy.
you know, with the amount of G7s that I hear now in my sleep, the built-in perk that's attached to that G7, that per damage you get that ult charge back. Not too surprised to see a lot of that poking damage being put on.
Okay.
But don't worry, it's not impacting the content. I stay very up on up and things.
Most damage.
Like my movie video channel, I have not missed one single short upload about movie film facts in 90+ days.
Is he trying to say he really needs to go to the bathroom?
So there are 90 days that I have not missed a single short upload. I upload 4 to 5 shorts a week here on the channel, upload twice a week, and I stream once a week. This week I decided to slow down for one upload because next week, obviously I'm going to be traveling and I want to prep for the new season content. So I start to pivot, you know, come up with new plans.
Is also our Bocheck kill leader. 2 fall into his arrows, okay.
But I try, man, I try, we try.
Quite wonderfully today. I thought I'd just point that out.
You have to let him know that, Gino.
Does it say glorious on his shoulder there? Is that what, yeah, I think yeah, I think that's referring to his hair. Not to that expression that he's making right.
I'm not gonna lie, between Monsoon and Kimchi, like the way that those two interact with one another is just on another level.
It's so awesome. And for anyone trying to say that Falcons is an NA team, by the way, do you see that koala? See that koala on the front of the stage there, Vicky? It says Australia on it. Just in case.
I was honestly,
Have you seen White Lotus?
I couldn't find the koala.
How many
movie or something?
People you see there in the box? Count them. Count them for me. No, 3. The coach.
Okay, yeah. Okay, the coach. Yes, 3. I love how you have to isolate Hal over to the side. As we take a look at more stats here, Zero has dropped 287 Gibby bubbles in Sapporo.
Yeah, it was interesting watching this team go through the process of deciding.
That's also hard. You know what's crazy? Is that you got TV show? Oh, I need to watch it then. There's some TV shows I gotta catch up on.
Zero was saying.
I just want to put a moment. How long have we been waiting for again? Ooh, man, let's take a look.
And they were saying, you know, it's easier to tell someone else what to do with Gibby But unfortunately,
I think it's been half an
margin
hour.
of error and the speed with which you really need to lay down those Gibby bubbles, you need to have
I think it's been half an hour,
in
man.
the other person.
This is why I didn't
it's
do
just
Friday
very
night, because I
hard
was
to
really
do
tired.
sometimes,
I essentially worked
with
9 to
the way that
5.
the
I posted a
Falcons
video. I
play.
posted my short and went to
Zero is
therapy.
the one
And I was like, bro,
dictating
I'm
the flow
exhausted.
and,
First
dictate,
week
I
of
think, is the
work,
right
I'm
word there, 'cause
tired,
he,
man.
you know, he
And
runs
I
a
didn't
team
know
like a bit
like
of a
how long
dictator,
tonight was
right?
gonna go.
It's
Like
very
we're probably gonna be
different
going
to
for like
some
at
other
least another
dynamics
3
we
hours
see,
at this rate, man.
like, say,
They're gonna be
Shopify
3 in the morning,
Rebellion,
by the time we do
where,
anything.
you'll
Or
have
by the time we
Zion
finish
on
everything.
the Gibraltar, and it's a more collaborative.
Really iced
effort.
down, bro. That's why I said it's anybody's game at this point. It's like we're starting over completely.
The way that they've tried to
I mean, we're
establish
not,
their
but you
own
get what I'm
pacing
saying,
within
you
the
know?
comms and the way that they approach macro into the game. As we take a look, the Falcons fans here in the crowd.
Yeah, gosh, if you're
privacy being right there.
talking about
You dropped your
stats,
phone. Oh,
there's
don't
the
worry.
man with all
I
of
got my
them.
phone right here. I'm just making sure that's a pretty nice phone you got there. I'm just inserting voiceover now.
Falcons have
Bro, what is what? Hold on. What
how much of a great
what is that?
There were
What was this?
some pretty
What is
insane
that?
stats he was pulling out, you know, down to the level of.
Why is there Giga Chat on my screen? What is that doing there?
In this bin, and therefore that's where we need to land to get the better of the other teams.
Bro,
Now,
like,
let's
why
go
you got that on
draft
your
of
screen? That's
the
crazy.
ALGS history, not so much of an issue anymore.
A nice flyby with the EXO flag. Fnatic fans still lighting up the crowd here. Alliance showing up, a team that I'm just waiting for them to take an ALGS LAN right now because this squad has just been so consistent.
I hope that they
Talk
fix
about
whatever's
IGLs,
going on, man, because
figuring
this is
out
crazy.
How you want to find your positioning. Hockey's being one of those players, being that IGL for Alliance to be the foundation for that squad.
Yeah, he's also got the most kills so far, I believe, on this team this LAN, which is
Bro, if
which is
it,
pretty
like
insane.
before we start the
You're
next
on
round,
a
I would recommend all the
and
players get up and
so
do
an
like a
FX
jumping
team,
jack or something
and you're
because
telling me
you got to
you've
get the
got
blood
more
flowing.
kills? I mean, yeah,
I assume that arena's
is an
cold.
insane effort
I assume that
from
they've had a
the
long week. They
IGL,
got to get up and start doing some
yeah, he's just
jumping
been
jacks on the
incredibly
next one.
consistent, right? I mean, at one time they were called, you know, group stage merchants, but I'm having a look back through their LAN performances: 5th, 9th, 19th, 14th, 1st at EWC earlier this year, and then 3rd at the most recent in Mannheim. That's an impressive record. They have rarely
What do you consider Giga Chat and Nemesis
failed
right
to show
now?
up.
It's just a matter of time. That's why I was saying, you know, wait until they
The,
see what this
the
squad could
accelerator
do, but
and
in
the
a
fact that it
lobby like
bursts for
this,
so much
in a
high damage,
meta
mid to long
like
range.
this, it's
And if you
been
need
so
to kind of clutch up,
predictable.
Nemesis
Honestly,
is
you know,
best
this
right now,
the
best gun in the
first
game.
time that I've been able to sit
If
up
you're
here
playing for ALGS
for
right now, G7
championship
Scout,
final where it is
boost
not
that
a clear
those
determining
ultimates.
factor to see which of these teams could
Accelerator,
take it.
the
I
boosted
was stuck on, like,
accelerator,
3,
crazy.
4 different squads. It's just so stacked to see which of these teams could be the one clutching it out.
Gotta love that sleeve. The Kimchi's rocking there. Looks like he's almost bursting out of it, honestly. I wonder if he had to order like a specially, you know, large size, or there's a point where you just like burst it one day because you're just like too swole.
It's a good thing Waltzy plays on controller. To make like a
Do you reckon they rate them for that? Like, you know, the amount of grip that Waltz.
Bro's got a lollipop. What's going on right there?
Like, is there anyone who's actually?
Like he's just like he's in his own little world right here. He kind of looks at everyone else. You see what I'm talking about? That guy's in his own little world.
Test with that man's strength, I doubt it.
Withstand the pressure. Maybe, especially when you're dipping, dodging around, like you getting shot.
Yeah, like bro, that bro living his whole world right there.
Just fully be locked in.
Maybe that's his career after being a pro player.
Controller tester.
Controller strength tester.
Yeah, I mean he was like in it. Like he just lost in his own world. He doesn't know that everyone in the world just looked at him and was like, bro,
It's strong enough to
like
withstand.
you are in your own world, man. That's
in 15
crazy.
years time when we're here casting the 2040 ALGS LAN Championship, the players will be playing with titanium controllers, and you'll know why. It'll be all Waltzy's fault.
Come on, baby, let's go. Let's get this going. Let's get the energy back. Let's go.
Are there any other players you'd like to speculate on their careers after ALGS, Vicky?
F-Chan and how much he could start flexing.
Okay.
Maybe the trophies.
Are you a drummer or a bass guy?
He'll be
Dude, I'm
the,
a singer.
He'll be the sleeve.
I would be a vocalist,
model.
bro.
He'll be the guy who models.
I can play a little guitar, but ain't very
those
good.
biceps.
All right, everybody. This is no joke.
Oh, finally.
Get you this time.
Okay, let's bring the energy back. Game 3. Okay. Guild number 1, VKG number 2, Complexity number 3. Fnatic still got a lot of energy. This is anybody's game coming back in. Oh my god, that was a long wait. Listen, let's see what people do.
I've been waiting for this moment. And our legends are ready to go.
Let's go, man.
To jump into these games. I know Monsoon was a little
I'm glad I'm not on the production side, bro. I'd be sweating bullets.
Hopefully. He'll have to.
Like, could you imagine being on the production team and that stuff's going on, bro? I'd be panicked. I think my heart would be racing the whole time. Like, bro, guys, that'd be me. Like,
Exo Clan. Ooh, interesting. Remember we were talking about the Loba and potentially looting the tunnel. They're not going to be doing that, by the way. First black market goes down. It's perfectly on top of Harvester.
Fnatic's out to split here.
Purely for fast rotating purposes. Perhaps there's an option if it's a more northern zone.
Okay.
Maybe they save it. Maybe they use the second black market on the way, rotating through the landslide tunnel. Guess there's some potential for that. But remember, the original zone was going most likely Skyhook. Of course, full lobby reset. That means the zone resets.
it's pulling south now in the zone.
And we pop another one out. This
Ooh,
time,
it's not here anymore. That's crazy.
Harvester, maybe even
Exo's not in a bad spot.
Station. We have seen some.
I don't know which side it's gonna pull. It's got a 50-50 to pull this side or this side. This zone sucks.
Actually, no. Does that go to the thermal station? It's more up there.
This zone's gonna suck, man. I'm not gonna lie.
I was gonna say it's always by a fragment.
It's because movement doesn't matter when you're at this high up. Like nobody's gonna you can't move around where somebody won't hit you. If you're doing movement running around, people are gonna shoot you and isolate you out. It doesn't matter. Like these people don't miss. If let's say like you got somebody bouncing around like Fade in a building, they're not gonna push him. They're gonna go isolate and kill your other teammates because you're busy doing movement. So now you got the 3v2. If a Wraith is like, oh, I'm gonna bounce around, bouncing around, don't mean nothing. It just means like, hey, the Wraith ran away, kill the other 2 people down below. Now, if all 3 people were doing movement, one always definitely makes a mistake and isolates themselves out. It works against players that don't know what they're doing, and it can work in ranked. It can work in ranked well. But when you're at this level, bro, you ain't gambling with movement.
An Evo Harvester to the north of Climatizer, so I think that's where
you're assuming these players are gonna miss. Would you assume? What the?
One to TSM.
Oh wow, TSM.
That's a shame.
If somebody's moving around like that, and you think that these people are gonna miss their shots, I mean, I don't know what world you're living in.
I was a TSM who landed.
You think Verhulst is gonna miss that much at this level? No way, bro. That's crazy. Or they're not gonna isolate somebody out.
See what VP could do. Fighting has not stopped here now. Over by Guild.
Guild lobby leaders in trouble early on. So many
yeah, Guild not looking too hot right here. Like I said, a lot of the momentum everyone built, everything's on the table. It ain't looking too hot.
Action in this congestion to the
Falcons looking to hold this area. Oh, that's not good for Falcons.
But Sweet gets the better of Zero. As we said, many teams. This isn't a straight up fight.
Yeah,
this is a messy fight.
In this congestion spot. And in the distance complexity around here too.
Zero needs to get out of this bad. He's not moving out. He's stuck here. He does have cover, but he needs to get out. LG's backing out.
LG to use their bubble here, dropping down from the high ground. They were able to get the knock though on Zero again.
Yeah, they're taking huge damage. As you can see, Zero without the bubble could not save himself from that.
This is a messy early fight, bro. This fight is not worth it on many ends. A lot of resources burned. Look how much ammo he's got. Like everyone is not winning it out of this scenario. Guild, yes. LG, Falcons, no. This fight sucks for both of them. Guild, for them that was a great. They're lucky that happened.
Because that bombardment kind of cutting them off, but at least they were able to back away. But you saw that pressure. You saw the aggression.
I don't think anybody's going to be going out super early here. I could be wrong. Oh, bro, TSM, no way. If they don't get momentum based on this next one, that's crazy. Because they've had a hard reset here. Oh, that nade, they need to shove that. Dude, there's so much damage. They need to get in that. Get in there, bro. Oh, no, don't let them reset. Oh, God, they got him hunkered in there. TSM is absolutely getting messed up here. Oh, my God, this fight is taking so long, though. Come on, man. Oh, dude, the counter. The counter. Oh, the repeat? Fnatic repeated it? Oh my god, dude, that's crazy. What a hold by TSM. That's why I say all bets are on the table, bro.
Remember, they were going for that Evo Harvester up north. Now in a 1v2.
It's hard to predict now because players are going to be making a lot of weird mistakes and people are cold. Let's see who heats up.
They clutch it out. They take care of Aurora, and now they're going to be able to get the rest. They lost out on MT.
Bro, they should have just swung the heck out of it and just got in there. The fact that Fnatic kind of like let them like reset there is crazy.
Spread is quite horizontal.
I get like but they walled them in there, man. That's crazy.
I think that's the only way he could have won it.
Back to back off of that bullet spread. And then we know that they had that beacon right there too, so they'll be able to get
that's rough,
back
man.
in. Enter Force 36.
TSM might be back in this. Fnatic not looking too hot now. But like I said, it's hard to predict when people are now like reset. It's been, listen, it was a hot minute there. We're like, it's almost like resetting back to 1 again, you know?
As they also be going through that tunnel side of Skyhook.
Okay, next
Let's
zone
take a look.
Now coming up. As we saw in TSM, some teams
TSM is actually in a really great spot now.
Potentially
Exoclan as well. That's looking really solid. Complexity? Oh, not anymore. I mean, it's not awful. It's not awful. They could go up. Another underneath.
Set up early.
Could be a little rough down the hill.
Knocked him down to the south.
This is going to be this ending right here then. This is going to pull towards Harvester, not on the backside here. Okay, let's think about where this is going to end. Not here, right? Not here. Potentially here. And potentially in the front of the building right here. These are the two zones. It's 50-50. I don't know. Question mark? Which one it's going to be? I don't know. I had a TSM hold that, bro. I'm shocked that Fnatic kind of. I feel like that was a throw. That was a huge throw on Fnatic's part. I'm really shocked that happened.
Coming out of Monument side towards the south.
They had all the openings, and like I don't know why they didn't shove it harder at that point, or just if they lost the momentum, just let them go, like just let it be. But like they had them on the ropes. I don't know what happened.
Liquid Alienware though. Only 2
I mean, I know what happened. They hesitated. They sat there and froze. Like they each kind of like looked. Yeah, I mean they just let them reset. They had all that damage, and yet nobody was willing to like. They were looking for the clean opening because the fight was taking way too long.
And could also hold on to that ring console there to deny that opportunity from other teams.
They get the reset, but they lose all of their priority, Vicky. I mean, you know, they're landing VP at Lava Siphon.
These guys are kind of playing edge. It's not bad. They haven't found anything though.
And yet they're going to be one of the last teams into Circle 3.
Yeah, they're a little late. And they got Valk, so it's nothing to really worry about.
Fear, you're one of the teams.
They got purple. They can Valkyrie. They know where they could know where to land. It's not the end of the world.
They've been rocking it for a little while. Yeah. You know, as we said, teams like Fnatic trying it out for the first time here today. But Furia have got their reps in on it.
I'm a little torn to see what's going to happen now.
Beacon right there, right next to staging, while overlooking the teams that may be crossing their path on their rotate. They noted already how many squads were closer to those tracks by staging. We had seen LG in that building originally too. Saw that initial fight with Falcons and Guild. Lions had moved up to that spot instead.
All right, this is a zone that's going to really pressure some teams.
Really securing their spot, the middle part of Harvester, where there's also a ring console, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like VK Gaming are playing for that one. They might be just, if they haven't hit this survey beacon already.
No, they've definitely already hit it.
And then take the Skyward dive in. It looks like Go Next may have had a similar plan.
It would have been smarter if they waited for the recon for the zone to know, but I think they've already hit it.
VK Gaming trying to scare them away. You can see though, it's a 2v3 firefight right now.
Because they didn't have
Go
that
next
ring
spot's
console,
not bad.
running the Valkyrie, they get to scan that survey beacon instead to see where everybody is on the map. VKG were able to successfully hold off Go Next, forcing them to go through that bunker tunnel.
Who was the guy that used to work with you on BF? Eddie? He used to work with me on the Apex stuff and Marvel Rivals.
Be in that next zone, maybe trying to see if they can
he's in the YouTube. He was a part of Nova Gaming.
This is that
FT, I'll just type in chat.
There was no other team on the northeastern side of Harvester. So they actually get to walk in this for free.
He plays for Reignite right now.
That's crazy. I mean, yeah, I said how hard this rotate was going to be, and it's like a walk in the
Okay, let's see here.
park
Let's take a
for
look.
Shopify.
All right, what do we got?
I think they're actually going to be able to
Oh, look, you know how I said it was either going to pull here or here? It's pulling here. It's going to be out in the open like in this area. That area right there.
Scan, this is insane.
Gaming Gladiators has the best spot right now. They have game-winning spot.
It looks like Gaming Gladiators.
TSM has got this half of the lobby has a tough rotation. Complexity and Guild is not awful as they start to work in. Like these teams are not in a bad spot per se.
The position underneath, they might be able to play the
But Gaming Gladiators has game-winning spot.
But it does look
quite
like
literally.
Into the snake. I like this. I think
Statistically, they have the best spot, but I'm not ruling out all the teams on this side that they can push in.
Exit out of that vault tunnel.
That's crazy.
Very early on could sometimes be a little scary because you're going to be in the line of sight of a lot of squads.
Okay, I think that's Keon's team. That's Fury. I think that's rotating right there.
See teams now taking to the skies as Alliance are on top of that grandma's house, looking at the squads in the distance. That hill that I'm mentioning is where that squad is situated, right in front of Alliance.
Yeah, that's Fury. They're panicking. They don't know where to land. They're going to go in the cavern. Oh, they are really split. What happened with Fury there? And also, dude, what happened with Alliance? Dude, what is this rotation?
To his side, it was Legacy that was able to get that.
Fury are giving away some space right here. They don't want to be in the cavern and have. I think they're waiting to inch it in. They were definitely panicking on the comms where to land though. I'm not gonna lie.
Alliance are a little bit worried about a team like Fury.
Yeah, they were so split right there. That was almost a throw. That's crazy.
Valcolt on top
of TSM.
2 TSM members? No, only 2 being knocked.
I mean, they can res them still.
I'd say Zap is gone for good, but we all know that resets are very, very possible.
The Rampart will. Oh my God, he can still res.
Can't get the punch in, and in doing so, almost goes down himself.
This is gonna be hard. I mean, he has one.
TSM needs to fight for more aggressive spots. Envy's doing great holding. And same for like Gaming Gladiators. The people that are in center are really good at holding these spots. TSM is being way too passive and like fighting for better spots. They need to like push out teams to gain better areas.
They were able to get.
I know Fury is trying to do it, but their comms you can tell are a little jumbled. I don't know what that was earlier.
Ahead by the choke.
You see how Falcons is pretty well composed right here doing this? This is not bad.
Remember, they only had the 11th seed in this draft, so
they need to figure out where to push it next.
What they were expecting. When I talked to some of the coaches about what they would hope for in terms of the POI draft, most of them were saying, you know, you kind of need to be top 5, probably at the worst. Say
they don't see
7,
complexity right there.
You know, in order to get
complexity is about to ruin Falcons. Oh, they do see them.
A good way to get through this and grab Tridents, but the Falcons, they have to take a different.
This is an interesting fight.
Complexity, we're trying to get.
I would give this to Complexity because they actually have to wait for them to come in. But if Falcons can find an opening, this would be great. I know you probably are thinking, but they're on height. It's because they have to like. Falcons may have to just go for a massive dive here because of the zone. You see how far they have to come down? And they've already burned their ults and resources. Falcons is kind of struggling, so I'm kind of giving this to Complexity to kind of hold them off. Unless, if Falcons gets a crazy crack or a crazy grenade, this immediately goes the other way around.
You could force out the enemy bubble in this case. No team wanted to extend yet, but since the bubble has been used from Complexity, they won't have that
27 seconds this gets decided here. I'm putting the bets on Complexity though.
If we're able to ping them from afar, they also now have information.
Oh, they're giving it up?
Fighting continues on with VKG, losing out on the Newcastle here.
Kind of want to see the fight, but that's fine.
Right behind them, still feeling the pressure.
This is sloppy. That's a messy fight, bro. That's crazy. I get wanting to fight for space, but I don't. They didn't find an opening.
With the plethora of death boxes to their feet.
Verholst is about to get slammed in this corner here if they realize he's over there.
Yeah, and they're pretty close to the zone, which has done yet another switchback, by the way. So.
Ooh, they managed to get across over there.
Not sitting as pretty as
technically, Falcons has the health advantage, but the only reason I'm giving it Complexity is because they have like, ooh, this is switching around. That's crazy. Oh my God! You see what I mean? That was the issue, is that they're very out in the open. Even though Falcons has the better, has more HP. They have a hard rotation open space here. That sucks, man. Complexity's gonna go for it. That's why I gave it a Complexity. That positioning is tough for Falcons, bro. And Complexity's shown up today. Like, they have a lot of momentum. Even after the reset, they're looking pretty hot.
A team on either side, it's rarely a recipe that works well for the
one. Ooh, Team Burger's out. Yep.
Team Burger, they make their way to the high ground, but it's not for long. Virtus Pro steal it off them. And as we see here, the zone went first north.
See, I'm still betting on Gaming Gladiators here, but Complexity could do a really great play.
Actually,
that zone, you see where Gaming Gladiators can wait right here? Complexity could be right here on this end.
Envy had given up that high ground spot too, and LG just were able to wait.
The other teams of why I'm not like putting banking on it is that they're all about to like get stuck right here in that corner.
Across from one another right now. Both teams on their last legs within this game. Verhos also the solo.
Fury is kind of stuck in the lower ground part. That's kind of rough. Guild versus Complexity is a very interesting matchup here. That's TSM, they're out.
Win over Falcons, now on 27 points.
Solo taken out from Nizul. As Liquid had called out the zone, by the way, they also
I would give this to Complexity.
Next to two
they're closer to zone.
Mobies.
Yeah, Guild is running.
Some extra makeshift cover. They're the only team, by the way.
You do. You have to think. It's like chess. You have to think. Wait, what happened? Oh, audio till now.
Alliance stuck up the
what happened?
Here. One of the only teams still playing Catalyst in this finals lobby.
The stream is still going. Okay, I was about to say. I was like, do we not have the stream going?
Catwalk cutting through the double dome that you saw right there. Alliance still trying to stay alive right behind the Newcastle wall, while E36, a team that uses the bubble the moment they
one
find
could
some
be in the
space,
center. That could also be a thing.
But
yeah, you really have to think really far in advance where your positioning is and what it's going to do for you.
Try to extend on this.
It becomes a game of chess at this high level.
BP is fully sending it onto Furia.
3 Valk teams still left in the lobbies. We see E36 slam their position.
Well, like I said, this part of the lobby here, it's just going to become such a cluster, man.
Timing on this fight for LG here too to go in for that third party. E36 get taken out.
Oh, I gotcha.
Opportunity now for Gaming Gladiators to pick up that KP. And while
I'm banking on Complexity for this.
Complexity.
Guild went the other way. Ooh, hold up. This is a messy fight. It's messy, but they think they got it.
Take care of Guild. They had the evil shield advantage.
Yeah, I'm just Complexity just even though they're inching in, Gaming Gladiators has a great spot, but I'm surprised. I don't know. Dude, there's 3 teams up there. That's crazy. It's not over for them. Oh, Complexity got momentum now. I think this is a bit of a throw. I think Complexity is kind of a... I think they're getting a little too excited here. Bro, Complexity's going crazy right now. They don't give two... You know what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Dude, that's crazy. The disrespect.
The wall goes up.
Dude, they can go right back. That is crazy, dude.
About pushing in because of the spikes.
Respect it. I respect it, bro. That's crazy.
Complexity backing away. They don't have a catalyst. They can't extend to create that space if they did in that case. Instead, they have that rampart.
That was a ballsy like play over there. I mean, they got him out. It's just like, what if like you came in and it wasn't a clean fight? Respect it though. Respect.
Sitting above, I believe
Shopify screwed here. There's no way they make out of this rotation.
They haven't noticed he's there just yet.
Yeah, they're screwed. The bubble.
Forward.
But once the bubble goes down, everyone's gonna look at them. I don't know. You put a wall down and you rampart wall and you pray. Ooh, maybe nah, bro. That's crazy.
Nothing to see here for that solo. Complexity now try to engage. They put down the dome.
Oh,
Let's jump into it. Let's see what Complexity as they take this fight.
Do you have wall? Yeah, wall on me north.
Great calm on the wall. They need to be patient. Breathe. They got this. They got this. Bro, this is Complexity's game right here. This is their game. The team on height has a better chance right now. I don't know who went up there. I think it was LG. Oh, it's SR.
Look above, careful.
Yes.
Last 2 teams, the team on height has the biggest chance to win. They got to play patient with them. It's not impossible, not impossible. This can go any way right now for all 3 remaining teams.
I need cells. It's bottom by the top. I can I'm 1-0. On me. A lot of shit. Okay.
Worst spot for Complexity now as the zone keeps closing.
And with the way Complexity and their comms are flowing, you wouldn't think Monsoon actually has to go to the bathroom. Sitting on the edge of his seat, playing off the low ground. They have
this is rough. This is rough.
Complexity with the throwback logo. It feels like they're throwing back to the glory days of Monsoon. We've said this is his meta.
This could go anyway. I don't even know. This could go anyway.
They have so much KP to their name. 12 total KP.
No matter what, they've played out of their minds this round.
for now. They use up the dome. Liquid Alienware are staring
Oh,
at
Team Liquid's playing even more patient. They're not aping. Good on them. They have to drop. It's complexity versus height.
The pressure as now Complexity are down to
Yep.
a duo.
They should be proud of how they played, though. That's crazy. They had height. They had height, man. It could have gone any way, but they had height. Complexity should be really proud of themselves there because they bullied and they got a lot of kill points. I'd rather go out in third with all those kill points than win that round. It's not important to win right now. It's important to get points on the board.
Positioning advantage. Looking down at Liquid, looking down at Complexity.
The only thing Complexity could have done was just shove the team on low ground and play for second. But I know they were waiting to see if they can go for the win.
13 kills.
No lag on this end.
After that first fight up at Climatizer, he finishes up with 6 kills and over 2k damage. MT and Koifel right in there as well, though 7 between them. Shopify. Couple of points starting out, and now they add 25 to it. Here's that banger game that we were talking about. No one had after game.
Still, you see Complexity's total points right here?
That's with them coming out of serving,
19.
Right? Coming in from the north, like you had mentioned.
I mean,
Gino,
versus first, I still, that's why I say 19 is not bad.
Over by that southern side of Harvester, close to that jump tower, in between that rock. But in the midst of the chaos of the teams that were fighting out of Harvester, they found that space right in between Liquid and Complexity.
And we've talked about how bouncy the zones are right now on World's Edge. I mean, it was one side of Harvester, then it was the other. They get one of the luckiest late game scans I have ever seen.
A lot of these teams on the right side are really struggling.
It kind of debates them, right? And despite that, they fight
we follow the narrative. There's not much to break down there. Hey, boss guy, what's up, man?
Look, I think this pick
I think it's rough. Like Complexity just played it really well, and once I saw what they were doing, it's like that's the team that's really cooking. And I know that like SR came out there, but it's like it's not really like too much of a surprise. You see, look at this.
We were highlighting him throughout the course of the last few days.
Complexity's on fire right now, man.
That this team has together to put
they need one small decent round to be on match point. I believe match point's 50 points.
Complexity still consistently, by the way, finding their
crazy. They're on fire, man.
Their placement points that has now elevated them to 41 points. Once again, let us not forget. Match point is 50 points, and Complexity are right there.
They're only 9 points off.
3 games alone.
They literally just need to be in the top like 7 for next round.
And
that's
that
it.
first fight against Falcons, now that I'm just thinking back on it, was so impressive, right? Remember,
There's so many teams that are far behind right now. Like Complexity could lose momentum later, but they're on fire right now. That's why I said it's okay they don't win right now. They don't need to win.
Actually get the high ground over Falcons and then take them out. It was a really impressive and well-called fight.
I think they're giving a quick break.
Monsoon. I mean, big props though, of course, to Shopify Rebellion for taking out the dub there. It's almost like MT is the one like holding the akimbo weapons. You know, MT, the IGL, just showing where MT and Zainu, who's 2 young chargers.
Yo, what's up, Urban?
And he just fires them away as the double fraggers. Some of the best in this entire tournament.
You're calling Koifel and Zainu basically the last meta of Mozam's coming in as Zainu.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the way that Zainu's able to hold both MT and Koifel, it's been beautiful to see with Shopify. It's been great so far within our first 3 games. We see where Complexity stands. The competition's getting tight. I want to
Complexity
hear more
just needs one
from the
decent
Dazs
game
guys
next
after
round. They can
the
go out in
action
like
that we've
7th place
seen
with a
from
couple
all
of
of our teams
kills.
at the
Or like
3 maps that
6th
we've
place, somewhere around there.
Thank you so much, Vicky and Gino. It's been fun.
Like 2 squad
you guys have
wipes.
done a great job. Obviously,
and then like
we had
10th
a
place
lot of
even
stuff
would be
happening
fine.
on stage, but so
Hey,
goes
51 months.
the
That's
saying.
crazy,
It's
dude.
live,
Let's go,
baby.
man.
So we got to roll with
Thank
it.
you, bro.
And that is exactly what has happened. The teams who are bouncing back, well, Shopify Rebellion find themselves winning yet again. But guys, as we join back on the analyst desk, we've got
I think at this point who I'm rooting for would be Complexity. I know Monsoon's story. He's got a rich story in terms of the community. It would be really great to see Complexity win this.
No POI draft this time. I know.
They got momentum. And they kept their momentum going to this
I'm
match, and they're playing very
I'm
smart.
loving that style.
Thank you.
You know, always bringing something special to the table. You too, Graceful. Looking sharp.
I mean, you know, if we're not going to be playing, we got to.
I know he's just been around the scene for a long time. He's been playing competitive for like 6 years, and he's just I know that he's just a really good guy, and that you know he's been through hard times and good times, and I think having something like this within his wheelhouse would be great to see.
Complexity. This is the story of the tournament. 41 points, 9 points away from match point. Who would have expected this?
I think this is so exciting for them. We talked about them a lot yesterday during Elim Round 2, and they were one of those teams that barely squeaked in, right?
Yeah.
2 points separating them and that bubble of not being able to play here right now. And I don't know what type of pep talk Monsoon gave them or what was in their breakfast, but this is the complexity we were looking for. They're so capable of doing this. And one of the big things that we kind of called out when we were looking at them.
Oh my gosh, yeah, 26 months, let's go.
But they weren't getting the KP. They weren't aggressive enough. And now
I respect complexity for them fighting for the KP. It was risky, but it paid off.
Happened, but graceful. This moment
I like that complexity is willing to make some plays, and they know where their limits are. And the fact that they backed out when they realized that, okay, it's not worth it anymore. That's why I'm putting my bets on them. They know when to fight and how to fight. And they're not afraid to go for stuff, you know? There's a lot of other teams that I'm seeing that are hesitant, that are afraid to go for things.
They just made it through.
Complexity is willing to fight for the biggest places. So is actually other teams that are willing to do that I've seen. Complexity, Guild, Fnatic, SR, are some teams that I've seen so far, even though like Fnatic has gone out, that are willing to fight for stronger positioning and willing to gamble for it because they know positioning matters. When you see that trend and they're confident, you know that it's going to be good for them. We've seen other teams that are
wanted to succeed, now finally in a position to do so, and if not win,
that are scared almost. Like, I mean, you don't want to make a risky play, but sometimes you got to gamble for it. You got to go for the higher play.
Which I think even if you tell Complexity that a couple of months ago, they don't
They'd say, what?
Yeah, like, I mean, this is a team that has always invested in themselves, but I hesitate to say that they've believed in themselves to the expense of reality. Complexity have always been very realistic about their chances, especially when, I mean, think back to when Kimchi joined the roster. They weren't
even a coach turned player.
Yeah, they didn't expect success that season. They expected survival, and Complexity have hung in there. They've survived. They've kept showing up at LAN, and to see this be the huge payoff where they're taking the lead on Championship Sunday in Japan is wild.
Yeah, I follow that same. I agree with that. The fact that they've been so consistent throughout the years.
Because other teams have won games as well, and let's start getting into it as we walk through those final circles from our first 3 games. Lauren, Complexity did start things off. They've been very consistent to walk us through match 1.
Yeah, and we kick things off on E-District as well, of all things, but Complexity were able to really play this zone to their favor.
You see how we see the trend of just how well they've been playing? They've been really killing it. Like, just when they realized here that they had to push.
You had Fnatic in there, you had Furia in there, and they were able to kind of use these outskirts to their advantage. You can see Enemy here putting in the work with Sheila, and they just had the perfect amount of patience. And this ties into our storyline that we talked about yesterday. They kept running into Fnatic, couldn't win those bubble fights. Well, then when it comes down to Fnatic and Complexity top 2, they finally get that turnaround.
I'm gonna go say here, one thing that I feel like the casters are missing is the fact that Complexity pushed right there so hard, and they knew what it meant to fight that team right there, to fight Fnatic, and that they didn't play patient. They knew the opportunity. I don't think Complexity is getting enough credit for realizing what the next 2 steps would have been right there if they waited. If they waited, they would have lost. If they waited even 3 more seconds, if you said 1, 2, 3, Fnatic would have moved over to that position and started putting walls and everything. I don't think that they're given enough credit for that.
And we saw them on the bin, so I was like, yeah, they're gonna get pinched. BKG decided to opt for alliance.
Guild is playing really smart here too, going for big plays. That's why I'm giving credit for Guild here. If these teams keep fighting for the right spots and playing aggressive for what matters, then that's going to go a long way.
They already have a win on the board. You know, if they hit match point, they've shown, hey, we can win games. And if they, you know, if stars align, they close out the tournament, who else would be super happy except Phony himself? He proved so much, and he has for sure.
I mean, it looked like things were going so well for Guild, and they certainly were. And you have this conversation right out the gate. Well, you know, Phony and MT, they do the hard swap on Shopify Rebellion and on Guild. Phony gets that first win. It's looking like, uh-oh, could be redemption. Still could be. But game 3, Shopify Rebellion would say, wait.
Don't leave me behind.
Don't leave me behind. We're still here.
Yeah, I mean, managing to pick up a win here was really good for Shopify Rebellion, especially given the
Once they
zone
got this high
misread
Shopify
that
Rebellion,
Gio
it was
called.
kind of
I hesitate
it.
to even call it a misread. The zone was pretty wacky that game, pulling us into Harvester. Then
Could that same
north,
principle fight
then
for spots?
switching things
100%.
up to south. I actually anticipated
Fight for what matters.
that Alien
Don't play the weaker
best shots
spots.
because they chose to take a really slow approach into this
Oh,
zone.
they almost bumped him
from
off
the
with that
south
ult right there.
side.
That's crazy.
But
Didn't even see that.
Catalyst even at the end to stall out
Dude, they
the fight
almost bumped him
wasn't
off. If
quite
they
enough
did, that
for
would
them.
have changed
Simply
the whole
because
fight.
Shopify Rebellion get to hang on to this all-important high ground, and that really is what determines their win at the very end of the game, is that nobody else fights on low ground, but at the end, it's still going to be an incredible high ground advantage that you have when you're able to drop in late. Shopify Rebellion, I think, with a very well-earned victory and great navigation of that zone, especially in how
That image, oh my god.
I mean, our kill leaders so far in our match point finals, Phony and Monsoon. Was he trying to not blink, or was he trying to blink, or was
like a Pokemon?
I mean, what was Joe Brady
Looks
doing
like a
behind the
Pokemon.
camera is what I want to know, because I think Monsoon was reacting to something. Joe?
He's giving his best Gibraltar.
Yeah, I was about to say it. It looks like Gibraltar.
I mean, yeah, he's a character select right there. I mean, that's like a
Yeah, that really is. That's like a character select screen.
Phony also showing a little swagger as well.
You know, and like then he does like it does like the pose, you know.
And looking smooth out in London, and now obviously he's got the shorter hair and he's ready to go. And these are our 2 kill leaders for match point finals so far. Now, when you break it down to the assist leaders, well, they belong to the same teams. Still, some pretty good poses. You can tell the energy from Kimchi is matching Monsoon, and he's helping to set up what is his fragger and very good frame, Grace.
I feel like a lot of people always look at kills, but the damage is there. You know, they're not doing anything.
Yeah.
They are their support fire, and most of the time you can't even see the stats that are even more crucial. It's not even stats, but the important factors that also weigh into the fights is how much damage have they tanked in regards
No matter
to, like,
what,
taking
even
the
if they were to
front,
lose
swapping
this, I
positioning.
think that they really
I'll take the
showcased
first
themselves
shot
this
before you,
tournament.
so you
They
can
should be
clean
really
up.
proud of
Being
how they've been
willing to
playing.
do
It's,
that might
they've been playing out of their
throw, you know,
minds.
the kills for your teammates,
Showcasing they belong
but
here. It's been great.
Essentially, it helps them win the fight, which is honestly more important than having, you know, more stats on the leaderboard.
Talking about Guild as well, I mean, I think it was Snipedown brought this up a few days ago, but what a turnaround it is to have him be one of the kill leaders in a finals lobby. Because Phony, I think, was critiqued when he was playing on SSG for being somebody who mechanically wasn't able to keep up with the rest of the team, because you have, I mean, Zainu and Koifel right next to you. What are you going to do? Yes, but now seeing Phony really step up in this whole LAN, but especially in the finals with the team, Jesco and Legacy are no slouches mechanically, so it's not like he's just like pulling ahead of a team that just isn't there. And I think I'd say a very similar thing about Monsoon, although with him, I think it's a bit of a special case, especially given how many people he's knocked out of the tournament so far. The man is a sniper specialist, and that especially is really important when they're collecting kills.
Let's take a look at the series results. Lauren, walk me through other storylines that have caught your eye. We know Shopify, we know Guild, we know Complexity are at the top of the list. Who else are you focusing on heading into our next 3?
You know, I think obviously even just going off of the predictions, everybody definitely had their
I'm still catching up with this tournament. Complexity is playing out of their minds. It's crazy.
Complexity has a big lead. Everyone is
I'd say
still
close
one
second
solid
would be
game with it
Guild,
being right in
and I would say a
exact same
third.
area as Complexity.
Oh, let's
also
see here.
Fnatic, the hometown heroes, we wanted to see what they were going to bring to the table here. A little
A
bit
third
of a
could be
start for them,
a tie
but
between
still
Shopify or
all
Envy.
really safe. I think
I hate to write off Fnatic, and I think they're doing really well, but they, I think they lost their momentum. They've been losing early fights.
4 days. They are not going to be happy with that right now.
We've almost kind of expected that there might be this flip-flop on these Sundays with Falcons, because we know that they've done it before. But Aurora coming
I could be
into
wrong.
this, we were really expecting a pop-off continued. That has not happened yet. We'll see if that changes.
Because when they hit
However,
match
something
point,
that
things
has
can really
happened
slow
is
up.
An award has been given out. We've been talking about it all week long, and it's something that I like very, very much in my own life. Positivity, bringing the good vibes. Well, EA likes it too, and every year on Championship Sunday, we find a way to award the positive player. And yes, it was between Hockeys and MT, but guess what? It is MT who got the win, handed over by the man, the myth, the legend himself.
Because you can get there and they could stall out and not win.
I don't know. That wasn't the best word. Creator.
We'll have to see. Like this is the interesting part. Is that to see once they build momentum and they're in that match point, do they freeze and then like
what
not
it means to be
play as
who
aggressive?
not only is playing and competing at a high level, but keeping the big picture in mind and putting out.
We got a long night ahead of us. I mean,
We talk about
I
that
think
a lot,
this
the
will probably
Green
end in
too.
like
It's
2 more
obviously
hours.
We're here for the competition, but there's so much more outside of just the literal stage, these lands. It's about getting to know the players, their personalities, and what they're bringing on the whole. I mean, sometimes it can get pretty frustrating in these matches, and to be able to be someone who's just a
I hope they start the
beacon of
next round pretty
light
quick too.
in the community is an important thing.
It is, and we have to keep acknowledging that. There are a lot of ways to win in life, not just by undercutting. Sometimes being the big person, being somebody that impacts somebody positively is the way to go. So congrats, MT, and
That's
hey,
true.
you just got the win. We'll see if that continues. For now, it's time to get back into the games, and Gino and Vicky are ready for you. Guys, take it away.
You already know, Rain Day. I like seeing that, being able to highlight the positive faces within the community to really help elevate the competitive Apex scene and what makes us different when it comes to also bringing everybody together.
And you know,
Positive player. I think it's an award people also vote on too.
Go on face a watch and like
Match
sharing the
4.
team comms throughout the games and stuff. I've seen people, make.
I'm
comments
guessing
like,
this will
hey,
go until
who
match
are
7
the
or
most
8. So
positive
probably like,
teams?
let's say 2
I actually
hours
wanna go
and
listen to
45.
their comms. That's how I
Being a little
enjoy
generous, but we'll see.
watching the game the most. So yeah, it is really cool to be able to highlight some of those players and teams.
If they, let's see if they change the lobby codes. If they don't change the lobby codes, sometimes it pulls to the same spot in the south. We'll see. I think they've gotten better about doing that, where they give different codes to try to give different end zones.
$2 million on the line. First place walking away with $600,000.
Woo!
Second place gets $320,000, and the difference between those two spots, it's like a $280,000 difference. It's a $280,000 money match. Some of these squads now waking up. Shopify Rebellion sitting in second place right now with 28 points. And as Glitter said, Complexity leading the way with 41 total points. It takes one good game from any of these teams in the middle of the pack to elevate.
Let's look at the map. Let's take a look and see what we're dealing with here.
The #1 team.
All right, there we go. Let's take a look. What are we doing with here?
The #2 place team going for it, like at the end of match point.
That's not bad.
On match point, one shot left.
We got a lot of power plays right here. This is a great spot.
Shotguns
Great
involved.
spot. Great spot.
And we're like counting the pellets by the end to work out like, how many dollars per
It's also strong here. This whole area right here is really strong. Whether it's where it's gonna pull is questionable.
That gets second place. It would actually break my heart, but that's the type.
Let's see, where's everyone at though?
That you have to just break it down to.
Teams on this side of the map right here are all gonna have a hard time working their way in through this choke and this choke.
Go next. Gonna be able to get
It's not impossible though.
console over by Big Mod, split looting over.
Complexity's already working their way in. Furious trying to trail behind.
Yeah, I don't read
Not
this
bad.
one as a Geyser ending. I believe in recent times it's been ending in Geyser. It needs to be a lot more east, and we'll see it end near those bins, hugging the south mountain of
Where they're
Geyser,
at, this
maybe
whole
towards
area
the
is a good
end
gamble
building.
across the board.
And as we see Go Next move forward,
Exo's already got an amazing spot here. It's a little early to be there. They're going to be pretty low in resources if they keep shooting, but it's not bad.
Yeah, north part of the lava siphon by that fence line too, closer to those crates that you kind of see when you exit out of the bridge side. When you're on your way to lava siphon, it's going to benefit the teams that get to rotate from lava siphon.
Do you think most of them during poke damage level you or just showcase presence? Both.
BP had already gotten that information very early on, so
You want to do both. You want to showcase that you're a threat to be handled with and not to mess with us, and you want to level up your Evo. You do both.
It feels like Zone 3
You're doing both
has
at the same
been,
time.
Sort of relatively stable. Like, you can get a good idea of where that will be heading. It's after that we're seeing the chaos, right? Zone 4, 5, 6. That's when the players are real. Like, even these guys, even the best IGLs in the world who do their homework on zones all the time, being helped out by the best analysts with all the information to work out where these zones are going. Even these guys are struggling to work out and predict those zones.
I don't think they're struggling to predict the zones. I think they're struggling of how many people are in the way of that zone. I disagree with that assessment. These guys have been playing this game long enough. They know where the zone is going and where to play. It's a matter of how much they have to deal with by the time they get there. It's not a matter of predicting. If you're playing at this level and you can't predict the zone, you're in the wrong business. If I can do it, I know that they're thinking it too. They know. They're just trying to decide what fights to take, so I would have to disagree with that assessment.
Charge rifle in the hands.
There's no way any pro player at this level can't predict the zone and tell you where it's going. And if they can't, you have one person on the team that can. Not at this level. That'd be ridiculous. So, like, even if I look at this, we know this is a good spot, good spot, good spot. Oh, it switched over, so let's go and reset that. But they're fighting. The reason why they're fighting on this end is because they're trying to garner some KP, and then hoping as they work their way in that they can bully their way into the spot.
Now shifting our focus onto E36.
Yeah, they're trying to assess what's in front of them. That's pretty much it. And what's happening is that teams are freezing on how much pressure and if they can win certain fights, and they're stalling. They're trying to find an opening, but the teams aren't giving them enough window to move on something.
Found himself playing off that lip. The other members of E36 are going to be able to go around.
It's not zone. It's 100% trying to predict if they can win fights. You're right.
Still trying to isolate.
Like this is a bad fight for Interforce 36. I think E36 is trying to find really aggressively. They're trying to do what Complexity is doing, but the fights that they have aren't bringing a whole lot of value.
Shopify Rebellion on the backside of this as well, though. As we see that damage coming out, it's probably only a matter of time until Shopify Rebellion get there.
Oh no, E36 get taken out. Go next. Remember in that last
the E36 is good at like doing almost like the unconventional pushes, but they're at this level when we're in grand finals, it's not going to work. They need to switch up their strat and actually go to zone, because every fight they're taking, they're making mistakes. They got split. They're not taking height. They're just making blatant mistakes. And I'm not saying they're not a good team. It's just they need to change up the strat a little bit. What worked before isn't working here. People have, there's too much money on the line. People aren't going to make these type of mistakes. Not now.
Design use, as you can see, just ticking up now. This does give them immediate.
Like Shopify Rebellion, notice how they stopped pushing the momentum. I think E36 would have kept pushing the momentum here. But Shopify Rebellion knows better. They know to start rotating. And that's a clear difference there. I don't think they're a bad team. I just think they got to switch it up. You consider ring prediction to be a fundamental skill. I think you need to know ring and positioning of what's there. Like if you see the zone, you need to picture what every position looks like and where it could pull after the fact and where you have to rotate to.
When it comes to having to
it's prediction.
Go for a long distance into where that zone is.
You don't have to be the best aimer if you are positioned better than the enemy team. Now, if the enemy team is just aiming better than you, kudos to them. Like, congrats, they aim better. At this level, everyone has assumed that they can aim and do well. Like, it'd be crazy to tell me, is the difference between player A at 55% versus player B at 52%? It's going to be a make and break. If they're fighting one-on-one, yes, but you shouldn't be fighting 1v1 at this level.
And that says something about the growth of a team usually. That is usually the trajectory a team takes. They start off as a great team fighting team, and then they add more macro into the mix until they are a truly
All right, once they pull up the ring, we'll look at it.
Check all the boxes. We knew that they were able to frag out in these lobbies, but their positioning in these final zones just were not working out for them. Although in this,
yeah, that's kind of like what we expected. Remember, we'll look again. We did this. Exactly what we said. Now the difference is same as before. Where is it going to pull?
Seeing where the zone is pulling and seeing how many squads
it's 50-50. It could pull this way. It could pull this way. Like right down that middle somewhere. Like it's 50-50.
West side of Lava Siphon.
It's exactly what we said would happen though.
Gatekeep a lot of the teams that may want to find themselves going through that choke, exiting out.
All those points are still really strong to be in.
Fighting over here by Falcons, though, looking at Go Next, they're about to get sandwiched.
They're constantly finding
Ooh, Falcons got a great opening there. They should clean this up. That's a clean fight right there. They've barely taken any damage. Clean fight. Great push there too. Not even taking a single loss here. That's a great fight.
Hits him with the go next here as he takes them out. Two members of
yeah, at this point when you start guessing zones, like they've purposely changed the algorithm where it's 50-50. So it's hard for us to, like, it's just, at that point, you're flipping a coin where it's going to go. But you prepare for best case and worst case scenario.
Taking this slowly, too. With Falcons just right around the corner. Do they want to extend to try to go in through that choke, or do they want to commit to going through the choke that we saw Shopify Rebellion in? This is
Falcons are right behind, and they've got momentum.
Rotate through Harvester, see
Alliance and Falcons have got pretty similar momentum right now, so it would be kind of a toss-up of who's going to win that fight.
Ping, they are aware the EMEA powerhouse is just ahead of them now. Instead of streaming forward towards them, they actually take their time. Look at the death boxes on the way through.
We've only lost
a little bit of space
3 teams now, 3 teams.
On the other side of Harvester, but of course then that forces you into those 2 snake-like chokes that can be hard to force your way through.
Oh no, right through the evac, tries to take some shots with the Sheila, but a bit too far away. Doesn't even shoot at the evac tower. He saw that
It gets to a point where it is a 50-50. They've changed that algorithm a while back. Like you'll see, like we put both of them in the split middle. It'll be a 50-50 pull, and it's done intentionally so when you're playing at this high level that you can't just fully always predict. Like you know how they had that software that was an algorithm, it'd like click, 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 and you can predict where it goes in. You can't do that anymore. When it gets to the very end, it's a coin toss.
Okay.
That was patched like I want to say like a year ago. And then that algorithm is pretty good at predicting, but once you get to the end, it's like it really is just a coin toss.
Damage from reps, by the way, over 1k damage already, 3 KP going in their pockets. Knocked them just down to what looks to be a solo.
Because if you look at the zone, it can pull here or it can pull towards the south one. I've seen both those end zones. Or it could be some brand new one that they introduced in, but it is going to pull, like it's a coin toss. But when you're reading it, what you want to try to do is say which of these power positions really matters and then where do we have to push afterwards. And that is how you mitigate the RNG, by already having a really strong strategic spot.
All the way back into the zone. Looks like he might dodge Furia. I think he's going to try and res in launch site. Luckily, Furia coming from Tree. Different Southern POI. Furia coming in from the zone. Of course, we saw them get hurt later, so I think
Falcons has been right on Alliance this whole time.
And they're now pulling up behind the
Falcons has to just barrel through Alliance here. But I don't really know. I think that's going to be a tough fight in terms of barreling through.
Alliance taking the time for this while Alliance backing away.
I would prioritize power spots. Look at that, see? It didn't pull south, it pulled towards this spot. Like I circled, look at that.
Smack bang in the center of the
But that's so random, you know what I mean? Like it looks like it should pull southwest, so it would make more sense. But it's random.
Up and around it, but that means that this spot that Alliance
but it pulled where I thought it was. Like I stood there or there in the bottom. Like one of like I've seen it end in this little area right there, and I've seen it end right in this area. I don't think it's gonna pull right here. I think it's gonna pull right there. That would be my guess. That's my guess, though. It could be stupid and pull up here, though, but I'm still guessing that they'll at least give them the better zone and pull right there. That's my guess.
They also keep themselves out of the line of sight of the other spots that still have that slight height.
But still, you see the power spot. The power spot there is this building right here. This building has a lot of power, and that's kind of game breaking right there. Now it won't pull inside there. There's no way it pulls inside that building. You're not going to get that lucky. But it means that Falcons, Fnatic, and a lot of these teams are about to push. Are going to have to pressure in.
Res, the middle of their rotate, playing on the edge of the zone.
Like TSM's not a bad spot. Aurora Guild has an amazing spot. They have been able to identify power positions and go for it. That's why I put Guild as like a still runner-up next to Complexity. I just don't know where Complexity is at this point.
Still think having the Watson is probably the best way to survive in them to zap all the nades.
It's kind of hard to read it. Where are they at? I don't think they've gotten eliminated yet, have they? Or do they?
You can't really
I don't think they did.
Stop the nades coming in from both windows at once with the castle wall.
Guild moving away from landing over by a landslide, finding that spot very early in the game.
This is a toss-up right now, though. There's a lot of great places to play here, so I can't really give it to one team right now. Like even Guild, even though they have a really great spot, when it pulls outside of that building,
exact rotation we saw VKG take last time that we had this zone.
Shopify Rebellion just kind of bullied them as they came in.
Points out of it. Didn't convert massively.
I think the Hail Mary of the Valk ult is not great. I think Valk ult should be utilized to clean up Edge if they're going to do anything like that.
And they take too much
Ooh, Falcon with Alliance, man. Falcon's been right on Alliance this whole time, bro.
On top of Alliance, we saw that first knock from Hal. They get
Falcons is in a pretty decent spot as long as they fight, which I think they're starting to do. As you can tell. Oh, here's Complexity. Okay. Ooh, Complexity's in a bad spot. This is not good.
LG, but they're getting pressured over to the side.
Oh,
they have to be
it's not
careful
a good.
there's a team in the distance also
They just need
taking shots at them.
positioning, man. Or placement. They don't have to go very far, but I don't think they're gonna get this.
They didn't need a huge
They're gonna go early.
here. They just needed a good one.
And it's not just LG getting
Oh,
involved
that
here with
sucks.
Noctum, it's also Furia for
That's across the board, even for LG. This fight sucks.
15 squads left.
Complexity out early. That slowed their momentum down. That's not good. But they're still fine. I mean, one bad game, it's okay. Is it the best scenario? No. Is it awful yet? I mean, it's they'll be fine.
Furia picking up some points here. This lobby is evening out.
Doesn't even want to take the risk.
There was a lot of messy fights over here.
With all the shotguns that we've seen.
Furia is gonna have to fight for a spot now. But at least they cleared their back.
They clean up what is left of Noctum.
Oh wow.
And they call in the evac tower too. Isolated, by the way. No other team are really looking at them.
I'm
but
calling
I did
either
see on the
Shopify
map
Rebellion
that
or
TSM
Guild
were
is going to win this
looking at
round.
Furia, and they shot down their evac tower
Falcon
with
is a
Sheila.
top is a strong third. But I'm going with Shopify or Guild with Falcons as a third. That's my prediction.
Underneath the bridge, and it is
Because it could pull towards Falcon's side. I have seen that zone, or it could pull on the far right. I just don't know which one it's going to do. It's a 50-50 again, but I've seen both zones.
of their members. Oh, and they did actually manage to get the other one reset.
Like I see it in my head what it would look like. It would be out in the open towards this. I don't. It doesn't seem like there's enough space. It could be down here in this spot, but I could still be wrong and it pulls the other side. I've seen it. I've seen it happen.
Those cracks with K-Swin, he was incredibly low.
Low check is low. That sucks.
Still looking at the teams right across the bridge just to make sure that nobody tries to take that zip line to try to get right back up here. EXO want to hold this high ground, looking at Envy and also denying themselves.
On a Shopify Rebellion, even slow ground, you would think it's bad,
making them drop down
but
instead.
nobody's bothering them, and they just have to inch in to the spot. Oh wow, I pulled this way. See? Interesting. Yeah, so it did pull that way. Fury's got some nice momentum now. I like it.
That was so well coordinated. Love that from Furia.
The trust and also Vax having to
This
back
is
away,
messy though,
knowing that
because
the
then everyone. I don't know why everyone's dogpiling on this.
Team Burger move up to 3P. They drop down.
That's
Fury
unfortunate.
get eliminated. Team Burger.
Oh my.
The timing on the bombardment, that's actually what started
That's
their
why I wasn't
engagement.
banking any of these teams on the side. Not even TSM. I'm not banking on TSM on the spot. They got a long way to work their way in. Guild is going to be fine and safe. Falcons got the low ground. Shopify Rebellion can push in. They should be okay. They do got to deal with this and this, but that's why I have them at like a second or third.
Oh, they called out Unlucky. You saw him as a solo alliance get eliminated. Solo no more. It's going to be a bloodbath for the teams that have to come out of the east side. TSM with Zap moving
Hey, Eden, how's it going, man?
utilizing the dome. They're looking at Fnatic that are inside the truck right now.
Okay, playing for the south zone. As soon as these bubbles go down,
They're just pressuring him. They're just trying to get something out. TSM's just trying to barrel their way through. Oof.
Oh, this really shows you how hard it is to get inside these
That's
trucks.
crazy. Fnatic had a great hold.
The initial nut, Fnatic were able to get the res and now win the fight.
I get why they did it for TSM, but it was definitely messy.
TSM.
Yeah, but
And Fnatic is just not going to be able to recover from this in time.
Falcons are close by, but
Yeah, that's that. Falcons got them. There's no way. Fnatic's in trouble.
Falcons spot is God's spot right now. Okay, respawn beacon comes out, but they don't have the bubble to sit on it.
Guild is going to be safe here. Falcons is going to be playing in this side over here.
Over to the north
Oh,
side,
let's get
2
rid of that.
BKG get eliminated. Meltstera still alive, being able to find this crevice.
I want to see where Shopify Rebellion's at.
Leica's actually crawling into the zone. Purple knockdown shield. Meltstera cannot even find a chance.
Team Burger out.
This would be the biggest clutch.
That would be crazy if he gets this.
He's got the mobile.
Oh my god, he's trying to find that spot.
He can't find a corner. He can't expose himself.
They've shoved him. Guild.
Does fully send it up to Meltstera.
They got to be careful not to be too greedy though. Dude, he's throwing the movement there. Dude, he's so dead though.
Fnatic get eliminated and Guild have
And then Guild goes right back in and chills in the building, bro.
Love the movement from
That was good movement though, but I mean.
Pick up from Fnatic.
Okay, SR's at the bottom. Like I said, they're gonna have to deal with a lot of this crap down here.
Helping them stake their claim here in Sapporo.
I mean, I have them in like it's possible, but Falcon and Guild have a better spot.
EXO looking right down below.
They got to clean up Envy really good here. They have the advantage here on them.
Okay, now we saw in that pip in the corner there, so many teams shoved into one side of the map. Falcons
Sorry, I had a cat
dominated
grabbing
this
wires.
circle. This feels like the Falcons of old. This is like the exact
They bought some time with
they
that.
want to play from.
Still from the north side
This
here, still
cluster right there, that sucks. Shopify's playing very patient though.
Domes to drop to let the Sheila sing.
Ooh, I don't know about this anymore. That's it. They're done.
Whole time now as the dome goes down, they get the knock onto Koipel and Zaidu. MT trying to play his
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
and EXO to take out each other first to play.
Wow, they let him go.
6 squads left. Shopify get eliminated. EXO beat them back in the lobby. Aurora now.
It's Falcon and
trying to
Guild.
get the KP.
Banking a Falcon and Guild unless they
Still
push each other here.
alive, are still on high and looking at Guilds.
Yeah, Guild are about to lose their position to the zone. So are Aurora. Falcons need to try and find a way to put pressure and push them into.
They got to make sure not to give up on.
They will be the ones in trouble.
Oh no.
Guild getting focused by 2 teams.
That sucks. 2 teams.
Sandwich here. Aurora helping out Falcons in this case while
Good
Guild
play.
trying to push onto Aurora.
They went for something.
For Falcons to move
I don't know what they could have done. They got stuck there.
Somehow no one's looking at them right
If
now.
Falcons lose this will be a throw. They have such great positioning. But at the same time, oh my god, what a great ult. That was crazy. They have this. This is their game. That was an amazing ult.
The PK shot singing. Falcons now have held high, have the advantage.
They win this. They have to win this. If they lose this, that'd be crazy.
Envy forced to play right underneath the platform.
Envy won a second, but at some point they've got to come up.
Oh my god, there's no way they lose this. There's no way they lose this. Come on. You have the advantage. There you go. I was going to say, that ult was insane. That was an amazing ult pushing him off. Yeah, that ult was insane. That was crazy.
Oh, they knew that game was theirs. What up, Jayhawk? Loving that one from the crowd. We saw they pushed through the tunnel behind.
Complexity going out makes this tournament last all but longer.
From that point on, it was Falcons' game to lose.
Because I think they only got one. I don't even think they got a point, to be honest.
I believe they were in the tunnel at one point and then they dropped down underneath. Alliance went out in 11th. They could have potentially held their ground there. Could have been a whole different story. The other thing I think to note was we had that mid-game fight, that early game fight even, where Falcons
Complexity didn't get any points that round. That
didn't
sucks.
engage too hard, as they have done so many times so far.
Guild
this
saw the
tournament,
points.
and that
Falcons gonna
finally
get boosted
allows
up on
them
that
to
one.
get a good end game spot.
They prioritize getting the ring console over by Harvester to allow themselves to have that free rotate, understanding where that zone was going to pull. Huge dub for Falcons, 16 KP.
That's
And
a banger game.
The end game, God spots you can have. When you have a high ground disparity like that, like you have.
I think
coming
Complexity's
out of that
still playing
tunnel, looking
consistent.
down at the
They had a
ditch,
rough rotation.
You just sit up there with
I think
amped
Guild is
balls,
as well.
everyone's doing, you know, amped scout shots, amped Sheila bullets are coming out, and it results in 16 kills.
Good call from Falcons to drop on top of Alliance in the early mid game.
Yeah, I don't think they expected to either. That was a brilliant ultimate. That was crazy.
Imperial Hell with 3,200 damage in the finals lobby at the championship.
That's a great round, yeah.
He heard everyone. Falcons with a huge dub. Waltzy was 7 KP. I mean, under the Warlord title, that is definitely one way to pop off.
Are you feeling it? Are you feeling that HAL finals magic? Like when they got the back-to-back-to-back. You know, it's got that taste about it, Vicky. I can feel it on my tongue.
Can't talk about a finals without mentioning HAL. A lot of attention on the quote-unquote super team for a reason. Coming out of the elimination bracket.
Yeah, their
now
momentum
find
though is pretty
themselves in
crazy.
the top 3 of our match point finals. 37 total points.
They don't gotta. That's the thing. You don't need to win a whole lot. You need to win when it matters. So they need to win once they get into match point.
Of course, this will happen in our first 5, maybe even 6 games where.
Like, I haven't seen him based on the prior turn, like the other days, but I'm going based off of what I see today.
Get the majority of it from that,
they're consistent.
Now that we are pushing up closer, complexity got 0 in that game, by the way. And that feels like this has potentially extended this series.
Remember when we watched Falcons yesterday, when they had to tear up through elimination round 2, when they found that
See some consistent? No.
That game, that dub,
Bluntly,
it was a completely
they're
different
not
Falcons.
consistent right now.
Momentum
They are
that
in a
we
rough
know
spot.
That this team likes to roll with.
They're not fighting for zone. They're hesitating. They're getting wrapped up in too many early fights, and they're not looking about positioning. They're not consistent right now. I would say the teams that I see that are consistent are Guild, Complexity.
In the winners bracket?
Falcons is trying, and so I see the same things. Just like Fnatic, I see the effort there and what they want to fight for. Now it's a matter if they're going to get it or not. I think Complexity and Guild, Complexity's round that one was a little rough.
The finals on Sunday.
But those are the teams that are really, really like looking at positioning and fighting, and it's working. Or if it's not working, at least I see the thought process behind it. A lot of what I'm seeing for certain other teams is like, why are you fighting for that? Like, let's use E30 or E36. Why are you fighting for that? I don't understand the logic behind it. It just, if you got amazing cracks or pushing, sure, you know. But like Shopify Rebellion, when we talked about it earlier, is making the smarter rotations, you know. And all we're looking at, like right now, at an isolated day, all that matters is today, like what we're looking at, right? If they showed up today, that's what really matters at the end of the day. Now, let's say, for example, somebody can make a really good play, but then just fail over and over again. That still is consistency. At least I know the thought process of what they're fighting for. You know, that's important to pay attention to. Now, when we look at a bigger whole, yes, TSM is very consistent across tournaments, but when you isolate into the bubble of how they're playing right now, that's what you're trying to do. Yeah, I mean, like if you're fighting, what are you fighting for? If you say, well, I want to clear out this team early, we have better positioning, sure, but if you have worse positioning and then you're wasting time, then the fight isn't worth it. You're not playing consistent. What is your consistent goal? If your goal is to play edge and we're trying to battle it out, sure, that's a consistent goal. Well, when I'm looking at this from a watch party perspective, and I'm not casting, and I can be a little harsher, I guess you could say, I'm looking at a team that is consistent. What are they trying to do whenever they're pushing? Like Guild, when they left the building and went back in, they were consistent and said, let's clear this out real quick. I don't want to deal with that rat. That's consistent. They are making clear, consistent decisions on what they're trying to do. I saw Complexity try to push their way through. They had no choice but to push through. So because they had no choice, it was a consistent play of like, well, we got to do something, you know?
Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I'm actually using the Logitech Herman Miller. Such a good chair. It doesn't mean they can't pull it back together, but that's kind of when you need like your coach or like your team. Like, guys, let's fight for something. Let's focus. What are we trying to do, guys? Why do we fight there? Well, I just thought we had an opportunity. Like, let's get on the same page. Like, it's time to like really analyze it. You know?
Last team. He's rolling. I dropped you.
You're good speeding wheelbarrow. You don't need to tell us. We're good. I mean, we can. We're like watching in real time. You were good, my man.
Naughty. Dead. Okay. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking shit.
Welcome back, everybody, to Sapporo. As you can see, the snow is continuing to fall, but the games are heating up. Falcons, it felt inevitable that at some point during this tournament,
we would be talking about them winning games of Apex that really
Dude, there's a
matter.
lot of snow
and
over
the
there.
last one, it certainly did.
And again, you saw it from their reaction, just what it means to put themselves back in contention to win.
Yeah, it was a lot of
this
snow. That's
tournament. If you
crazy.
start to fall
I wonder how
away
you're gonna get everybody
from
out of
the
this
leading
building
pack,
and
you
then
start to
go back
worry,
in
you
the
start
snow.
to
That's
panic,
insane.
You start to maybe take more risks that may lead to you exiting those lobbies early, but instead now they join the lobby leaders. They're closing in on match point threshold, and that makes match 5 very interesting indeed.
It certainly does. And like I say, it just felt inevitable that at some point during this tournament, Falcons would have a say. And I just want to touch upon something you said there. You know, it's good to stay in touch with the chasing pack, but for a team like Falcons, who we know sometimes the mentality can be a bit of a problem, just an early win, staying in touch, being in that conversation, that group of teams
It's really
at
solid.
the top of the leaderboards, which just breeds confidence. It breeds belief. And as we
Falcons
head
really
towards
pulled it
Stormpoint
together
as
there,
our
match 4.
5, Falcons are going to be feeling good.
We called it a little early too. I
delighted to be
kind of
moving to
labeled the
Stormpoint.
top 3 teams.
One of our top 3 performers
You know, like,
in this lobby on this
I was
map,
kind of
averaging
banking more
over
in
10
Guild.
points per time. We see
I think they were
them
having an issue trying to get out and create more space, and Falcons was holding a lot more
to do it in
space.
the previous game, but fell short, didn't get the points, and now they've allowed the rest of the lobby to catch up with them. Who is going to be the first team to cross it, and will it happen here in match 5?
Will it be someone else who joins this group that is starting?
It's very highly probable that Falcons,
third place,
Guild, and Complexity
points though. Fair few of them.
all in next round could be match point. It's very possible if they all play well this round.
The ALGS Championships. Looking at where the zone is going to be going, we're going down to Barometer by the looks of things here, Dan.
Yeah, Barometer, which go next, are currently dropping at as well.
All right, let's take a look at the zone. What are we looking
Trying
at?
to see whether they actually have a ring console to work
Oh,
with.
wow,
If they
that's
do, they'll
a
be in a good spot. I can only see a survey
interesting
beacon at the
pull.
moment, so might be one of those situations where a lot of people begin to arrive.
I mean, this is a great spot
and
to
they
hold
don't get
here.
necessarily the priority
This is
spot. But we
questionable
look at
early
the
on, but
leaderboard
good
at the
later.
moment, and you look at some of the names of people
Maybe
that have
for
won
gating.
so far. Mark, I mean, you've got Complexity up there, of
No,
course, but then you've got
maybe
Guild
for
with
later
Furry,
if
you've
it
got
pulls on the other
Falcons
side.
with Zero,
This zone is
and
really
with
hard to
Hal,
predict
and then
because it could
Shopify
be split
Rebellion,
right here
you've got Assign
and
You.
pull towards this side,
You've got all of the previous
or
winners
it
right
can
up
pull
there.
towards this side over here and then go like that for this side, or it could go like this and then go towards the island on this side.
The consistency
I'm just not
we've
quite
witnessed
sure.
in Apex Legends
It's a big question mark
starting
right
to
there on that zone.
be on
But
display
overall, looking at where
here
it
in
is on
Japan as
Barometer,
well.
there's a
Not to
lot of
mention
strong
Alliance
spots to hold
also in
early
6th place, and
that will
they also
become more
won a major
powerful
lap
later.
last
So
year too.
when I say that there's certain spots that are like, you know, like the brushes into that like that little island, not good to hold early, but if you're an edge team, really works out later. And the same thing for the bridges. So you kind of have the ones that are more powerful center zone versus the ones that are powerful later.
Tried, of course, going to be taken a little bit closer to the zone.
Holding space, being able to defend, and being able to bully teams are things that having good aim can bolster 100%. 100%. I mean, you can know a good zone, but if you don't land any shots, then what's the point of it, right?
Over at Barometer, well, they're playing the very backside of this circle, and if it pulls that way, it could be a
Speeding Wheelbarrow, by the way, Ben, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I'm glad that you're vibing here, man. I really appreciate you tons. Anybody that's here, all of you guys, you know, you, Cat Dog, Robo, all of you guys have been typing it. Just everybody. I'm just, you know, calling it as recent name to see. I appreciate it. You know, it's super late night. This is my first quote-unquote watch party that I've done. I've never done a watch party. I've always just casted, so it's nice to not have to. I could be very laid back. And it's been fun. EXO really pushing this.
Slightly increases, but they want to keep the pressure on here. EXO.
It's not a bad early fight. Hey, Rita, how's it going?
It makes the job a little bit more simple as to whether to push or hold.
This fight stalled. They had a really good start there, but this stalled. Now they're going 1-1. EXO is pretty much. Yeah, that's it. I was about, it happened right before I said I was like, EXO about to go. I was like, it ain't looking good. Yeah, EXO, that's done. That's done.
Pricey goes back down thanks to that grenade and will be
Rita, well, I'm glad. Hopefully you're enjoying.
But EXO Clan probably thinking about restarting this fight. Maybe think it's not a good idea because now Noctum Esports are here and they want a third.
Yeah, I think EXO Clan get out of
Dude,
there.
this is messy.
Into the cannon, but now Team Burger might just fall to Noctum here. A last-ditch attempt to try and get away, but not
unfortunate.
Team Burger will be our first team out of the lobby, but Fnatic now
Are they fighting there? I mean, they're just going for early fights.
And despite the fact that
I think they're just trying to get something going. I think certain teams are kind of going for Hail Marys. Because like, we need to get on the board. I think their teams are like, we have to get something, you know?
This is an isolated fight as well, happening down towards Devastating Coast.
This is an early fight for Fnatic, but they do have height, and it's not bad.
Has managed to pick up a knock of his own. Look at this position that's been taken by CNAP, by the way.
Like he's trying to flush him out of this position.
Yeah.
And will do indeed. E36.
That was pretty clean. I mean, all they had was cracked armors. Nobody got knocked. That's a clean fight.
Yes, Fnatic get the kills. Fnatic climb
Fnatic's kind of back in it. That's why I said I don't think Fnatic. I can't write them out.
E36.
When I see them fight, I see what they're doing, and I know what their goal is. It's just like they just have to get it working. That's it.
Both up there in contention for.
Like, I know this will sound mean, but like E36, I would not sit here and gamble money on and bet that they're going to win. Not because I don't think they can do it, just based on what I'm seeing on their history and how they're playing right now. It ain't there. But like Fnatic, at least I see the intention of what they're trying to do, right? And you know that, like if we just look, it doesn't mean that they can't get it together and fix it. This is high-level stuff. This is hard. This is not easy. So it's not saying that they can't do it. It's just like, how are they going to be able to get that turnaround, you know?
That this player is on his own and the rest of his team are in Zeus Station. But this is going to be a free KP, so you take that if you're Falcons off the back of a win. Easy point on the board. Things are looking rosy in the Falcons camp.
Yeah, I think they'll be feeling so confident in this game and happy to push fights when they are able to get that damage in, especially in a circle like this where they perhaps don't have that priority to zone that a lot of others do.
Rita, it's great to have you here.
As Fnatic continue their journey. ExoClan, by the way, have got back up. And they will be a full 3 and will have the chance to go again in this lobby as well. Where do Fnatic try and go? They're going to go for a big old wrap, it would seem. Maybe hit the survey beacon at Devastated Coast before going through Pylon.
I just want to say, it's interesting, Storm Point, historically you've highlighted how good Falcons have been, right? They've been a very strong Storm Point team, but they've always played from a POI that has a Trident. Now, Command Center, if I'm not mistaken, is where they're dropping here on Storm Point. Don't have a Trident, so it's a very different approach that they're going to have to take here. And of course, there's a lot of experience in how to play from all sorts of POIs, but it does change things, doesn't it?
Really does. I think that we've seen how strong those Tridents can be, but it's not a guarantee to success. And sometimes you just have to go back to the old tried and tested way of playing Apex Legends. Now, Alliance, they're in 6th place. Haven't really had that pop-off game as of yet. They are walking up on Liquid Alienware here.
Well, Liquid Alienware, luckily, for them at least, were more than aware of the position. You heard some of the bullets flying past the ears of various Alliance members as they walked up, so they're aware, and you can see VKG will be back in the game.
All right, let's take a look at the zone. Figure this is going to come up. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Like I had said, where I was pulling. That's interesting. It's hard to see, but there is the, the bridge, this area that's really strong here. There is this building that's good here. There is that upper area up there that's pretty solid. The upper areas are not bad, and the buildings are not bad down below. And everything else is going to be tough. We have 18 squads remaining, but really, there's only like 4 or 5 power spots within that zone that are pretty rough,
where
man.
those zones could be pulling, and sometimes you have to read it off zone 1 as VP, pushing up onto Aurora.
VP, man, they got a nice knock there. They're fighting us at a zone, but at least they're finding people out of zone.
Chasing down the final remaining members. Now they have to be quick about this, VP, because not
Yeah, they
only
can't
is
sit
this
here
fight
and
happening
keep.
in zone, but Liquid Alienware have heard about this. The audio cues are clear. And even though
This is taking forever because they're going to lose momentum in zone.
the longer this takes, the more chance that Liquid Alienware.
Ooh,
zone.
no,
Lou's
that
gonna
sucks.
go down.
That's crazy.
A thorn in their side to Virtus Pro right now. I think they are going to be fine. Liquid Alienware have just gone on by, minded their business. But Aurora have been able to at least get one away. Oirain in the Trident, on a journey, and off to try and find a crafter.
There's a finish coming in from
They're just trying to build momentum outside of zone.
Every point counts, of course.
Yeah, every point.
Focus of where this game
Ooh, somebody got blasted out of the sky there.
is likely to be ending. Barometer
Right there,
at the top of
they
things,
knocked somebody over there.
Esports and Sykes.
That was a great shot.
As well for
At least they were
LG.
really
This
close or
position is
really low.
good. Just for laying down cover fire, we know how strong it can be. They also have hit a ring console on their way to this position. We watch Gaming Gladiators on the other side of this, who are being shot down upon, fall at the hands of Complexity.
TSM waiting
TSM, excuse me.
Yeah, TSM. Funny thing is, I heard you say TSM in my head because I was reading TSM.
Same.
They're waiting for their big game as well. Will it come? Is the real question. Is Fnatic arriving up close to Furia? Just transitioning through Jurassic at the moment, and Jurassic is often a place where teams like to set up.
This choke point right here on the upper right is going to get really messy. Fnatic has been pretty good at deciding what they want to do here. I'm kind of curious to see how fast they... Oh, they're already pulling away and repositioning. I respect it. They're going to balcol.
And escape at the same time.
Well, they got 7% before they can do it, though.
Exchange of fire between the two teams at the moment. Pylon does have a survey beacon here that Fnatic can play for. Fury is still going to force them away. This is the other side of that fight as we jump on the POV of Vaxlon.
It's funny, isn't it, how the two Valkyrie teams naturally start to engage because they're all trying to play a similar route, trying to hit those survey beacons.
Fnatic will be good for now. Fury have gone back into Jurassic, and they'll be heading probably a little bit closer to zone. They do have a survey beacon themselves. There's also a little bit of Evo to pick up here. Meltera is going to grab that one. He's only about 80 points off of getting to purple himself, so Fnatic will hit that pretty soon. We'll be all dressed in purple. There's on our map overhead, Shopify Rebellion are having to make a pretty tough rotation in from the southern side of zone.
Yeah, not going to be fun for them. Still.
Oh yeah, I agree, Rita. So I'm just kind of digesting everything and kind of looking. I'm just like, it's already been a long night. I'm a little tired, but I'm enjoying. That's the beauty of watch party. I get to just vibe. I don't have to like always be on and just keep casting. It's so nice. There is that benefit. This is one of the areas that I mentioned is really strong. Okay, so now we can look at this. Ready? This area is strong, good, maybe. Some of the areas underneath are pretty good.
It's going to be spawning between Noctum and LG as well.
Oh god. Oh, this zone blows. Good here, maybe, question mark. Everything else here sucks. It'll pull like right here probably. This zone sucks, dude. This is like the worst case scenario. Complexity is in the best spot here right now. But Jesus, this zone sucks. There's like barely any cover. I mean, there's this area with the trenches over here. The trenches are helpful, but if it pulls over here, everyone on this side is pretty much dead. That's crazy, dude. Like Falcons has to go all the way over here and bully people, man. That's crazy. I don't know about that.
And VKG
looks like my god, I mean, I was still putting on Guild kind of has a good pulse on it, and so does Complexity, and Falcon could come in and bully people in late. It's kind of what I'm predicting will happen based on those three teams' history. Complexity is already set up for success. I think we're gonna see here on this choke right here. Oh shoot, I already switched. A lot of messiness. You see how all these teams right here on this side, they're all screwed, man. Like. If it, I was pulling over here. Hold on. What is this? Because you can't see the next zone.
They've got Alliance ahead of them as well. They could try and skirt around the north.
Remember how I said the trenches up there? We got to see the zone. This is gonna be interesting.
They didn't have much visual.
Dude, this zone is horrible. This zone sucks, man.
But the passive of Valkyrie might help them.
Like it's like there, like out there, man. Oh, dude, these teams are getting blasted. Oh my god. Dude, did they just... Oh my god.
They lost Yuka on the way down, but can they get him back? It's the Newcastle as well, but the bubble is there, and Yuka will be able to crawl to the
what a
safety
rotation. They got pressured hard there.
The res here. Looks like Monsoon is having a little look at this.
Definitely having a look, but they might be reluctant.
I don't think a Complexity will be able to kill that. In fact, Monsoon got a little greedy there. He got down.
Monsoon steps out for 1 second, and he goes down. Again, I think they're going to get him back on his feet.
I don't even know what you do to play this differently. Like, this zone has me freaking out because this sucks. I think a lot of pros are going to struggle, like, where to play because this is open space. This is where the Rampart and Newcastle Wall is going to help. You see that zone? There's the trenches right here, right? The trenches here. Maybe there. Like, dude, you're going to see a lot of people die in the open this round.
So many guns, all of them looking straight at Aurora.
Like, I see Aurora trying to position here, but then everyone's just going to look down on them. I'm so curious how this is going to play out. This is going to suck. You're going to see, like, in another zone, you're going to see a lot of people die in a minute. There's just no space. I'm going to let the pros pretty much wow me and how they're going to do this.
Fnatic trying to clear out the sewers.
Fnatic, you see what I mean? This is what I'm talking about. This fight, the rotation was good, but also the fact that they're clearing space and getting KP. This is why I haven't written them out. Like, when teams are playing like this and they play with so much intent and purpose, it is so good to see. Fnatic knows exactly what they're doing, and nothing is random. I'm not saying teams don't know what they're doing, but certain teams like I'll pick on EXO for a little bit here. Like EXO is waiting for something to happen, while Fnatic is making sure they're clearing out areas for something to happen. You know, like they're making something happen rather than letting RNG go like whether for them or against them. Complexity does that, Guild does that. When I see that in a team, that's great to see. And I know EXO can do that. Maybe their strategy is to play more for space. You see how Fnatic's like, well, we need to get more teams out. Let's get these guys out. Let's push or do something. This is gonna be it. Oh no. Okay. They're like, okay, well that didn't work. The nice back out, smart, dude. I haven't really watched a whole lot of Fnatic, but like these guys are playing out of their minds, bro. These guys are crazy.
Worth noting as well, complexity within that building. That is
okay, let's see what happens. We're going to see a lot of people die. Dude, oh my god, it's going to be rough.
It's Liquid Alienware, a team that can definitely get involved.
There's going to be a lot of cars being used here and a lot of walls to create space.
South of the building, which is okay for now. They will have to
move up. You see how fast they backed out? They threw the nade and said, no, back out. They're playing really smart. That's crazy. It's very speeding a little bit. I agree. I have not watched a whole lot of them, but I am blown away by how they're playing. I love the thought process, but I love the fast decision making behind it. It is amazing to see. It's gonna start elevating a lot of players to really think like fast and think 2 steps ahead while they're doing it.
Know where everybody is, and then find a spot late on to play that
I don't know if they're actually dead or alive. That's a good question. I think they're alive. So that island, like I had mentioned right here, you see? It's questionable, but it could work. Complexity is gonna. A lot of teams are gonna have a hard time here. This building. This building is about to become one of the biggest clusters anybody's ever seen. Complexity is playing really smart inside though by letting everything happen around them. Oh, TSM died off screen. Jesus, bro, that's crazy. Like I said, that's why I mean I like TSM. I love the players, but I've gotten to the point where I can't root for them because they've lost their momentum. This whole tournament. There's no way they win this. If they win it, I'll get people in chat. I'm not trying to get say like they deserve to lose. It's just like other teams are playing out of their minds. Like look at Fnatic. Like what is this, dude? This is crazy consistency. They want to get them out, and the pressure is there. And look, it's clean. They haven't lost it. Well, they might. Commentators curse. Come on, they got this. They got this. There's a quick res. Oh no! They're about to get run up on. It was a long fight. Oh no! Dude, but the fight at the start, the pressure they had was so good. That's so unfortunate. That's unfortunate. They were so aggressive on the push. They're just missing that last bit there, but they're so good. Like I still look at it like they're so good.
And not enough playable space. Something has to give.
That's unfortunate.
Once these bubbles start to dissipate,
they're playing well though. Like even what they're doing and how efficient they are, and like they're still playing well.
Fight or flee. VP at the moment just making sure they don't get wrapped. They will be safe. Just walking up as far as the zone. But there is going to be teams above.
It was probably a bit greedy for them to go back a second time, but I get what they were trying to do.
Oh my, Envy!
Dude, Complexity's in a crazy spot. They're going to be match point that's coming up.
Falcons and Shopify Rebellion all to hit match point here in this matchup. Falcons need to win this one though.
They have to win this 1v1, yeah. Or this 3v3, sorry. If they win this, it gets them a lot of space. That's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. Once that bubble goes down. They're trying not to get greedy. Oh god.
11 squads now remaining. Alliance, by the way, now own the complete north side of this map, but not a lot of cover to play with.
Complexity's in a better spot right now, but it won't be for long. The team in the center is pulling. Falcons is pulling what Guild Esports did earlier. Unfortunately, Guild is out.
All three of these teams, in theory, could be crossing it.
Yep. Fortunately, Guild went out. I don't know what happened to them. Falcons is pulling a Guild Esports right now. They're holding center.
Falcons there amidst 3 different squads around them, but they have been able to find a corner to play with here. But the team on height are just able to get an angle. It is not comfortable.
The worry here for Falcons is VP. VP have to send it forward at some point.
If they can get rid of VP, Falcons has it. If Complexity can wait long enough to find an opening, Complexity has it.
Falcons probably thinking the same. The bubble goes down,
but
so
They got the res though. It's okay. Not the end of the world yet. Not the end of the world yet. They got to put down more walls though. There's another wall. Why is VKG pushing up on VP like that? That's crazy.
That is huge for Falcons as well.
That's exactly what Falcon needs, man. That's crazy.
Alliance arrive. You need to get a bubble soon, but of course you've got to wait.
No bubble, no wall. It's going to have to be brute force to hold here for Falcons.
Holy man, this is crazy. Still banking on the Falcons is pulling a really strong spot here. Alliance is doing really well holding their spot as well. Alliance is playing patient, not getting greedy. Complexity has a hard rotation in. So does Shopify Rebellion being on top of each other here. But it's not impossible if they wait it out for both these teams. Oh my god, he couldn't finish somebody. They're, like I said, Complexity just has to play it slow, play it slow. Everyone just has to play slow and wait for those moments. Oh shoot, dude. Bubble, nice. They're gonna shove it though. It's okay, they're match point. They won't? I don't know. It's pretty close in terms of points. They had kills. It might be. Falcons got a Guild Esports moment right here. If they wait.
Hal's got to be careful. He's going to have to get the wall down. Fury eliminated.
Oh my god.
Placement points here for Team Falcons. Wolsey, he's gone down though. And even though they can see it, even though they can taste
it. Great shot by Zero.
Zero's doing really well though, being able to do damage with this match at the moment. Playing the bubble successfully. By the way, Shopify Rebellion.
I think Falcons is going to go down. I think this might go towards Alliance. Alliance has a better. They're not getting like pressured by everybody and their grandmother right now. It's yep, Alliance. I didn't have to see Alliance POV. Nobody was looking at Alliance. Nobody was looking at them, bro. That's crazy. Like everyone was picking on Falcons there, and they held it. Like they were trying to pull a Guild Esports, but dude, everyone put pressure on Falcons there. That's crazy. That's why once I saw Alliance and I saw the snap of them on the south, I was like, bro, that's Alliance. Like nobody's putting pressure on them at all.
But it's two heavy hitters, one from North America and one from EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't in a better spot per se. It's just nobody was pressuring them. And that became a better spot because every team was focused on Falcons. Everyone was diving like lemurs on top of each other. So once I saw that, I was like, bro, that goes to Alliance. That's why I called it before it even happened. I was like, bro, that's Alliance all the way. It's like, dude, it's like they got manhandled by like at least, I felt like 6 teams. Complexity, oh my god, they're literally like 2 or 3 points off. Wow. That puts Falcons at match point, and that puts I think Shopify Rebellion at match point, right?
Alliance and Falcons have the chance to close it out in our next
Oh, it's Alliance. Okay.
Alliance who were in 6th position going into that game, and we were talking about previous LAN winners all being at the top of those leaderboards. Alliance with the only
Falcon
team
Alliance,
out
okay.
of that set that had yet to win here in the match point finals. But now they're on the board, and now they are on match point. Shopify delighted with 2nd place, but don't quite cross the line. Complexity, a good game from them, consistent one, but the 6 points do not get them there either. But it does mean that if we do not see Falcons or Alliance win it in match 6, we will likely be seeing the likes of Shopify Rebellion and
You just have to win once
joining
your
them,
match
you'd
point.
imagine.
Just win once.
But we have seen teams fall at the final hurdle before. When you're just closing in on it, you can't quite get those points on.
This is some of the stats from your top 3 in that previous game. Big performance from Alliance, and the kills and the assists shared across everybody. Hackis with 3, Effect with 4, Unlucky with 4, which was just enough to see them over that match point threshold.
Bro, if you look, if all the teams look back in that VOD, it is crazy how much nobody pressured Alliance on the south side. Or their side, I don't even know what angle, depending which way you're looking. Oh, wow, 50 and 50, wow. Look at that.
And sometimes you have to look
yeah,
at
these are the teams to, like, Envy is not written off yet, and I wouldn't even say Fnatic. Fnatic can do one more game. These teams are the ones that I'm looking at specifically. I still think Complexity's still in it.
The next victory
yes, these two could still win it. Definitely. Guild is not as I'm still banking on Guild and Complexity, I think.
I mean, who else would it have been, right?
I would say
You look across this season,
everybody
consistency of Falcons
below
built to
this
the
line
dominance
right
of
here,
Alliance in other tournaments as
I
well.
don't think have a chance unless they just go all out and win a round.
To ask 100 people,
That's tough. That's a tall order, man.
Falcons as an alliance, as their top 2 when you talk about tournament favorites.
I don't think they knew alliances. I think everyone was so stuck in what they were doing.
This entire roster, this entire Falcons.
Like when I think VKG jumped on VP at one point, I was like, bro, what was that? What was that about?
This squad, and once upon a time, they were the group stage specialists. They would get to Sunday, they would struggle. They wouldn't be able to find themselves at the top of the leaderboard. They wouldn't be able to find those same victories they were getting in the group stages. But that has all since changed. Ever since they won that LAN victory last year, they now find themselves on match point on the biggest stage of all, competing against Falcons to see if they can become champions.
Absolutely incredible stuff here in Sapporo. We have so much still to come though. Alliance hit match point, Falcons hits match point. We could be ending this tournament in the next game.
We really could, honestly. There's a shot across the board here. We get 2 minutes. That would be crazy. I don't know if we're gonna see that in this lobby, but it's possible. There's certain teams that are playing really consistent. And back then, whenever everyone was like match point, it just felt like everything was all over the place, you know? I think we just have some clear winners in the lobby that are playing very consistent. Interesting part about a battle royale is like we can predict, but then there is a chance and percentage that something could lean elsewhere, you know? You never know because it's a battle royale. You always just play a numbers game essentially. What are the odds? That's what's the best you can do. '2024 split playoffs. They play fifth. Consistent. That's good. I didn't really remember that. I'm glad the zone didn't end out in the water. It was still in a really rough spot, though. Oh, that's the new season's name. Cool. I didn't realize that. It's called Takeover. Cool.
The Apex Legends Global Series is a proud partner of the city of Sapporo, the capital of the North.
Welcome back to Sapporo, Japan. Welcome back to the ALGS Championship. And we've seen 2 teams cross that match point threshold. And both of those teams were sat on these stand. The Herman Miller Gaming chair. And Herman Miller Gaming is an official chair partner of the ALGS. Herman Miller Gaming is a proud partner of the ALGS. And today's players, like I mentioned, are competing in the embodied gaming chair. Find out what chair is best for you at hermanmiller.com/gaming.
The ultimate prize.
Our coaches as well, they're not being left behind. They're sitting on the
It is
Vantage
nice,
gaming
though.
chair, and with 7 unique colorways, you
I
can
have
try
the
one
same
out in
chair.
the play
It's a
area
Logitech
located
one, but I mean, it just doesn't look like that.
Beautiful. Also, if you were
But
wondering
it's a good chair.
just what
Had it for
monitor
years
got
now.
sent across the stage by Hackis a little bit earlier, it was the InZone M10S. It has been proudly chosen as the official monitor for the ALGS Year 4 Championship and Year 5 live event, showcasing
What was the monitor
its
that they
exceptional
were sponsored with
performance.
before?
InZone is a gaming gear brand from Sony,
Was it Alienware
meticulously
before?
crafted for core gamers with a lineup of high-quality gaming monitors and headsets. The InZone M10S is ready to provide an exhilarating experience for esports enthusiasts while giving you the competitive edge you need. let InZone elevate your gameplay to new heights.
So that's what they're playing on, that's what they're sitting on. Well, now we have to find out if it's going to be a trophy that they are lifting as we are entering our next game. Now, a change of scenery is going to be occurring here as we will be changing from Storm.
This could be it, or we can see another. I think we're still going to keep going.
In that previous game, but that's not the biggest. Excuse me, Alliance with a big win in that previous game. Falcons win the one before.
Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Don't forget to leave a like. I appreciate you guys vibing out tonight.
Who are the first to hit match point? So both these teams now, if they win this next game,
you see, I think I know that people have to vote for what round they're playing, but I think that the teams that are more in the center here have a better power spot
we have yet to see Alliance find a victory
than the teams, let's say, for example, playing that are here, here.
Bad news
it's
for
not
Falcons
awful
fans.
here.
Yet to see them find a victory on E-District so far this tournament.
You know, like there's
Bad
certain
news for
spots
both
that I
fans.
just deem like I don't really know, like maybe here, that are just so far out in rotation that you just kind of put yourself at a disadvantage.
This zone goes. And you have to also remind yourself, we have a couple of E-District specialists.
This has been hot before in like pubs in these areas, so that's why you kind of time together to rotate, you know?
We also have some teams who are chasing down 50 points, close but not quite there when it comes to match point. Those teams, Shopify Rebellion, 47 points for them. They need just 3. Complexity, the same story. 3 points required. Guild need 11.
Wasn't it an Alienware last time? That's what I was asking. I couldn't remember.
Falcons do not close out now. We could have a whole host of teams joining match point.
All right, let's see what they got.
Match 6
Match
is live.
6.
Does it end here? Does it end now? Or will we have one more game?
And whilst Alliance and Falcons may not have found a win on this map yet, it is a very different game when you are playing just for the win. Throughout group stages, throughout bracket stages, leading up to this point in match point finals, you are always looking for points. You are trying to better everyone else in the lobby through kills, through placement, but it is only the win
I
that
think you just
matters
skipped the bag on
here.
accident
Getting into
there.
that final circle
I don't know if you picked it up. I didn't see the icon move up there for a
everyone
second.
in that zone.
Well, an interesting zone for sure. One that we've seen pretty similar, I would say, even in this lobby that we see in front of us earlier on. We are pulling out.
I'm surprised Falcon chose this spot.
Out towards the water.
I mean, I guess you do have like the evac or the thing. It's better than Galleria, that's for sure.
They're pretty good for this
I think
zone.
Galleria is a
You could
hard
also
spot
argue that
to
Falcons
start
and
from.
Alliance,
The loot
they're on
sucks
the right
there.
half of the zone to get here.
Yeah, it's going to be an easier rotation for Alliance. They
Oh, this
can
is
move
similar to
fast,
last
but
time.
Falcons will be able to almost identically follow
Again,
them
this
afterwards.
area is always
Falcons do
strong.
have
The
that
bridge
console,
is
as do
strong.
Alliance as well, so they're both
It
gonna
could
have the
pull
information
towards the
they would
south side this
require.
go around. It could
The real
go this
question
way
is, can
instead of the
they
north.
execute here? The
I
only
don't know if it'll
difference
go
between the two
north because a
competitions,
lot of this
that
isn't in,
catalyst,
but it's possible.
which
I'm guessing
pretty
it'll
big
probably be
difference,
towards the
especially
bottom
when we get
half.
to these final zones as well.
Maybe.
If Alliance can get
But then if
into
you would do that,
last
then you
five,
want this area
the
here,
ability to just
this.
cut off those final circles with
So we'll
the
see what
dark veil
happens.
Can sometimes be a lifesaver, but there's also so many advantages to the rampart
These
as
teams
well.
going this way
I'd love to see them both make
have
it and
a
see how it plays
really
out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
rough time trying to get in with all. Like if you look at the choke that's going to happen there.
That stops the
It's going to get
causing
really
the
rough
problems.
around this
It's,
area,
certainly a
especially if it pulls towards the south.
that we'll have to investigate.
We'll have to see what happens there. If it pulls north, you're going to have a little more breathing room. If it pulls south, oh god, it's going to be rough. We'll see though. We'll see.
Being on match point, and you would expect, barring some sort of huge mistake, that
I saw your rivals guide, and I was wondering your thoughts on people who only heal on strategist. It depends on your team. It's ideal that you are flexible, and put pressure and help when needed. But I mean, it depends on what your team is doing. Like if you're running Rocket, for example, different game, but you get what I'm saying. Hopefully that's helpful. You kind of have to be on the same page with your team. As much as you're playing Apex Legends, being on the same page with your team, even if you're playing something different strategy-wise, is really important. No matter what game you're playing.
How teams recognize each other, because obviously we have anonymous mode, so
because at least you'll be more on point with making sure people are up.
Really too much
and just as much as you're seeing, even on a high competitive level, it's the same mindset.
There's a couple of them, but not too many, who are running the Catalyst. Oh, may make Alliance a little bit of a target. And speaking of targets, Complexity, you only need a few
That's a ballsy drop.
But he's good friends in a row.
Wow, I don't think Complexity predicted that.
Enemy has to run. An enemy will run.
Now, I can't tell if that was foresight by Enemy or they were just split a little bit, Complexity and caught off guard, but Enemy was very far
I think they were
away
caught off
from
guard
Natsuki
because I looked at that and I
Aurora
was like, man,
began
that
to
was kind of crazy there.
and maybe has kept their hopes of reaching match point alive here because now
They were pulled to the south because
just
everyone's already
dropped on away
clustered
and
there,
hope
so
to
it's
get
going to
them
be a
back on
nightmare
their
as
feet.
everyone runs in, and that's the ideal
But
spot.
sometimes that is a
It's already bad enough. You saw the lines; it's already bad
enjoyable
enough. It's going to be a cluster,
Just when you
but it
think
doesn't
you're
give
safe, just when
anyone
you think you
room
found
to
a craft,
breathe.
you suddenly run into a late rotating team and you get punished.
It means that the north side is going to have an easier time working their way in, but we'll see.
That'll be their story
I won't know until we see it. It's so early to predict.
Alliance trying to hold them out here. This
I think
is the very
Complexity will get right back in the game, but they're going to end up playing zone outside of zone.
Ooh, you also got to watch your head. Doesn't get ripped off as you get focus fired.
By the way, very different rotates from Alliance and Falcons, despite the fact that Falcons could have literally gone into Lotus and done the same thing. They've taken a very wide swing. Now Exo Clan.
I can see that this EXO wanting to get these guys out.
Reluctant to take this fight, and for good reason. They want to win this tournament. But sometimes you have to take a fight, and it will be assessed by hackers of whether it's worth
It's a long fight.
Deep breath here from Unlucky.
Alliance is just playing it safe because they're looking for the right opening. Because I mean, they're at match point. They don't need more points. They just need to win, which is why teams are going to start changing this. Massive damage. They go in on that.
It does big damage, but you can see both
They've already get healed up. They're backing out smart. That thermite was in the way. If he went through the thermite, it would have been rough.
Upon us, maybe we can push in because of the damage, but you always have to think, well, someone could arrive at any moment here, and you have to be
It's not about a team arriving. The thermite was there, and it wasn't going to be a clean fight.
Virtus Pro and will be taken out. Gaming Gladiators, another dud game, and they are in last place right now. But VP, after winning that initial fight, they have to now face another.
Should be healthy enough to at least hold off the push here, and they will be. Zach had the most health.
This is a horrible spot to be in. Like, each team is kind of inside these buildings. They're making a lot of noise. This is rough to be in.
Really from Go Next had the opportunity to gap close on them.
Alliance has already gotten the opening before, which is why they keep poking on it to see if they can create another one.
Matters to them. It matters more to Alliance, of course, in this position than it does for Exo Clan, who are still chasing down 50 points. Exo will not let them rest here.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, he's won. Oh my god. They got to be careful though. Even though they're low, you can tell they're baiting them back to see if they'll make a mistake.
By the way, is that other team. And Exo Clan might be just about to become the meat in a sandwich.
So much damage done onto Exo there, and they just about Scarper away.
Oh, it was interesting. I didn't know that. I knew it might have been Alienware.
For Alliance, because they really have been a thorn in their
This
side,
is
but now
a
they're
long
back up
fight, man.
to full health.
Even Shopify Rebellion is like, bro, this fight's been going on for 16 years.
Alliance squad. Shopify Rebellion are going to leave that area and aim for the low ground for now.
Shopify know their job here as well. They were probably just poking there thinking if a little bit of damage goes in, we can fly, we can get the 3 points, and if we get knocked, so be it. We've done our job. However, they're also probably thinking we would like to be involved in this endgame to deny this team on our screen from winning the game.
Sometimes it's the best way to ensure you get another match if you are not on match point is by winning yourself.
That's zone ball.
I just have never played sport in a game enough, so
like
really
the
don't.
previous one in match 1 of these finals. Instead,
Whenever you are trying to heal, it's only, make sure that everyone's healed up before you start switching to damage.
Not a bad pull for Complexity as well.
It's like looking left and right before you cross the street.
And actually, all those
everyone's healthy. You can switch and do a little bit of damage. You don't have, but you got to like find those windows.
Go Next, going to take to the skies.
Aurora and Envy having a little scrap in zone here. And it's going to be Noct who gets taken down by 9 Impulse. So Aurora, again, just being a little bit unpredictable with where they're going to be and who they're going to be waiting for.
Only one
Noct
team
is
out.
going to be the next one to find that out. Team Liquid Alienware fly into zone while it looks like Envy dropped in Yanya. Are going to try and escape to craft their teammate back again.
Complexity's not out yet. I didn't see them go out. I forgot what team went out.
There's a team you don't want to allow.
Literally, Complexity could just rat until like 6th place or something and be fine. Oh god. Oh, they did get everyone up. Very nice.
No, looks like the fight's still happening.
Ooh, Jesus, Monsoon. This dude's on fire on those range kills, bro. He's a psycho.
There is Complexity just overlooking this.
Still not been resolved. Finish comes in on
Nice, he got the finish.
Knock onto Funk, but no.
Yeah, it was an accident. I don't think they knew.
By the way.
Oh, gaming. Is it gaming gladiators?
You can't turn it into a point.
Well, this building just became even more
The GM is still up. I think gaming gladiator. I don't remember.
Go
I gotta
next,
double check
Team
before I start
Burger
saying.
And Enter Force 36, who are looking to climb, looking to take to the stairs.
Wow, what is this push? That's ballsy, bro. What the what? It worked? Good God, that was ballsy, man. That's crazy, dude. He just ran right into them.
They're going to escape. They want to play this game out as a
I'm sure they were like, bro, what the, like, why? You know, like, I'm sure there's a lot of questions of why.
We move over to the Lotus.
E36 makes some ballsy plays. I mean, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. It's a bit unorthodox, but Jesus, he threw his face right into that, right into them. Sometimes you gotta make a play. You gotta make a play.
Yeah, difficult fight to try.
I think they got lucky they didn't get thirded.
Because even if you get the damage trying to get to the other side,
It was messy. If the other team was full, they would have died. I'm surprised the other team didn't. I mean, they did lose somebody. Oof.
Okay, there's a bubble. There was a bubble.
Ooh.
VP ended this.
No, they're not gonna make that in time. There's no
with the
way.
armor checks are saying, I think we are in a healthier position. And VP, who also require points,
They put a wall on that door.
Opportunity for some.
There they go. VP's making sure they get them out. Ooh. Ooh, man. They got this. They should have this. They should have this. Come on, they got to do it fast. Yeah, he's just going to die from zone damage. That's it. They just got to wait him out. Oh, he got it out?
The last thing it does is turn into a 1v1, and now he's going to walk his way forward. He's going to be the buffer here for Waltzy to try.
Dude, this fight sucks. They got to finish that to finish him off.
VP are back up to a 2 as well, so it still isn't job done yet, but now Hal slaps
Oh,
him,
jeez.
and Hal pumps him in the face. Zach
Yeah, they
Mason
got
will
that.
Go down, and it's all going to be down to Lou, I imagine, to try and escape. But Falcons survived their first test here in this game.
Where did Lou go? That's the question.
Bro, Lou's gone.
Team Falcons don't really mind because they know VP is now out of their path, pathing towards where they want to play on this zone.
I mean, it was fast. Like I was saying, of the other person going out, it was fast.
Gets the shears out.
It just was. It wasn't necessarily the play I would probably make. It felt like it was a bit of a risk.
It was a messy one.
Like if he went in without all that damage, like what if he just went in and just died right away? You know?
Now the zone continuing to pull down to the southwest.
Oh, it did pull south. That sucks.
In that building,
that building there is key.
On that western side.
Maybe positive here.
But how does that
good here? Everything else is questionable.
Falcons,
everything else is questionable outside of like these power spots. The zone will get better in certain spots as it closes and people can create space. But those are probably the 3 spots you want to be in. Even this spot right here in the north is a little rocky.
Complexity back up, by the way. Full 3 and another attempt at finding these 3 points.
One thing I've noticed is they don't play normal safe spots. They go right to the edge of the spot and just hold. If you're playing edge, yeah, you wait, and that's why I said opportunities will present themselves if you're playing edge. We point out the 3, like Complexity's holding the spots that we're saying, right? There's certain teams that are going to hold those power spots like we had talked about. But there's also a different tactic if you're playing edge. So like boom, right? Oh shoot, okay. Like where you see it. So there are spaces that will present themselves as the zone closes. But it's a matter of like how, I guess you could call it a little luck, or how smooth those will go. Like right now, Alliance is playing edge, and they will find an opportunity, but they gotta have to work their way in, you know?
And they just about managed to cross and avoid.
Oh, TSM's out of here.
As TSM now take on LG Sykes.
I didn't even have to see that fight, and just where they're at. That's GG's right there. That was like within seconds.
TSM have not been able to get going today, and it looks like it might be another game where they exit early. Zap, the last remaining player, about to get eliminated, and will be. 16 squads now left. LG across the 25.
Yeah, I have been in tournaments. I've mostly also officially casted. Like I've actually officially casted ALGS tournaments before. I've done some tournaments early on. I did, but then of course I was signing player at that point when I was working more in that end, and then I did official casting.
Certainly.
And this is my first ever watch party. Usually when I do tournaments, I'm the one casting them officially.
So that point, as much as I'm trying to give it away, it's still got to be earned by Complexity.
Falcons has a rough work in, but they could find space on the edge, and they've historically been able to do it.
3 points each. Guild have got a couple of points though. They're only 9 away now.
Good news for Complexity is
I'd probably take the height more than the low ground, but it's a gamble either way.
Stay alive. They should find the points
they're taking height
through placement, and by doing so, we'll have a
Complexity is a great spot. Shopify Rebellion is going to be in a good spot here in a second.
Here and now.
There is your standings. As
Complexity
match point finals, of course,
should go to match point. I anticipate Guild will as well, and then so should Shopify Rebellion.
The final player to go down will be Lou. They just couldn't elude the zone. The zone claims its first victim.
Shopify Rebellion 2 points away from the match point threshold now, and again, similarly to Complexity, find themselves in a fantastic position purely for placement. But yes, both the teams who are searching
Question is,
for
can
points are next to each
Complexity?
other.
It doesn't matter if they win it. It's not like winning is going to do them much. They just need some placement points. So I'm kind of writing them off this round because it won't matter that much.
Catalyst, but I mean, this is. I'm looking for a match.
What's your favorite interaction in your tournament? I have no idea. I've been doing this for so long now. I've enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed the Nessie Cup when I casted that. I enjoyed early on when I was part of like early ALGS stuff. That was fun. I enjoyed staying up late and casting these tournaments. I remember when I was doing NA in Europe.
But if anyone
I don't know. All of it's a lot of fun.
Zone, it would be Team Falcons. A playstyle that they struggled to achieve throughout group stages and even some of the bracket stage where they are so good at fighting their way into zones. But they have found that rhythm towards the latter stages of yesterday and into these match point finals.
Falcons
now
should
they
be
take
fine.
to the sky.
I just don't know what they're going to find that's free.
To play?
This is a big moment here. If they land, they get the walls down. Falcons.
Ooh, they should be okay though.
Comes in as does the rest.
It's pulling right on Complexity right away. Like that's crazy. What sucks is that this round, it doesn't really matter for them to win.
They want to push this. They know the Falcons are weak. They obviously don't know this is Falcons.
Good old grenade.
Don't want to allow the reset here.
If they clean them up here, Shopify Rebellion, dude, they have the damage, bro. If they don't shove it, that'd be crazy. Dude, they're dead. They're dead. Wow. Guild was eliminated early too. That's not good for Guild.
Yep. Job done for Shopify Rebellion, but there is still one more threat in this lobby, and that is Alliance. That would be their next
Where is
target
Alliance? I had not seen them on the up right now.
Have to wait and hope they get to match 7. In fact, Falcons probably cheering
Complexity is a great spot. Shopify Rebellion is doing great. Now, Shopify Rebellion could push Complexity here. Wow, they even get the knock. Nah, it is possible still. Fury and GN are having a, with E36, this building is really clustered. It's not a good building now.
Before they start thinking about being on match point themselves. 23 seconds until zone closes.
They're all going to leave the building like at the same time. It's gonna be rough. There's Alliance. Alliance is not in a bad spot. It's just not great because they got like 3 teams. They have 4 teams on their butt right now, which is rough.
Team Falcons eliminated on 54, won't get the chance to win it here, but Alliance still alive, and Shopify Rebellion just crossed that threshold, so they have to wait until next game to win this tournament.
I don't know. Alliance has got a rough rotation in.
The Falcons go out as well. That means this zone's about to get very, very busy because everybody's going to be slamming.
That actually is good that so many teams are leaving Alliance there. Alliance is killing some people in the kill feed. E36 is griefing the heck out of this team right here.
It's Fnatic who win that one. E36 now looking to clean up those pieces. Fnatic are not healthy, but Zera just tries to escape. It looks like Yuka is going to use the castle wall to get towards him, and even though
Liquid goes out, Envy goes out.
making this hard. Envy gone. Liquid Alienware gone as well.
With that, Complexity did just cross the 50-point threshold as well.
Yep.
We now have 4 points that would be on match.
They're in like a game-winning spot where they could win this round, and I know that would be heartbreaking because they just had a better round earlier. Alliance is in a really rough spot, but it's not impossible.
It's all about the win. Points do not matter here for Alliance. They just need to close out.
Yeah, they just got to play patient. No, they're getting 8. Ooh, man.
Fury are gone.
It's clean so far. It's clean so far.
Q is down.
Dude, that's crazy. And the team up above with Aura is just going crazy.
Watch every angle, and GoNex got obliterated as soon as they peaked.
Oh man, this is gonna be rough.
Down to 5 swans.
Oh, Alliance coming in cleaning up. Oh jeez. Oh come on, bro. That was clean right there. You guys got that. There you go. All right, now they have their whole backs cleared out right now. They got to keep it together. They could win this. Complexity, though, has the building, though. Everyone will have to leave the building. Okay, here's the interesting part here, okay? This team is going to have to leave the building, and they're going to be stacked on top of each other. FNC is the biggest threat to Alliance because they can see this side. You see that? These two teams are on top of each other.
Even though they're center zone, they have to work together.
I said FNC Fnatic. Just reading one, sorry. But that's tough. You got some really strong teams at the end zone right now. Fnatic is, even though they're not higher up, they're a beast to be reckoned with, okay?
They have the entirety of the east side of this zone to themselves. Maybe Fnatic.
It's rough, man. For both Fnatic and for Alliance, it's 50-50 here.
This is where Hackis is going to earn his paycheck. There's the dark veil we were talking
Yeah,
about.
that's a good. The wall might have been a little too soon because now they're going to go over towards the building.
This side of the zone.
I don't know. The wall's too early though. Maybe like at least like 20 seconds too early. They need a wall. They need a wall. Dude, this is crazy. They're hoping that the building team mess with each other. Oh my god, dude. Once the bubble goes down, they are screwed. If they pull this off, that would be one of the craziest plays ever. No way. Oh, he missed the wall, dude. Oh my god, and he's pushing in, bro. There's no way that they managed to create space like that. Oh my god, now this gives it to Fnatic. Fnatic has to wait. If Fnatic waits, they win. But also, if Fnatic pushes in too soon, they give it to an Alliance. Oh my god, dude. Bro, Alliance? What? What is a lot, dude? Every bubble's gonna go down. Dude, this is crazy. Oh my god, no way. Oh my god. Oh, he's rezzing though, he's rezzing though. No way, bro. He's still rezzing. No way he's in the top 3. If he wins this, there's no way, dude. Oh my god, Shop, that's crazy. Good god, bro. That was so crazy. The bubble for everyone going down, that was a crazy ending. Wow. Wow. Jesus Christ.
Alliance, Shopify Rebellion, Team Falcons, and Complexity.
How'd you get into that line of work? Bro, I have no idea, to be honest. I've always worked 2 jobs. I still work 9 to 5.
Pulled off something impossible. But alas, one more game at the very least. That win on E-District.
You ask me how a lot of stuff happens? I don't know, man. I'm just always working, dude.
Alliance. It was almost a knockdown shield.
That bubble forward, like, there was a lot of things that could have gotten cleaned up there, but my god, that was crazy.
Unlucky did everything he could.
That was crazy.
Just wasn't enough. Top 2 for Alliance.
You got a lot of teams at match point, though.
But not top 1.
And I'm going to be honest with you.
I think what we got 5 teams at match point.
You look at the teams that
Shopify, Alliance, Falcon, Complexity, Fnatic. I think is falling short.
When you see a Catalyst,
I think
you're looking at the final zone and you've not seen
I
Alliance
think
in the
they're
kill feed yet. You're
6
starting
points
to think,
off.
well, maybe we should
I
kill
don't
that
know.
Catalyst team, because it did look to me like a couple of teams just suddenly turned their attention when that Dark Veil came down, and the whole final
Just
zone
the 4?
seemed to shift. Now let's talk about that Dark Veil, because they did cut off the entirety of that circle, but when it happened, Fnatic also used it, moved over to the north, and became the ultimate threat, which is what then led Alliance to actually bubble out and say, oh, well, we need to win this game. We can't allow Fnatic to have that room, but by doing so, allowed the other 2 teams to exit the
All right,
building.
Rob, you have a
It was
great
just
one, man. I
domino
appreciate you.
effect of unfortunate scenario for Alliance. And even though Unlucky tried absolutely everything, Shopify Rebellion came out on top.
Well, ironically, it's the facial expression of MT on Shopify Rebellion that Alliance.
Of course, man. It's been good vibes. It's been fun.
The stands at home right now.
Yo, welcome, man. It's good to have you here.
Get any closer than that. Here's your heavy hitters for match number 6. Effect with 7 kills. Loads of reses coming in from Hal. The assists belong to 9 Impulse and his
Andrew, yeah, that was an insane end game. Like, legit, that was a crazy end game.
But there is also the subplots. Even though we're talking about Alliance,
hey, Neil, how's it going, bro?
there is now multiple teams on match point. 4 of them in totals.
Oh yeah, Guild and Fnatic were just slightly off. Yeah.
And Shopify Rebellion
I was right 6. I did say 6 for Fnatic. My math was right.
So
I'm gonna give
many
this still
of our
to
previous
complexity.
LAN winners
Alliance might
in
have
the
won there.
recent
They
year
got a lot of consistency.
feature on that list of teams that are on match
I don't know.
point
I'm rooting for complexity
Guild
here.
closing in on match point as well. Fnatic only 6 points away. Could we see the hometown heroes cross that threshold and get into another match to maybe win?
It's not
the whole
impossible
thing
for Fnatic
here
either.
in
You know,
Japan
we
as
still
well?
got many games ahead of us.
I'm sure the roof would be blown off of this place if that were to happen.
That was fun. That was very,
really
very fun. That was fun. I mean, what an end game, and what a way it would have been for Alliance to manage to close out a championship, but it wasn't to be, because we know better, everybody. Just when you think these match point finals are about to end, one more game, and that's what we have in front of us now. We probably have, well, good, who knows at this point, but we have 4 teams now on match point. We're actually going to send it over to the desk now, because I'll be honest, I need to hydrate, I need to catch my breath, because I nearly passed out.
Well, us too. I mean, we were also watching, but you were speaking during that, Mark, so take it easy. You and Dan, great call on that one. Almost ending here in Sapporo. It was so close and unlucky, a little unlucky, not to get that match point win right there and send Alliance to their second LAN victory of the year to cap off year 4. Welcome back to the desk. Rain Day here as your host. Glitter Explosion, Snipedown, and Jamerson. Guys, I mean, it couldn't have been any closer. Lauren, that one had everyone in their seats up, ready to go and say, this could be it. This could be a championship moment.
Easily one of the most chaotic and potentially quickest lands that we would have ever had.
That's
if
right.
Alliance was able to pull that one out. We go again.
Is this the last
but
day? Yes, it
Alliance
is.
look primed and ready to try and close this out.
This was a spectacular feat on all ends, because those 3 teams, yes, aware there could be a match point team in there, but all doing the same thing. It fell on a knife's edge, is what I'm trying to say, Snipe, on who won that game. And honestly, at the end of the day, the lobby is lucky that Alliance gave them one more chance at it.
Yeah, I think we're actually going to be able to see the perspective of how close that really was in the end. We saw it from Alliance's point of view, and I mean, I thought they were dead about 3 or 4 times during that whole time. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
where
crazy
these were
how long
coming
they
up,
survived
but
there.
We'll take a closer look at that here in a second.
All right, Jamerson, let's talk about this, come down from that moment, and get back into what had occurred. This play right here from Falcons, Hal slamming down, knocking off Aurora, and leading
That was a
to
really
an
good
incredible
good
win.
ult there.
And ultimately talking about
That
Falcons'
ult was
performance
make and
on
break.
World's Edge across this tournament
It caused them pretty
is
much to
something
hold
that
the site and
we
win
really
this.
do need to point out. Throughout Pro League,
Will
World's
GG
Edge
make a
was their
comeback?
First map across
It's possible.
all of Pro League split number 2, and Stormpoint. They were able to basically score so much higher on that map. On World's Edge, they averaged 6
I'm
points.
kind of
on
betting more on
Stormpoint, they averaged
complexity at this point.
15.1 throughout Pro League. Here, though, we're
But we have
seeing
4
them
teams at match
actually
point,
split
and
that performance. So it's a 9.8
they're very
point
consistent teams
average
too up
here
there.
on World's Edge for them, and a 10.4 average on Stormpoint. So we're seeing that they have improved their game on World's Edge.
Yeah.
They were able to convert there in game number 4 and get that win.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, Falcons are trying to highlight E-District. They didn't do well in that one. They were on match point. Just came down to Alliance. And Alliance, you know, they had put themselves in this position.
Dude, this positioning here, he's seeing this POV. Look
Yeah,
at that.
I mean, there
Like,
is a reason that the 3 top teams in this are
dude, they're
LAN
all the
winners,
other teams are on top of each
I don't see
other.
how this tournament can go
Look how
on
much
much
space
longer
Alliance
with
is allowed to
those. I don't
have
think I've
here.
ever seen
That's
that
crazy,
much of a
dude.
top-heavy leaderboard in any grand
Like
final
everyone
whatsoever.
just let them
And
do the
way that
work.
these teams, especially Alliance right now, are playing, it'd be hard to think that they don't close this out.
Oh, and that's a great point. All 3 of our top teams, all 3 have won lands. It is looking like time is of the essence here.
Yeah, the experience.
yeah, that's also a
really
really good
coming into
point.
play here. Like
The
Eric was
3
saying, we're
top
getting a
teams
chance
right
to kind
now
of see
have all
these
won a
final
LAN.
moments
Like
here
Alliance
from
has won, Falcons has
Shopify's
won. Well,
perspective, because we saw what happened
players
when
have won
Alliance went out,
specifically.
all 4 bubbles down on the ground, and we
But I'm not
watched
ruling out
Alliance
complexity
try to get
here.
that
They can
high while
definitely clutch it
everybody
out.
else was fighting below. Shopify
Loba
right
I've
now
seen.
looking
No
comfortable
Mirage.
and waiting for the dissension from the Alliance players. And
Mirage just doesn't have any power towards the end
watching
game.
the new
That's why you're seeing a lot of
Castle,
rampart. You're
trying to
seeing
do whatever
walls that
you
are
could possibly
important.
do in this situation, but look how healthy Shopify is in this scenario.
Yeah, I called
There was
7,
no
and I
way now
called
that we
like
can
2.5
see
hours. So it's
just
possible
how
this next one
settled
could
they were,
close it
and
out.
they were
But
waiting everybody else, but there was
it's,
no way
you know,
Shopify
it's
wasn't gonna win
always
that.
on.
I think they
It's
had
kind of
that
hard to
high ground
know.
So that it was much easier not to waste resources. I mean, really, Alliance getting to that point, it was a phenomenal effort, having to go into maybe what looked like a missed Newcastle wall and hold that room, fight complexity, fight their
It was
way
one
out,
Mirage
attack Fnatic,
tonight, or just in
pull
general?
back,
Because
get
I don't
the
think I saw
res,
Mirage tonight.
Make it to a top 2. Obviously,
Oh,
there is
well,
a
I
lot of
for tonight.
high-level
Sorry, I meant
gameplay
for
going
tonight.
on,
I've not seen
and
a
it
Mirage.
only is going to continue. But where do we go from here? Well, that's a bigger question. And sometimes where do we go isn't just about this game. It's about all the games coming up in the ALGS. That's right. maybe it's about
Man, I didn't even
next
realize.
year
That's
in
crazy.
Year 5, which is coming to the ALGS. We will be back, and we will be teasing a little bit now of some new things. You know, maybe a few legends not being allowed to be played. Called a ban, maybe some new maps added to the ALGS, maybe a new event that is going to blow your mind. All of that and those details coming up at the end of the show, so stay tuned for that.
That will be
Year 5
interesting.
announcements are coming, and they are
Whenever
spicy.
the match
Cannot
ends,
wait to
I
share
don't know if I'll
that
keep watching because it is very late over here. So I'll probably wrap up once we get whatever match it is,
ready
whether
to
it's
go
next one, the one after the one after
Wow,
that.
If I'm correct, Lace, are you there?
That's also why I got the official stream
If
link.
there's anything better than the ALGS, it is the crowd that comes with it. Now, I'm pretty certain I found the only Lace fans in the crowd. But anyway, amongst we have I'm K-Moz, Fantasy, and Trixinity here. Now, I'm K-Moz. You've obviously had a fantastic time in Japan so far. We're in the match point finals. Which team are you rooting for?
Oh, okay. So, Team Falcons. Yeah, Team Falcons. And Guild. Because we like the Aussies. We want the Aussies to be, you know, get some support out there.
Yeah, I'm absolutely not being biased finding the only English-speaking Australians in the crowd that love Lace. But look, we do love the Falcons. Now, Fantasy, you've obviously had a brilliant time in Tokyo. You're now in Sapporo. We think Sapporo and this dome is a little bit better, right?
Yes, like it feels like 30,000 people. This is insane. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced in my life. Like my first LAN, this is ridiculous. This is awesome.
I mean, it doesn't get better than this being in Japan and Sapporo. Now, we've got the wonderful Trixinity here. Now, obviously, you know, you guys are part of the X and Y crew. Which team are you going for?
I'm going for Guild. Got to support the Aussies all the way. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi!
And that's us guys in the crowd, but we have a wonderful crowd here for ALGS. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you so much, Lace. We have 4 teams at match point.
All right,
I
let's see.
cannot believe this. What an end. It made me sweat a little bit, thinking to myself, imagine if we still had gold knockdowns. I was like,
Oh my god, bro.
that's not the case here.
If we had gold knockdowns, I think Alliance would have won that. That's crazy.
I don't think we're mad about them being in the in memoriam section we saw for the Apexies just before, because that would have, yeah, that would have been a real throwback. That would have been some like Kings Canyon Apex Legends esport action if we had had gold knockdowns deciding things. But no, I think good decision to take them out and you know, even reduce the amount of shields that the purple ones have recently, right? My God, that was close. I mean, one of the things I think to note there was definitely that that Alliance are one of the only Catalyst teams to play in the lobby right now. And that means last game, when it was just Alliance and Falcons on match point, it's very easy to keep track of who's still alive, and the other teams knew who they had to focus in that last circle there. Without that, I'm not sure Alliance would have gone down, but now it gets even harder. We've got 4 teams on match point, and with everyone that's added to this tally, it becomes harder and harder for the teams to keep track of that.
Listen, the match point Grim Reaper onset is not here. The teams usually sweat when Onset and Gaskin walk up on the mic. Can this be the moment to change this curse? 4 teams at match point, and as you mentioned, Genome, the Catalyst acting like a double-edged sword. It's just like so insane to think that how that actually involves squads to play differently. What could they do? They have to forcibly swap. We still have E-District coming into the mix.
Yeah, I don't think he can, really.
Oh, wait a minute. That dude in the back row just looks so sad. Hold on.
When onsetting.
Hold on. Like, what was going on with this dude? This guy looks so, like...
But now, it gets even harder. We've got...
Let's see here. Hold on.
Moment. Match sword.
Hold on.
We
to take...
Where did he go? Like, this guy? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he can, really.
That dude looks so sad.
Just have to hope
I'm not really sure why, but he stuck out to me and he looked really sad. Like, I just felt like the whole weight of the world was on his shoulders. Like, it just kind of hit me there. I'm not gonna lie. That was kind of crazy, bro. Alright, let's skip ahead. Alright, there you go. Sorry, I didn't mean to point. I just saw it. I was like, bro, he looks sad, man.
Yeah, for the other team.
I was like, bro, that's crazy.
Sneak around and sneak away with that, right? Because more teams are playing the Rampart.
Like he looked like he was in his own world.
To isolate them as the
He's like
team
the
that you need to
lollipop
pick
guy.
off if potentially a couple of these teams end up in that final.
We got our
circle
memes. We got
of
the guy standing there. We got the lollipop guy. All right.
Listen to that crowd.
Yeah, dude. His mind is somewhere way out there.
Teams their energy as we enter match number 7 on E District. Gives me goosebumps. I can't
All right,
ever
let's
get
see.
over it. Our players are locked in. They're ready to go. History will be made today.
No matter what, history will be made. Oh yeah, Giga Chat as well. Yeah, that's true.
Championship is the biggest event in the Apex Esports calendar. And it could be decided right here, right now. 4 teams now get a tilt at it. That chance will only lessen, will only be diluted as the series go on and more teams join.
Does this Timmy play here? He unfortunately 100 Thieves didn't make it to the finals.
For complexity, for Falcons or for Shopify Rebellion to lift that trophy.
See where the zone is
Or
favoring.
will they welcome more teams into the match?
Based on the
point
match team, I'm gonna try to make an educated guess based on the first zone. See how well it goes. Who has the highest probability, and you can kind of tell if a team gets gifted early on. Whew, man, that's gonna be crazy.
As we take a look at Shopify Rebellion.
Once it switches over to zone, we're gonna play our best
Here for
guess.
this squad to put themselves in match point after that dub. And as you mentioned, one of the teams with the Rampart, not so much standing against the crowd.
All right, let's take a look.
Are you kidding me with this ring? Last time, smack bang.
Oh, that's
between
favoring Alliance there
Guild.
and Falcons.
A little more over towards Shopify Rebellion.
Complexity's got a really tough gig there.
Game,
Shopify Rebellion not awful. This is favoring these two teams heavily.
Again.
Oh god, like Complexity has a hard way. Like they could go all the way this way, or they could go this way, or they could try to like work out all the way this way. It's rough, and then Shopify doesn't have to go very far.
Sticking out like a sore thumb.
I don't know, man.
Sure, it gives them a lot of.
I think if I were, I'm gonna say that I think this is gonna end because this favors heavily both Falcons and Alliance.
For the rest of the lobby. But
I mean, they don't have a beacon, but you can. They're good enough to know if everyone's running that way. They're gonna be able to tell, man.
Easy to call out.
They're gonna be able to say like, oh, okay, everyone's playing this way, you know. They're not gonna venture too far out because they're match point as well. They're gonna wait for information.
I believe I saw a ring console.
This is favoring both those teams at least early on, so they're gonna make it at least in the top like 10.
Over by Electrodam, can't say the same. They will have an evil harvester.
Do you agree with
but they have a
PLI
survey
draft?
beacon.
I think it's fine. I mean, it avoids the 50-50s
As
you used to see
squads
off
already
drop,
make their move,
people
Game and Gladiators
griefing.
coming out of heights,
It removes some of the
right
RNG.
behind EXO. And in a zone like this,
I think we're gonna end here.
Slightly over to the south side of Electro.
If the zone was pulling opposite, I would say no, but you got two teams at match point where it's favoring.
Falcons take some shots from the high ground, but having this height, even if the circle does end up pulling to the south of Falcons, you're still approaching from high to low ground. Now, once you get down,
But you don't want to be fighting off drop for millions of dollars. It can be a skill, but it's a lot of RNG based on the guns that you're getting.
That puts your squad right back to the high ground.
This gives a
in
fighting
case you feel
chance
like
for
you need to
team versus
reposition.
team versus
But I like
team.
this call from Falcons to already start moving, to already start closing in the gap, so that way they can look at the other squads.
It
that
gives
will be playing
everyone
by the edge of
immediate
the zone.
opportunity to get the loot that they need right off drop on equal
idea.
pacing.
Of where these zones end, close to their own POI. That said, Vicky,
Especially if you land late.
if the stats I've got in front of me are correct,
I also like them starting off at 0
one of
points
our
as
4
well.
match point teams have closed out a game on each
It just removes some of the it just keeps
in the
things
last 5
consistent.
days.
Ooh, Alienware,
This would have to be
Liquid,
it, the
rough.
first time right here.
First time
Liquid's
coming
out.
perhaps as Liquid.
Liquid's out, man. There's no way.
Falling short, a team with only 25 points get taken out by VP. What a fast fight for VP.
That was fast. That was a clean fight by
13
VP.
with 29 points, needing that KP.
They were struggling
VP
there.
have been very fast to the action. Very prone
Complexity
to
is really smart here by rotating very quickly. Look how fast they got into zone.
We've seen them there all the time.
This is a
and
tough zone
often
because I don't really know if it's going to pull
take
towards the
it, and
buildings
one
or
or
if it's
two
going
of
to
them
pull
will
towards a
escape,
specific
run
area.
away, and get the reset.
Oof.
It's happened time and time again for Virtus.
That sucks.
This time, however, they do get the clean wipe onto T-Law.
That would suck if they reset at this point. I'm sure for Falcons, an Alliance, resetting right now
match point eligibility
would definitely be. If I was in their shoes, I'd be pissed. They have zone, and Complexity made their way over there. We have 3 teams that, like, dude, that's crazy. 3 out of the 4 teams have worked their way in.
One of the teams rocking the Valkyrie. Monsoon jamming with the crowd.
3 admins in GG's booth.
Do have that pause. I'm not sitting, but standing on the edge of the apple box.
I don't know. We just saw a pause. I'm just hoping that they don't. I'm hoping they don't reset. There's so much on the line right now for this match point for these 3 teams that resetting would be a travesty for them.
This, affects those teams, right? We had Guild, as we mentioned, doing very well at the start
Because
of the day.
these teams have already worked their way in and they've had a good zone.
After we had that earlier pause, and it was a little bit extended, right? Takes the heat out of your bones. You might lose some of that fire inside you that you've kindled by playing so well at the start of the day. Have to hope the same thing doesn't happen for Shopify Rebellion, for instance, who are going to be quite late to this zone, by the way. But when they do get there, actually quite likely to run into a team like Alliance, who's currently loitering around.
I really feel like this is the round that's gonna decide it.
Mentality right now, and Alliance coming so close to getting that dub after just hitting match point in the previous game. You have to just reset, even if you've gotten so
Bro, I admire them for cheering for TSM to boost them up, but bro, TSM's so far behind at this point, and I think the 3 teams that are already in zone have it.
After losing out on game number 6, what could have allowed them to win our $2 million championship match point.
All right, let's see.
The crowd is ready, and so are we. Let's jump right back into this game. After a quick short pause. Complexity already on the move, but so many other teams have collapsed into the middle part of this zone where they predict this zone's gonna pull.
You're talking about the middle. It was
They're all guessing it's pulling to the right. I would say the same thing.
Who took a frag, smack bang on his
Complexity's getting rid of GG's there.
Doesn't look like it's been finished though, so hopefully that's a reset for Team Burger. Complexity.
Come on, this should be a clean fight. Oh, they lost somebody. Come on. Oh my god, bro. Bro. What is happening, bro? That's not good.
They get taken out because in the distance, it is EXO that were able to follow up on that.
I like that decision.
Bro.
Doesn't chase the kill, even though it was low. Complexity have to win. They don't just have to get points.
Yeah, they just have to win. Dude, that should have been a much cleaner fight. That was kind of scary for them.
The Complexity could rely on them to eliminate the threat in front of them.
And being hyper aware that there are shots in the distance, you don't want to risk anything. You need to get that dub to be considered the winners.
Dude, VP is chasing hard, man.
Trailing right behind, dropped. Envy trying to run away. Nice nade, 44, eating that for distance, but not trying to chase. Calling it where they want to prioritize rotating into zone instead. They've sent Envy all the way towards high.
Yeah, we're talking about Derp as well.
They could cut them off on
how, I mean, even in CS, you know, when people do pauses, it's there to get people to lose focus, to remove their, you know, getting in the zone, you know what I mean?
Outside of the zone.
I mean, heck, they do it in traditional sports. They'll just keep calling pauses and timeouts to make sure that players get off their A game, you know?
In where these teams have been running into each other, and honestly,
how many times you've seen in football just random timeouts? You're like, bro, what are you calling timeout for? And they'll justify it, but they're trying to get the enemy team. They're trying to get in their head.
Possible in these early stages of the game. It's changed the base game, of course, and definitely that of this at the highest level.
Alliance have now swapped places, by the way, with Falcons. You saw them rotating on the top of Electrodam. They're going to have height, and they had the ring console, something
Take a
that
look at
Falcons
zone.
did not have when they had landed in their POI of Electro.
Alliance
Playing
is
off that
in
low
a
ground,
fine spot now, but
understanding
it's
they
not
want
going to
to
be fine
approach from
later.
the high
Falcons
ground,
is in
but
a
it
better
will
spot.
eventually shift away from them.
Falcons good spot, Exo good spot, Complexity
Alliance and
is
Shopify,
debatable.
both of them have
I'm guessing it's going to
info.
pull towards this
See them
side
sort
over
of
here somewhere like
working on the
this.
edge of the next ring,
But it
hoping
could
to maybe make their
also
way in.
pull like
Alliance
this
get
side
the
right
pull.
here. I've seen that too.
Shopify
If it does pull towards the
going to
south
have to probably
side
make
like
their way
that,
up
then
that
a lot
tunnel
of
on
our
the
game-winning
northern side
teams are
of
going to
Electro
struggle.
Dam
But I do think that this is
and
going
sneak
to
their way
end.
in bit by bit.
This is going to end
Meanwhile,
here.
Alliance, their best bet.
Not because they're on high ground, because they have a
forcing a
building
fight
and
with
they
Team
occupy a lot of space.
Wouldn't that be a
And a lot of people
showdown?
can't run up on them. TSM is struggling out here. They're just playing like I don't know what game they're playing out here, man.
See the standoff
VP is
between
also
TSM and
like
VP.
shouldn't be playing out here like
VP
this.
want no business with this fight. They are backing away completely. An isolated fight for now.
I think they're just
Nobody
looking for
within the
points,
vicinity.
but
Remember, we noticed that VP wanted to prioritize their rotate. Kind of
see
backtracking
what I mean?
a little
Like
bit, looking at
Falcons has a lot of
TSM.
space
TSM
here.
now left in the middle. So VP are gonna
They
be
do have a
trying to move
knock.
to the north side. Falcons
See if they
after
manage to
getting a
clean it
knock
up
onto
or what they do.
Nox, still finding this KP.
They don't chase it
Firing up
though.
the Sheila there,
Only if they
but
can find the opening
knock,
again.
Envy are forced back. Falcons don't want to give them any quarter though.
This is risky now. They should completely back out.
Down the dome already.
They should completely back out.
Blues here from the side of Falcons.
They hesitated there for a second on the back out.
Newcastle slamming in on the
Good,
other
good,
side.
good. They
Looks
got
like
another
he had
team.
misspaced that. He wanted to
VP's
go on the other
coming
side
in to
just
save him,
case
actually.
Walty would have gone down.
Oof.
VP in the distance, though, also harassing Envy. The clutter of these three squads here. It's Falcons, Envy, and VP, and you're letting the Sheila sing. So you're backing away after losing out on his shield.
TSM also pulling up.
We still have a
now,
lot
so
of teams
Virtus Pro,
with a lot of
while there
space
was a
here.
second there, they were waiting for the bubble to go down
Envy's
and
done
try
a
and
great job
sandwich
holding this together best they
Envy in
can,
between
but
themselves and
they're probably going to lose
Falcons.
somebody here.
All of a sudden, TSM turn up in the southeastern side. However, they've found a building by the looks of it. Yep, there we can see them set up behind the rampart. And they're a little bit worried about Noctum. Warning shots go out. Noctum heed the warning and pull back a little
That's
further.
pulling
They
north.
have
You
to
see
make
that
it
zone?
on foot
Pulling
now
north.
that they've given up that evac opportunity.
Envy got the respawn, by the way, onto Noct. And missed the chaos. All those two teams that were focusing them. Falcons probably going to wrap around Envy. See them trying to get into an opportunity.
It's
The
pulled like
bombardment has
north
been
and to
called.
the
Envy's stuck in
right.
a corner. You do not want to get
I think this is
hungry
going to pull still
for
north
this
side.
KP.
Meanwhile, two of the other match point teams have actually found themselves in the same.
I'm sorry for ads. I put it on conservative to give me the least amount of ads
towards
possible.
Shopify Rebellion in Lotus.
And that's because there was a ring console there too. Understanding that they wanted to
Envy's
get
done a
more
really good job of
information,
holding their
Shopify doing the
spot,
same
even though they've
exact
gotten
thing. We have
knocked
to
a
see,
lot.
With Lotus being such a large POI, how these two squads are going to coexist. See another bombardment on top of Blue trying to dance around.
God, I feel so sorry for Envy right now.
Everyone's looking at them.
Popping it from all sides.
Dude, Envy just can't catch a
Every
break
time
here,
their
bro.
bubble
That's
goes
crazy.
down, there's a Sheila on them.
Also like to note that over by Lotus is also the Mythic bin. As we take a look at the fight here.
Two teams here fighting. That's crazy.
Shopify fought to the death over that. Do they know it's the other team?
Oh, Falcons is going to throw here if they keep messing around like
So
this.
that's
I know they want them out, but it's really it's a little too much.
Imagine having to worry about one less match point team and walking away from a POI with a Mythic bin.
Right, yeah, does that make you more inclined to take that fight?
Envy's out.
I mean, we saw that coming from a mile away. Not a playable position that early
Falcons is playing
on.
it smart by going in and out. They just have to be careful. There was like there's a risk there.
Disengage, walking in opposite
Alright, see.
directions. But look,
Complexity's looking pretty solid here.
Okay.
VK has the
Looks like
best positioning in the center
are
though.
getting the better of that
They're
Mythic
pulling
bin,
like
by the way.
Guild Esports.
Could be a key factor in their fight against
Oof.
Shopify if that happens. Noctum goes down, still failing to add
Oh
to
no!
their
Look at
tally.
this.
Okay, we've
Look
got
at
the
this.
drop onto Alliance. Hacker still on blue at this point.
Oh my
Maybe
gosh.
They didn't get the bin after all.
Oh my gosh, dude.
bombardment called in. Nice
Bro, they
crack
should
as well.
not be fighting as long as they are right now out here. This is crazy.
He gets shot from the window. Effect gets that knock. Alliance now want to capitalize.
Oh my god, dude.
Shopify Rebellion look like they're in trouble. But by the way, EXO are looking get some poke damage, but not all members are there. Alliance come out, they take care of Shopify.
Yeah, the one member of EXO is well away. They
He's
don't
shooting
have
the
to worry.
box.
It looks like one of Alliance got knocked while trying to take the bin, and Shopify then lost a 2v3.
Yeah, their positioning is not bad where TSM is at. They're going to have a harder rotation here in a second. But if they push forward and knock out E36,
a tough rotate for them.
but it's going to be a tough rotation. It's not impossible. They got to start scaling now.
No longer have
At least they need to start making momentum towards it.
Alliance, Complexity, and Falcon still alive in this lobby, still on match point. Fnatic get the res.
I'm still guessing this is the last round. I could be wrong,
The
but
audience, with bated breath, we're looking to see what Fnatic could do. They're at 45 points, 5 points away from being at match point themselves.
I'm getting ready.
Oh, in the feed, you saw Complexity with the set. No, Monsoon actually getting a knock onto Alliance.
That's
oh
big
wow,
as they try and
they
get
did.
in, they want to go towards EXO.
Dude, this zone hurts though. Alliance might just die to zone. Dude, they're dead to zone.
To pop syringes here.
Bro, they're actually. I think they're dead to zone. Oh my god, dude.
They're picking them apart. That's 2 knocked.
Bro, they're dead to zone. There's no way. And that's it.
Newcastle's so crucial. He's even got the ult just in case, but EXO are gonna back away.
I don't think they can res him because they only get 1 res per thing.
Yeah, they grab the banner. Unlucky, no Moby. Does one of the other
Alliance is
players
dead to
have
zone.
it?
They're done. They're cooked. That's it.
Check in
They're out.
them soon.
There's no way they go all the way around. Like they're just dead.
Zone pulls on top of VK Gaming. Of course, it goes.
They're dead. They're dead.
Around one of the
He
canals.
gave everything he had to him to
Often
make him
see
survive, but that's it.
These zones pull away from the POIs and into the rivers and sewer systems that surround them.
Oh my god,
and with
dude.
the ring also dealing enough damage to get these knocks, it's also an indicator.
No, they're dead. Like no matter what, they're dead here. That's it. It's the end of the game for them. TSM did make the push up. So we said what they should do. It's not a bad fight. They got 48 seconds to do something. They should win this. TSM historically, they should win this.
Complexity about to eliminate some of their competition, and TSM looking to do the same here.
Fury is gone.
Eliminated by EXO. Alliance looking at Complexity as a 2-man right now. They're in a lot of trouble trying to survive. Complexity, Monsoon with height, not trying to overextend.
They're dead.
Hockeys. Do they want to try to take this chance? There may be another team that could just.
There's no way Alliance makes that
They don't
through.
want to risk it.
God, this is
They need
so
to fight for
hard.
something though. Oh
Yeah, okay,
shoot.
someone's trying to take their spot. It's go next. The other team with Catalyst.
That's not good.
Complexity trying to work out which one's Alliance.
They're
Was it
close
the
in
one who
zone
just
if they
kept
can figure this out, man. They're
knocking, or
close in
is it this team
zone.
that's just stolen our spot?
And it's too risky to take.
Alliance may actually be able to give them the space that they need if they run into this team in a minute.
The insurance that Alliance needs to stay alive. Yes, just as a duo, but alive nonetheless. They're about to get pressured out. Aurora now are looking at them. Hockeys almost losing out on his shields. Lucky, he one shot, but he was able to pop that bat for now.
12
Nine
teams.
impulse down though. Team Burger after that early reset looking okay. Falcons nearby.
Dude, that's
TSM.
crazy the Alliance survived that. That is crazy.
Complexity. They would have been so much better off had they finished off their competition. But they had
Alliance
to
is
prio
dead. There's no way. There's no way that they clutch this out as a duo. If they do, it'll be one of the most historic moments I've ever seen in Apex Legends.
This is what match
Like, I will make a full dedicated video that this is one of the most insane things I have ever seen if they manage to clutch this out. Dude, they got the res? There's no way. There will be a dedicated video if somehow Alliance pulls this out and manages to clutch this. This will be one of the craziest things that I've ever seen if that happens.
Squads are gonna start looking at them.
Bro, there's no way. There's no way that this happens.
Blowing up the screen right now, blowing up the kill feed. Unlucky, trying to get away with just a
Are you serious, bro? Like, what is going on?
That was the most
There's no way that they're still in this.
rotate I've ever seen.
How? Dude, that's crazy. I literally would have to, like, dude, this deserves a video in itself. How have they pulled this off? Like, that is crazy.
Right there for Alliance.
They use the bombardment after they.
Dude, they are out of resources, though.
Bubble gonna go down soon. Alliance.
Oh my god, bro. If they kill GN, that's all the resource. They need to kill them right now. Oh my god, bro, this is crazy.
So tenuous.
Yeah, they have a great spot now. This is crazy. If they can kill the team, if they can kill GN somehow and get the resources, that'd be insane.
Getting shot from behind.
This is hard as heck to hold. Dude, if they can kill Go Next here, that's GG's. That, like I would say at that point, the number of them going up is crazy high. There's no way. This is crazy. Dude, look at Hockey's. He's so calm and collected right now.
Unless they can get access to another team's death boxes.
Yeah, they need to kill GN. They need to kill them. I know they know it, but their resources are so stretched thin, bro.
Two teams at the same time with lackluster loot after
Oh my god. Complexity's not in the worst spot either. They can work their way in, but Fnatic is giving them a hard time, bro. Ooh. Oh no, bro. Oh, bro, Complexity out. Oh my gosh, an Alliance. They're backing out. They're trying to find the moment.
They would get access to the death boxes and a fantastic position.
Oh my god, bro.
They go back though. They hesitate.
There's no way, dude. There's no way. If Alliance get this, this will be one of the craziest things I have ever seen. I mean, Falcons is in a great spot as well.
8 squads left. Less than 40 seconds now.
Was it competence or was it cowardice? I guess only time will
Guild
tell.
is out.
Guild
LG knocks out TSM.
Falcons are still in this, by the way. Up north, they have been biding their time.
Bro, Falcons is such a great spot too. It's a little open, but they got, I mean, they got wall. House got wall. They have Rampart walls. I don't know how Alliance is going to pull this off. At this point, they're all focused on each other. Falcons is just like free real estate. Like, people need to start focusing on Falcons if they want them out.
What our last 2 match point teams will do.
All the other teams are on the southern side here. Alliance between quite a few. I don't like their chances. Falcons,
Dude, Falcons is looking real sharp right now, man. That's crazy. Yo, what's up, Eddie?
To themselves. Scouts were trained on VKG
Dude.
in the middle. They've been taken
Oh my
out
god,
by
bro.
LG. That's even better for Falcons.
Yeah, I know. They don't know who's who, but it's just crazy because that team, I mean, Falcons just... Look at this. Look what we're seeing. Falcons is over here, and then every one of the grandmother, bro, they're handing them. They're handing Falcons the tournament. I know they don't know the teams, but bro, all they have to do is wait. They gotta wait, and it's Falcons' game. Unless one of these teams does something insane.
From the elimination bracket before,
bro.
Falcons about to rewrite history.
Literally, they're about to win this, man. That's it. Like, Alliance can still clutch this out. They could do some crazy stuff, man. It's not over. It's not over yet. But I mean, it's Falcons if they play it patient.
Having to be careful, play around the edge of the dome.
Ooh, man.
Down their own dome of protection.
No way, bro. No way.
LG collapsing on them.
Falcons just waiting it out.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Falcons, I'd be waiting too, man.
2 teams left on match point. 3 not.
Alliance still is in this, man. They're still in it. Oh, they climb height and they wall. Falcons, if they get involved too early. Bro, Falcons dropped on the low ground, bro. No way Alliance can just wait this out, man. That's crazy. That's crazy if this actually happens that way. No way, bro. They gotta climb up in a minute, bro. That's crazy. Falcons throw this? This is the messiest fight of, dude. Bro. Bro. And then Howell's still alive, though. Oh, no, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Bro, are you serious? Dude, I don't even... He might have actually... Dude. That would have been one of the most historic wins by Alliance. Dude, I feel him on that, bro. That's crazy. Bro, what? What HP was he at the end there? He might as well stop the res and start shooting him.
51 points and a match point chance now.
Falcon threw that, man. That's a throw right there. Why? I don't know why'd they drop, dude?
Imagine being Falcons.
That's crazy.
Seeing double cat in front of your face and not knowing which of the teams took the dub of that game. Lucky for them, it was Go Next. And that also has
Cool.
elevated another team to sit at match point. And they're not the only ones, Genome. That was also enough, KP, for Fnatic to elevate themselves
That's
with
crazy,
51
bro.
points as we take a look at the match 7 results.
Now this next round, that's it. It's over on this next
12
round.
kills for TSM.
I'm surprised Falcons dropped there,
hunting.
man.
Teams below that threshold know they need to maximize points in one way or another, and there's only 2 ways you can do it in Apex. One's to survive, the other
If Alliance
is to
won that,
slay.
that would have been the most historic win I've ever seen.
With
It was
15
almost
points
there.
for TSM.
Let's look at all the ones at match point. I'm gonna go back and look at that moment. I swear, I think that
those overall
at the end for
standings,
Alliance,
I'm
that
sure you'll get to see
Catalyst was at least 40 HP.
how many teams now joining those 4 from match 7 with match point eligibility. Complexity only at 2. As more and more teams go up there, Vicky,
Wow, look
here,
at that.
Okay, here's the series results. As you mentioned, Go Next, 51. Fnatic, 51. 6 teams now.
Bro, Alliance has
Match
got
point
crazy
eligible.
points, man. Let me go look back
And
real
look
quick.
how close LG is with 48 points behind the rest of the squads.
All right, let me see here. Hold on a second. Let me just see the HP on this. Ready?
Falcons are in shambles. How is one shot?
Okay.
Impossible.
He's one.
Falcons get eliminated. It's another 1v3, but I
Oh yeah, I mean he's literally 1 HP. Yeah. 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 I mean, I get why he's going for the res, but still, yeah, that's
Be a
crazy.
fairly straightforward 3v3 from what I could see on the map,
Jeez.
which, you know, take
Bro,
up with a
the
grain
fact
of
that they
salt,
like
but
that's still
losing
crazy
a
though.
3v3 to go next. Obviously not a bad team, but still Alliance will back themselves there, and it will hurt. It will hurt deep. That they do pop off there. To fail to pop off, I suppose. That they get their heads popped off. Either way, whatever you want to put on it. It's Alliance with yet another close loss.
Yeah, that's
Still
crazy.
Top of the lobby.
The curse continues, Genome. What a long fight that took for Falcons to take onto LG. It worked against them, but that means we got more Apex to go. That means we got game number 8 for Match Point Finals. Don't go anywhere. It's coming to you on the other side of this break.
That's wild, man. Yeah, that's wild. They need to be safe. It doesn't matter at this point. I mean, it's not a matter of safety, it's a matter of who's going to get match point win. I mean, Alliance has at least got so many points. Like, I mean, they could probably get second place even if somebody else won. There's not like a safe spot to be in. Yeah, this is grand finals. This is it. There's no safe. This is it. Whoever wins, that's it. Match point, grand finals. This is the final. I mean, I'm here at the final end. This is it. We got several teams at match point, and we're just waiting. Yep, it's just whoever wins at the end is the winner, and then they scale based on the points for second, third, and so forth afterwards. Got to get 50 points and then win. Yeah, I only got time to watch part of the finals. That's why I'm here for the finals. Like, this is the last day. This is it. Grand finals. Yeah, these end zones are great. You can see the fighting. It's not like the Seer or Catalyst meta or Bang Smoke where you can't see half the fights, you know? This is a solid meta.
How could that bubble have the best bubble? Ah, Volt in low time. Chill. Chill, they're gonna in. They are inting. I will not catch you. Chill. I have no Q on them. Shoot them, shoot them. 3v3. Below, correct him. Cat fucking low. Cat dead. 100. Give me slow. Newcastle 1, all you Zidane. You win this. 1v1. You win that. It's 1 HP. Push him. Push him, Zidane. Lucky Zidane.
It's crazy.
And we go next with more Apex.
We got 6 teams on match point.
Finals. Game 7 going in favor to the squad to keep us going. Go next now find themselves in match points.
I think it's a fitting reward for a Game 7 victory and keeping the lobby alive. Plenty of other teams very happy to see the EMEA team take that one out. And as a result, we'll move over to Storm Point, Vicky. And looking at our stats, I cannot help but think that match 8 here is where we might see this finish. Most of the teams on match point have seen their success on Storm Point. Shopify Rebellion, their first pick, Lightning Rod. Go Next, their first pick on Barometer. Also,
No, for it to matter, you have to get to 50 points first.
POI. And even without looking at the other
That's the
teams
format
who,
for match
you know,
point
may
whenever
not
it's
have
grand
access to
finals.
those right now.
It is
So many
late,
of these
man. It
teams
is
like
late.
Shopify Rebellion and Falcons have multiple wins on this map so far this tournament. Even Fnatic has 2.
That's going to be them coming out of Coastal Camp. So many teams now finding themselves at match point. 6 total squads as we get into game number 8.
Yeah, if you don't win, the points only just keep you within second and third. Like Alliance, I guarantee is walking away at least with second or third. They're walking away with money. It's just a matter if they can win it.
We've seen it.
For other teams, it's a little up in the air.
On Storm Point. Can this be another moment for our teams? Our legends are out of the dropship. Let's get this started.
I'm pretty sure this one is it. This is it.
Genome history has been written on this map. And looking at where the zone will be pulling could benefit the likes that are already at match points.
I feel like it's slightly less than we saw on E-District. It's very much within, you know, the home reaches.
I've seen crazier where it keeps going, but I just...
Alliance and Shopify Rebellion
I don't know. We'll see.
As we wait to see where Zone 2 will be heading. Zone 1 says somewhere north. I guess the interesting thing about going over those teams I was just mentioning that have won a lot here before, Vicky, is some of them didn't perform
Yeah,
well
I mean,
enough
I would imagine all these guys are tired. They've had a long
grab
week.
Trident spots here on Storm Point. Shopify Rebellion, kind of the only one. Fnatic falling into the losers bracket. They only get Coastal Camp. Falcons falling into the losers bracket. They only get Command Center. Shopify Rebellion, they perform, they get rewarded. They whack their first pick straight onto Lightning Rod. A pick that those other teams had been hoping to grab.
All right, once it switches over, we'll break down the ring.
Allowing them to walk away with everything that
All
they
right, let's take a look.
need.
What do we got?
As we get to take a look.
I assume it's going to pull this side. That's what I assume. Alliance has got a great angle here.
Who has that info? Alliance.
Yeah, they know, bro. That's crazy.
Of Northpad. Yeah, they don't have a trident, but they don't need one for a
Shopify and Falcons are going to run into each other this side.
And an Evo Harvester to their name.
Fnatic's at a long rotation, man.
Evo Harvester as well.
It's brutal.
The zone is close to
This is favoring Alliance for their win.
You don't have to go too far, or it can just really
Shopify and Falcons are more likely to run into each other.
Games. As you can see here, Legacy taking the gravity.
I just didn't see where Complexity was. I need to go look back.
4 points away
Oof.
from getting match point here, and they want to secure it almost immediately by taking on Noctum.
Wow.
That is a plan that goes completely
That's rough.
Can't run away from that one.
I think Guild got greedy there. That's crazy, dude. I'm not really sure what that was, man.
Feeling comfy at those 50 points. VP with their quick rotate.
Were they just going for one kill? Did they?
That has been very quick to get
Did they get the kill to at least get them there?
He's trying to book for it though, but while they're there, EXO did the same exact thing.
I mean, they don't really have to place well. I mean, they probably just got the points because they don't have to win. But still, I feel like they should have just been in it, you know? More points is always better. I felt like overall it was greedy.
VP, as we mentioned, they've been taking a lot of early fights. This time, they've got checkpoint. They don't have a ring console. Okay, are you telling me they just like picked this out of thin air?
Yeah, I told you. It's about Falcons and Shopify are going to run into each other here. Oh, they put themselves in a rough spot. Now they really have to fight Falcons.
A team that wanted to go over to Zeus, seems they could get their own set of information on the other side now, staring hard down at Falcons.
Okay, they want to take their competition out one by one, but who's it going to be? If a team gets eliminated here, we go from 6 to 5 available.
Well, Shopify know that Falcons land.
No, they out.
Right? So they're able to immediately
They played that save. They said, "Now we're gone, bro." That's crazy.
They already know that they can hold this position, knowing where that zone is going to be pulling eventually. Looks like they want to put a stop to their run. Falcons forced to back away for now. Meanwhile, Envy on the high ground, over by the building to the side of Zoo Station, uphill that would lead out of wall, are also hearing.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Looking to make sure none of these squads are going to try to approach from their.
Our Falcons just like going hard into zone. They're like, "No, let's not gamble on any fights."
There's so much
respect.
At risk for these two teams, sitting at 2nd and 3rd overall. An early exit here, if the game ends in Game 8, could be literally hundreds of thousands of dollars difference, Vicky. So they pull apart. They disengage.
Complexity, Alliance, bro. A lot of our game-winning, our match point teams, bro. They're all in the center. They're all already getting good spots. They're all perched up, man. I'd say Alliance has the best spot. I've seen it end on that spot. They have the best spot. As long as they can keep the resources.
Complexity. We've got Team Burger,
It's not impossible for Complexity, though.
Armory. Virtus Pro still sitting underneath.
We just need to see where the next zone is going to pull for us to really know the story.
Looking at the way that now Alliance has set up shop with their early rotate out of their POI of North Pad as quickly as they could get on top of these rocks in the water. They've also denied themselves the opportunity to get more loot, forcing themselves to have to poke to build up those Evo shields. Furia on the chase. Inside of this Trident are able to get a knock onto Aurora. I think they were actually kind of taking this fight to Aurora for a long time, it looked like in the feed. Splitting them apart, and now as Aurora was able to try to get at least one.
Way too open. It's pulled up there before to where it pulls onto the gravity cannon. We'll see if it does it. It's a really good spot if for that end zone if it goes where I think it's going to go. If it does, Alliance wins pretty much.
The right play, really.
Because they're playing it smart, but they're banking, they're gambling and it pulling there. It's not as bad of a spot as you think.
Towards that purple. Still, Shopify Rebellion.
We'll just have to see if it pulls up there or not.
Because
there is an end zone up there.
Next is next on their list this time.
I just don't know if it'll go there. That's the big question. It's where I would play for that zone.
See the charge rifle.
Also, where Complexity was playing was also strong.
Go next. The edge of that zone. Feeling that pressure, maybe force have to go outside of zone by cliffside.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for anybody. That's why I say it's game winning. If it pulls towards them, everybody has to run out in the open towards them. It's a great spot to be in.
So they are able to hop right back into that Trident and go right around through the other side of that zone where Gaming Gladiators and TSM are
see.
actually going to be waiting for them over by Stormcaster.
Ooh.
Nice overhead.
Now it could either pull towards this side or it could pull towards this side. I don't
It's
know.
going to be on the outskirts of the
But
water.
look at that.
This is, I feel like, a zone that I've seen.
It's possible that it goes there. Is this what the circle is? What is that? What it's showing on the right there? It's pulling on the right. Is that what I'm? Is that my understanding of that zone?
Yeah, exactly, and that's the kind of thing you want to be thinking.
Is it pulling
about.
towards what they
Sniper rifles
infamously call in
very,
esports
very
the
good in that
nuts?
area because there is so much
Oh, it's a
flat
Loba ult,
terrain.
okay.
Like you don't even have to really worry about someone.
It looked like a Loba
on the
ult.
undulating plains. It's flat ground, and you'll be able to really get the sniper out and make good use of it. Especially because Complexity have managed to get in there early.
At the end here, it really is just zone placement. So we're looking at.
Zone. VKG take up a very north spot now as we see those, late.
A deep water would be fire. I don't know. That, dude, that would suck.
skydiving teams.
Mouthful.
Any adjectives you want to add in there?
Fast.
Here's another one.
Dude, everyone is trying to get into zone. It's going to be end zone city, and then everyone's going to die because of where it pulls.
Their next move. They got the information off the survey beacon in Cascade. They see where everybody.
Fnatic is also playing a pretty smart play here. While everyone is in zone going to be at lower armors at blue, they're going for as much resources for the end zone and also to bully their way in.
And they know where everybody's going to be rotating from, so they know they have time.
Yeah, and they've got the Valk, right? So that means, yeah, as you said, they'll grab the Evo Harvester near the lift. Then
That's what these teams are doing. They're running around with the car and they're picking up as much resources and stuff as possible.
There they probably will meet TSM and Shopify Rebellion, though. And could be a very interesting set of fights. Nizel trying to get out of dodge here. Is being chased by Envy, but it's the last one.
That's bittersweet, though. Gotta look at your old teammate and his new team sometimes, even though you're forced to play this out as a solo. Envy and T-Law having that fight with Envy.
What would be your strategy, zone or edge at game point? Early on, well, I guess it depends on what my team's strengths are.
North here.
Depends who I'm playing with.
Looking at the other teams like Shopify Rebellion, who are
I don't mind fighting and pushing, but it really depends on your teammates, what their strengths are. Because if it doesn't matter how I want to play. If my teammates can't play a certain way, then that strategy isn't going to work. You would have to analyze what are we best at, what comp are we running. You know, you would have to answer those questions. Let's say, for example, we had a Valkyrie. Well, then we could play edge zone, or let's say I don't have a good Valkyrie, then we could play the other way. You know what I mean?
I can't believe we saw that earlier on. But you know, something that we have seen a lot in the past with these rogue tridents.
Who's playing Octane? Where'd that jump pad come from?
I had somebody say to me that they thought that there was a horizon in the lobby. I'm like, nope, no horizon. That's just the gravity cannon on a slope. Some wonky interactions.
These teams are all in really good spots. We just need to see the next zones to kind of guess on how is this going to play. Dude, Aurora down.
Oh, they need that loot.
17.
Yeah, that's what they're going for. It makes sense for the wall. Go get the loot, come back. They need that for the end game.
Call in that catwall that you saw earlier on, because when they saw that team fall off the Trident, they need that loot desperately. So they're going to be able to now extend, try to get whatever they need, while Noctem aren't going to move from their position.
I really just want to see the next zone. I'm so like, I need to see the next zone to know. Like that'll help me gauge who's going to win.
Yes.
Because it really is going to come down to positioning at this point. Because everyone is playing positioning. Everyone's going to play it safe.
In the mind of MT.
Okay.
Called it out for the pathing first, Gino.
Where is it going to pull? Tell us. I want to know. We all want to know.
A little bit of info here with the next zone coming in.
Oh.
Ooh,
Jesus, that sucks.
It's going to be so fun. I mean, think about
I think we go into a new game.
Throwing down all
I don't know how, like, it's possible that Alliance, Falcons, and everyone make a play. This is going to suck, dude. How are they going to find a way in?
Quite a bit of that zone is still
if one of the teams win this, they do it because they are so skilled at pushing through, but I have no idea how they're going to scale in with everyone who else has the nuts already. They're going to have to start bullying their way in.
It'd take a lot, though.
It's not impossible. It's not impossible. But every single team on match point is going to struggle to walk in.
But you also can't ignore
that pull is disgusting.
What Hail Mary plays could be done.
And Fnatic is guessing wrong.
Teams are willing to take
they are pushing the wrong area.
if they feel like they have no other option. Noctem were the ones settled.
I mean, sometimes you go back and forth a little bit just to grab like a placement point or two, right?
Yeah. I mean, in Noctem's case, kind of desperately need it in the position that they're in.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to bully their way in, or you're going to have to play edge out in the water. This is going to be very interesting to see. I think we go into a new match. It's higher. It's not impossible. You know, to say like we won't go into a new one, but this is tough, man. This zone sucks. Like the people who already have in there those spots. I'm fascinated to see how this plays. The teams on match point need to pretty much go in and say they have bigger. You know what I'm talking about.
Falcons were close to having a chance last game.
Oh my God! What spot are they gonna find here, man? What spot?
Holding that bubble in reserve.
Oh my God, dude!
No one's behind the rock.
Good placement on the car. Great placement on the car. Wow.
Had this position earlier.
Cool.
But with the Trident in the way.
While the teams are in here fighting.
More safe in the same spot.
36 engaging here. Slow fight. Nobody ahead of him here. Squad right above their heads. While sharing this, you know that Falcons are within the vicinity. We just saw
great
them
play
right
with the
on
car.
Trident, place their Trident by the rocks. LG is a team that I'm worried about, but they don't really have line of sight. They would have to drop down at that point through that zip. So they're just going to be sitting pretty on top of that bunker.
Which is great, right? I can't see you, you can't see me. No damage being taken at that point.
We're about to see a lot of teams get out.
Can't really imagine anyone will really want to take it.
This is greedy going for this, but they need the resources.
Had a horrible thought in my head there for a second. The intrusive thoughts are gone. It's a smart play by Team Falcons, just getting upgrading their attachments a little bit there.
Oh my God, it pulls right on Falcons, bro. That's crazy.
Only for Imperial Hal.
This pulls right on Falcons, man. They have game-winning spot. What a wonderful play that they came and found this spot right here. That's huge. Even I mean, I didn't even think of that.
Not a bad position unless
LG is going to be their biggest threat. But Falcons has proved they can hold space, man.
And go next on the other side. Fnatic playing off the low ground bunker. Everybody here seeing that the circle has completely shifted over by those buildings.
Ooh, man.
Forcing these teams to make the next move. Knock them
if LG
13 squads
pushes them out, then Falcons. If Falcons beats LG, this is Falcons' game.
On match point. All 6 still remain.
20 seconds. We got a lot. We got a lot of teams to move.
This early. Shopify the first one to go down in our last
Like LG's gonna stay up there the whole time. They don't have to move.
The rest managing to find reasonable spots until the game was taken out of their hands.
Oh my God, dude.
They're forced to go inside this building. They try to desperately make a play here, but go next. Get hit and stopped by EXO. Haraka being the last one alive. Popping the shield back from right underneath this building. Not getting shot up for now.
There's Alliance coming in next.
Now over by the corner. It was just
Alliance is going to find some space here. Yeah, I think that was definitely ballsy too. It was like, bro, Fnatic flying in trying to find a space. They'll probably take the roof.
See who's right underneath them. Where can they
Yep.
find themselves?
Take the roof of the nuts and then wall it off and then hold.
Love this. They take the egg that's furthest towards
Shopify's not the best spot. Alliance isn't probably in a worse spot right now.
And potentially play the
yeah, Alliance is struggling. Alliance is out.
Alliance, our first place team,
dude,
has just
that's
been
crazy.
Eliminated.
Complexity. Jeez. They just were all on the other side. It's a hard rotation in.
And Fnatic get the knock for knock here after losing out on Yuka.
Fnatic can get this. Not impossible. Not impossible. Bro, it's too late now. Oh my God. Oh, dude, they're all so low, bro. They're all so low. Yeah, Falcons looking pretty sharp. Shopify, not impossible. Falcons has so much space, dude. So much space.
Have taken an exit from the lobby. Shopify Rebellion, Team Falcons.
LG is the only thing that can grief them, and they're not gonna drop until the last minute, bro.
Lurking and waiting. Constant 180s. Thank God they've got an M&K player on the team because he needs to be flicking back and forth. making sure
If they kill
as soon
LG,
as
this is
someone
Falcons
comes down
game.
that zip, they get deleted. And as we have a look at
And if they
Shopify
kill
Rebellion
LG
here,
and they
you
lose,
see
Falcon
the
through.
laser on the Sheila from Waltzy pointed directly at that entrance.
Just in case. With that placement,
They know they're up there. Dude, LG, it's statistically, they are to look at the health advantage they have.
Welcome to the 50-point club. They don't have a
They don't have the armor advantage here. LG is at a disadvantage.
Thank God that got patched. At one point, you couldn't place that evac. You've got to remember. They fixed it now. It is a possibility again. You don't want to take the gravity candle. That'll
Shopify's not out,
into
guys.
the
Just
zone.
FYI either.
So LG knowing what's waiting below them, that it's still an option. They can bubble below.
They're in a rough spot.
But if they evac over the top,
LG is going to decide this game.
Falcons would have half the damn zone to themselves again.
If LG don't put the pressure on Falcons, Falcons is running wild with this, bro.
Shopify Rebellion, VKG, VP, Enterforce 36.
Depends where it pulls, but I think it's
all
pulling towards
together,
Falcons.
Clustered up in one building while Fury and Team Burger are trying to find angles over to the south side. Uncontested is Falcons, but only for now until LG.
They're going to get
plans
swung
their
later,
next
but not
move.
right now, depending where it pulls.
Okay, zone revealed to all teams now.
Let me see the
LG
zone.
above.
Oh my god, look, it's pulling right
with a
towards
big
Falcons, bro. That's
to
crazy.
help them save those abilities. Meanwhile, we've got Fury
They can hold the rock if LG throws and doesn't put up a good fight here. Falcons wins this. This is Falcons game, bro. This is Falcons game.
Furia get the South Orange to themselves.
LG has to do something or else
Burger
this
getting
is.
eliminated. This leaves 7 squads. You can see Walty pointing at that entrance still, by the way. Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify struggling. Yeah, Shopify is out. There's no way. They got way too much pressure on them.
Alive for Shopify Rebellion. If they go down right now, that only leaves.
Yeah, you see how many teams have to fight right here on the
only
nuts?
match point team alive in this lobby.
They try and move too early. I mean, I don't know how they could have lived there. As soon as they make that move, there are 4 other
LG
teams
gets killed here. That's it.
staring straight at them, and Falcons.
Dude, look where they're. Look at their positioning. Look at that. They climb the rock, bro. They have such good positioning. Let's see if LG what they can do against Falcons.
As the zone closes in, it's the drop play.
They're dropping. Here they come. All right, LG, let's see what you got. You gonna extend this game or not? This isn't looking good. Okay, all right. If Falcons can get this a decently clean fight against LG, this is their tournament.
Fate is calling. Falcons looking to get this dub. They have the advantage.
Falcons needs to win this. If they win this, that's it. They have the health advantage. They got the health advantage. Furia coming in for the grief, though. Fury coming in. That's over. We're on another round. Yeah, holy crap, bro. LG bought just enough time, man. LG bought enough time. It was not a clean fight. They needed a clean fight on LG, bro. That's crazy.
AG go up against Furia. Both of them have just eclipsed 50 points. They move up and give themselves a chance.
Bro, that's crazy. LG is the reason why they extended that. LG. Imagine they evac'd and like flew away.
Themselves a bit of a boost here.
They needed a fast fight on LG. It just turned into a long fight. Crazy, bro.
The curse continues, Dino. But we get more Apex. We get match number 9.
That was crazy. That was crazy. They just needed a fast. They needed a fast cleaner. They didn't get it. It is what it is. It's crazy.
The biggest crowd in
All the other
Apex
teams had a
history. We
rough
want them to
rotation
be
in.
Enjoying themselves, and as Fnatic don't really add much to their tally there, Vicky, but it doesn't matter. They're already across the line. The magic number, 50 points. There's still a chance. that they can take it out with the phenomenal stuff we've seen from them so far. But Enter Force, remember I said at the start, the best they've done before is 18th. And that's where they were sitting before
Honestly,
this
the
game,
ballsy
by the
play
way.
would have been to stand right underneath LG and
helps
clean
them
them up
move
as fast as
up to
possible. Instead of holding the spot
14th
because you knew they were going to bubble. Because you know how valuable that position, how fast you need to win it, is if you stood right in front of underneath LG and got them out. Now Fury was going to see it, but if you clean it up within like 5 seconds, at least you can hold, you know?
9 teams at match point after
That's crazy.
8 games.
This club is getting a lot less exclusive at this point.
Revoke my own membership here. Gotta go somewhere else. It's getting a little too crowded. And you know what's coming up next? The Grim Reaper.
If it was me, I think we would have just griefed LG by standing underneath. That would have been the play.
Teams start to sweat as they walk
Because at least
up
it's
to
a
the
higher
platform.
chance.
With 9 squads at match point for a Year 4 championship. Time
Pretty
is
much,
of the
yeah.
essence for the teams that try to grief the other squads that they know may be within the area, that may be at match point. As we take a look at our heavy hitters, Madden is popping off. Oh, Vaxlon too. Furia really showing up. Zach Mazer with 8 revives, by the way. Team Burger, pricey with 2.3k damage. But this is how you keep ramping. This is what match point finals is all about. The only type of format to ever exist, and we have it here in Apex Legends.
Eddie, I can't with the cringe
for
faces.
some more Apex. I'm ready for game number 9.
Oh man, I don't know if the players are. There's so many of them were really hoping it would end there. 6 teams. Now they've got another 3 joining them.
I'm like the Tooth Fairy, letting you guys know that you're always gonna get some more Apex under your pillows. Don't go anywhere. We got more ALGS here for the championship on the other side of this break. Welcome on, Sid and Gaskin.
All right, back at it. Yeah, bro. This is why a watch party was kind of nice, because at least I don't got to talk the whole time, you know? Crazy, bro. It's crazy. Yeah, it's almost, we're almost 3 in the morning, bro. Bro, imagine everyone's match point. Every team is match point. Can you believe it? Every single team is match point. That would be historic. Every team has literally won. Now we're on the final match. That would be crazy. I think we got to like 12 or 13, which was crazy. Or was it 17 or 18? Dude, that's insane. It was like we went to 11 or 12 matches, if I remember. Who do you give second place to? By points. That's why Alliance, they have a lot of points right now. Like even if they didn't win, like they would immediately go second and third. So it's based on the point structure. That's why whenever I said guild, it made no sense that they fought, because like every point matters for second and third. Yeah. Because then you just go based on the point. So like if Alliance loses and they 83, then they would be second, and then whoever's got the next points after. That's why I was like, Guild was like fighting for like a point, but I was like, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, you could literally have a banger game and then guarantee yourself a crap ton of money in second or third at least, you know? Like,
Someone else steps up, and this
like, what are you
time
doing,
around,
you know?
It was E36. What an end game. What a moment. So many teams so close, but yet not able to close out.
You could barely hear yourself think in this arena when that match was
you get
won
to
by
match point, but then if you're not second or
Even
third,
louder
then
when
you're losing.
and
Let's say you got to
everyone
match
knew they
point
were
and there's like a
witness
team that
yet
only got like 2 or 3
another
points above you. You're going to see at the very end. Watch. We're going to look at those points. We're going to see a team that is so close. And then it's like, dude, you just lost like $100,000 potentially. You know what I mean? Or 50,000 just because like you were chasing people, you know?
It just doesn't. It feels like one of those days where we are going to be here a long time. And I was talking to a couple of people in the green room. It was like, man, you know, every LAN is just like, this is the best LAN, this is the craziest gameplay. And I don't know how. It just every single time, like every event I turn up, I was like, there's no way that something could happen. No way match point finals could be as exhilarating, as exciting as it was last time. Here we are. What else do you want from me?
Exhibit A, presented right in front of you. Well, it doesn't matter what map we seem to find ourselves on. The match point teams just can't quite
I think it's back
get
to World's
over
Edge.
the finish line. But we do move towards World's Edge. And now that is one of the best maps for a lot of these squads. As you can see on the stage, all of those teams that are on match point. 9 squads.
I'm still betting on
find themselves
complexity
with a
because they
chance
kind of
to
had a
be the
dry streak,
winners
but they still
here
have it in
Japan,
them.
and a chance to
Or
cement
Fnatic at
themselves
this
in
point.
history and lift that
Falcons
trophy.
has been really consistent, and they've always historically been consistent. But at some point, their consistency has to drop.
Fnatic have now hit match point. Go Next Esports match point. VK Gaming, and out of absolutely nowhere, Luminosity Gaming. They are your 9 squads, who if you see them with their name above the Champions banner in this next game, will call themselves the ALGS Championship Champions.
Interestingly, the teams that have the most wins on World's Edge in this lobby are not on match point. You have the likes of Envy
What are you gonna do?
and
I'm gonna
Aurora, who could very
just
much
pass out and fall
keep
asleep, man.
this going, because World's Edge is such a difficult map to navigate. When we have this many teams on match point, everyone is
World's
going to
Edge.
be playing that
It's going to
little
end on
bit
World's Edge no matter
tighter,
what at this
trying
point.
to play
Even the
strong,
match after was
trying
World's
to get in a
Edge.
position to win the championship. But for those teams who are still trying to find points,
This really is
they
going to
can
depend
take
on where it
advantage of
pulls and then who's got zone.
Talk about it, because now we see the mind games of teams on how they're going to approach it.
There's a lot of Apex, a lot of playing.
We just need to win.
We think like seeing a championship game is tough. I mean, yeah, physically, yes, but mentally, like mental takes a big toll.
Absolutely crazy. And speaking of crazy, this crowd is pretty crazy. And Lacey's up there with them now. What you got for us, Lace?
Yes, I am here with the original Apex Queens and Arthur. But we have been watching these lovely ladies throughout Apex, and they're here in the crowd with us. We have Clara, AC, and Ambush. Now, Clara, obviously you've been to plenty of events. This has got to be your favorite one so far, right?
Times a million. This is the most incredible event that we have had so far, and I hope that every LAN is in Japan so far, you know?
I absolutely agree, or maybe Korea or something too. Let's have a good time here. Now, AC, it's so good to see you again. What team are we rooting for today?
Liquid, of course.
And I'm going to guess that Ambush is probably in that same path as well, but it's so nice to have you here. What has been your favorite part about the event?
Honestly, just the people, everything. Like, I've never seen a crowd like this in my entire life, and I've been to almost all of them. Like, this is another level. It's
Yeah, we have over 13,000 people here now. Arthur, do you even watch Apex?
I'm watching right now and I'm having a great time.
Wonderful. We've just encouraged basically a new Apex fan, but guys, I'm so glad to have you guys here. Thank you so much, and back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you, Lace, and I will say that they seem well hydrated. I saw a stack of, I think it was 5 cups. It's good to be hydrated, make sure you get the water in, all that good stuff, but it's great to see some amazing creators that love Apex Legends, much like we do, but you know, the crowd has been absolutely ridiculous. The noise
All right,
has been
last round.
absolutely ridiculous, and now as we look at the lobby and we look at the faces of the players on your screen, almost half of them are 1 game away.
Bro, you can tell those players are as well. You can see it. They're tired too.
It's a $2 million tournament, close to being champions.
You could almost tell a story from every single person on this screen.
Yeah.
Different emotions.
Some people look checked out. Some people look tired. Some people look hungry. Everyone's got something going on. I'm going for Complexity or Fnatic at this point.
Teams on match point, and we're into match 9. It's World's Edge. Will it be settled here, or will we keep going?
Will 9 be the lucky number for someone, for one
I think
team?
they just need one round now, and they've been a little. They're there. They're in the end zones. They're pushing. They just need that one final push here. So.
Who aren't on match point, which is becoming a little bit of a rarer breed the more that the games go on.
So many teams who have found success throughout this tournament that have had winning games, that have had massive point games.
I mean, Falcons is really consistent. It wouldn't surprise me if they won too. I mean, they're a really good team.
Try and suggest who is going to win this one, because there are still plenty who could spoil the party, or if you're a lover of Apex, maybe just keep that party going.
Oh.
Fnatic all the way down at Thermal Station. They do have a
Got a cutout there.
Why am I mentioning that? 'Cause
You
we
need
need
water.
to tell you where we are going.
Goodness.
This zone, good luck.
Oh God.
If you get those rocks outside of
Alliance has
Overlook,
a far one. Who's even
very
close to this, man?
Well, VK Gaming have ring console at
Complexity,
Overlook and have
dude.
the first opportunity to get to said rocks.
LG has a really good spot here, kind of. LG's in the best position out of all of them. Falcons, wow, like a lot of the game-winning teams. Look at this. Wow, look at that. Like
what an incredible story that would be.
the rotation in is pretty rough.
But we'll have to see if that is going to be how the
Yeah.
story ends. Elsewhere,
I don't know,
just
man.
looking
That's
across at
pretty
some of our
rough
other
there.
Teams as we check in with VK. Go next to making their move through Geyser at the moment. Liquid Alienware, a long way to go for them from Dome.
Complexity gonna fight early here? Rotate.
Match point teams now. Team Falcons, they
rotating.
do have a ring console over at Lava Fissure, so they know where we're going to go. It's one of those zones where I feel like if you get ring console, you're pretty secure on where this is going to be going. However, World's Edge does like to throw up surprises sometimes with that.
They're good at rotating, so
Zone
they'll
3,
figure
4,
it out. Just like Complexity's already booking it.
TSM have knocked him.
TSM fighting early here, man, bro.
Here, and Verhost is charging up Sheila, and he's almost inviting them to push.
That's enough just walking at him. Sheila not so effective, but now it is. Now there's two. And with the third player in front of him, Zappel swing, TSM back on form as they swipe away the advantage of
It is very possible that TSM can build some momentum and then just start winning this round here, you know?
Into match 10, but still a long old journey all the way down from
It would be crazy.
and launch site, which they find themselves in
It's not impossible. Let's say like they just went all the way to the end and won.
But they did not opt for
They're a little
third
far.
party. They couldn't close that gap.
You get a Loba.
ExoClan also 16th position, also on 33 points, needs 17.
I grew up in Dallas,
to
so
get to that
Complexity
match
does
point
hit hard,
threshold.
does hit home for me as
Got a
well.
little bit of a way to go through from landslide at the moment, but an actual clean journey. I'm looking at where everyone else is right now, and Exo are able to get ahead of a lot of teams. They should be able to get into Fragment pretty much unseen.
Go next to wrapped all the way to the back of Overlook themselves. You can see that on your screen.
Yeah, they do. They have consistent performance.
Scouting up on this top platform. VK Gaming is going to be the team that's nearest to them. Now you've got to be careful.
It wouldn't surprise me if Alliance clutches out. It wouldn't surprise me if Falcon clutches out. We got a lot of heavy hitters here at the end.
Has the pick of the litter when it comes to spots you want to play. But
Everyone's, you know, from all what I can see, every player is playing right now. Every player is guessing that it's going to be this side of the zone.
Play your back to zone. Obviously, that helps a little bit.
I could tell that's what everyone's guessing.
Now, what's in the goodie bag?
Because I mean, even if you have to rotate, at least you have a lot of buildings and stuff in cover, rather than being out in the open.
Never complain at a gold Nemming. The perfect addition to your
Shopify is running right on top of LG, bro.
There's a lot of damage being taken. Monsoon, the one who got the knock in the end, but the bubble does come down, and now they'll get the res.
Complexity are thinking about.
Oh, don't worry, I'm tired too, guys.
Just see, they know it. You know, it doesn't really matter if they kill someone.
Thank God I'm
It's
not
just
like
about
full on
survival. It's
casting. I
about
can
being
just
the
vibe
last team
out, you know.
standing. It's so interesting to see how the game completely
Ooh.
changes. Once it's not all about
Yeah,
points,
Complexity's
Simon's
guessing on
gonna be
that
taking
car
down
as
this
well.
charge rifle, and you have to wonder
Everyone's
if he's
holding
gonna
more
get
stuff
back to his
like the
team
right
here.
side of the map rather than the
Shopify
left.
Rebellion could be in real trouble.
Sometimes it's about weighing up the differences between getting the kills, trying to get a little bit of extra on the Evo.
Complexity just hasn't gone up a whole lot of points as of late, but I think that there's a strong possibility that they get it together. Their zone decision where they're going is right. They just need that like oomph right there. You know what I mean? Oh, they're going for it. You see what I mean? Like even though they're on match points, they're not afraid, bro. They're going for it. Oh, they have the car too.
Teams who's on match point will not be able to win it here.
That is insane.
Well, there goes Shopify
to
out.
see them eliminated this early on, but it was just the fact that they couldn't cross. And once they'd taken that amount of damage, Complexity knew the opportunity was too good to pass up. And now they will return to where they were previously residing.
I don't necessarily think this is the best spot to hold, though. If a team is above them, I don't necessarily grieve, but
Monsoon can go to work with that
watch me be wrong and have them win. Because like if a team goes above them, they're kind of screwed.
One team we haven't mentioned, by the way, is Luminosity Gaming. It kind of alluded to the fact they snuck into match point, 51 points on the board. Well,
All it takes is like LG to come over and look down on them, then they're kind of screwed.
In the truck that's inside of Overlook, just to the north of the majority
I see what
of the
they're going
building. You know
for.
what I'm talking about if you've played some Apex Legends. Difficult spot to hold for the long game.
Yeah, I mean everything's saying the same thing.
But
Just
ahead
hold height.
of a lot of the traffic that's going to be arriving. One team who's nowhere near Overlook right now is our second place team. Match point eligible as well, which is Team Falcons. They're still over at Lava Siphon.
And Falcons may have found a victory in that previous game if it wasn't for LG, who dropped from height where maybe Falcons didn't expect it. And it created a lot of commotion.
Wait a minute.
Azira's just taking some damage here. And it's Team Burger, who just caught him as they were rotating, but it's not going to do any damage. Falcons were ready to jump on them if they needed it.
Back to our map overhead then, you can
That's
see
what we expected.
as the zone is about
I'm
to
guessing
close, where
it's
that
going to
shift
pull
is
towards
about
this
to happen.
side.
If you're about to get beacon information.
This side of the map is what I'm in. That's where every pro is guessing too. This side, no, but it wouldn't surprise me if it does something stupid like that.
And as it does close,
Oh yeah,
we
there
are
you go. Look at
indeed
that.
going
Yep.
exactly where we thought
Exactly
we were
what I
going.
said.
But a little bit of bated breath there. I was like, is it going to be where
I mean, the car, like
Yes.
a
That's a big
derp
shift
had
in the
called,
zone,
and then
It's
Complexity of
one
them
I
are
think
all in
it's
a
one of
really
the
good
easier
spot.
zone reads. You can see a lot of the teams read that off of zone 1.
Falcons, by the way, are going to be behind Liquid Alienware here. And maybe thinking
Yeah,
their
they're looking pretty
rotation might
solid.
be a clean one.
They haven't had a solid round in a hot minute,
There
so
you go. There's that
this could be their
information. They
round.
finally see the bubble in front of them. And now it's
I was
about,
just kind
do
of
you
going based off of what I was
continue on this
watching.
path, or
I've been
do you
looking more
double back?
Fnatic and Complexity just based on their consistency.
ability to hit the ring
Falcons
console
doing
here, which
well,
is
but like
probably
that's
why
like kind of a
Falcons
standard
wanted to
pick.
head
Like
this
they're
way.
very popular, you know what I mean?
They
Like,
won't be immediately
like
concerned.
Howl's
Get the
an
bubble
amazing
down,
player,
get the
you know what I
scan,
mean?
and
Like,
then
I'm
start
kind of
thinking
like
about your pathing.
saying like, hey, underdog, you know what I
Over
mean?
here, hit this console, and then we can think about what's next. Step 1 first. And up to purple go Team Falcons. Also
Just to
get
see
that
something a
zone
little
information,
different,
of
you
course,
know?
which is gonna be
Like Fnatic would be sick because it's different. Like Complexity as well. Like, they've been there many times before. So,
over towards Big Mord.
but with Alliance and Falcon also at match point, if they won, I wouldn't be surprised either because they're very good players. They're very good teams.
But twice.
And that's definitely going to take a toll.
Falcons are just playing edge. They don't want to be in the center early. I don't think they're trusting their holds. They're trusting the fact that they can fight and then look for a spot at the end.
First place on 87 points. So whatever happens here, they are still in a lot of money. Even if they weren't to win the whole thing, second place is pretty much
Yeah, second
secured,
place is
even
still a
with
heck
the
of a lot of
end
money.
this
Like
game
Alliance is still looking
via
really
someone
good
else.
as long as they stay consistent.
You can tell them that if they don't close out here and they get second place.
It's fine, at least you won loads of money, guys.
Yeah, I mean that's nothing to be mad about. Oh,
Oh my.
Wow.
TSM about to either grief Falcons.
And I tell you what, I just want to say, by the way, TSM, we're in a
Oh man,
people.
bro.
It's how that goes down.
Oh man.
Verholst on his old teammate.
Verholst about to grief Hal's game right here. Oh.
Single-handedly about to break Falcons' hearts.
Yeah, no kidding. Bro. If they let him go, they don't know the names. They don't know the names of the players. He won't know until after the tournament.
Reps in hot pursuit.
The question is, how hard do they
The
push?
Zero has managed to turn
They
the
shouldn't push
corner.
too hard. Yeah, let him go.
Still life in Falcons just yet. But for TSM, closing in on that match point threshold.
I think Falcons were actually saved by a couple of stray triple take bullets that went towards TSM from Fragment that just made them aware that there was someone in the vicinity. Does he have any heals here?
One med pack, I think. I think he's just used all of his syringes.
Yeah.
Is a crafter though.
But you got to craft the banner. You got to craft the Moby banners.
He's got a Phoenix kit there. He's chilling. He's chilling. He's good.
GG down to 2, and it's down to Unlucky with that triple take, who gets the finish onto Blast as well. That's going to be Alliance maybe looking to play for this mythic bid.
The only downside of like Complexity playing so early in the zone is that they're not going to end up leveling their evos as much.
Still with one remaining player, might be able
Or they'll
to
run
get
out of
away
resources.
and attempt a miracle run. But Alliance will happily hold down below here. And the mythic bin has just spawned very close indeed, and that could be
That's true.
a game changer.
But in terms of like
And the bubble
ammo and
does go down,
stuff.
and Alliance are going to get this mythic bin. Just making sure GG don't drop down on them. What are your rewards?
Well, first of all, it's going to be red Evo.
Nice.
And it's going to be a bow check.
That's good for
Now,
Alliance.
with the
That's
bow
very
check,
good for Alliance.
something scratches the brain and the memory.
There's a Loba. There's Loba. I saw
Great moments from that.
was it Exo? I forget who was running Loba.
And we call him Legolas sometimes. We haven't seen that many Bocek kills throughout this tournament, but we
They
might
out armor
be
the
able to
crap
see
out of GG
plenty
up there.
more in the hands of Hackis as Furia will take this zip over towards zone.
It's only good if you see like 1 or 2 Lobas in the game because then she
create
has
some
power
sort
for
of
endgame
cover
because
up
she's the
here,
only
so
one
they
for
can be fine.
resources.
Fury on match point, of course. 0. Has saved Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons
The
is still
res gonna
technically in
come
it.
Now it is in zone, and zone is going to start to hurt a little bit. And remember that even though Falcons are going to be respawning, the attachments, the meds, they're going to be extremely low. So Falcons are going to have to look for a third party.
And also Fnatic running away from being shot right
Oh,
now.
they switched
but
off of
running
Valkyrie.
towards Where Falcons have just respawned. They have spotted Zero. Elsewhere, Alliance have Team Burger above them, but they should be able to skirt around. With
Everyone's just working their way in, man.
Fnatic have left that fight, by the way, in Fragment, and they will not be fighting Falcons. So those watching with bated breath, Falcons are okay for now.
I wonder if Falcons are going to actually take the evac that was left by Fnatic.
I think they are. Well, they should.
And yes, indeed, that's exactly what they're doing. Hackers now with this bow check. Team Burger trying to pressure them on the icicles.
Ooh, good shot.
Oh,
Nice. Oh. Nah, they're gonna res that. No, the zone, dude. The zone. They lost him. They lost Hal.
He can't get away with anything.
That's not good.
He's going to be finished, and Falcons are back to 2.
Back to 2, and
Falcons
it's
is in a
an
bad
Alliance on
spot.
full red Evos that are above them. We might just see the demise of Falcons yet again in front of us here.
So busy this side of the zone.
Oh no.
Halsey pulls out Sheila, doesn't get to pull the trigger because Way spots him out and Zero is thinking, it's all up to me again.
All that hard work for nothing.
I don't know if Falcons really clutches this out. I think that's
By
it
the
for
way, this
Falcons.
zone, when we do see it, LG bang
Yeah,
center
I
of
agree
it.
with that.
Worth
Alliance needs to
noting
be
now.
going
Go
to
next.
zone. Ooh, a lot of lag. What the heck was that?
It's VKG, who did drop over towards Overlook as well.
Gaming Gladiators have been eliminated in the meantime. Go next to Esports, who have fought their way onto match point as well. They are safe inside this next zone, but they're going to have to give up the bottom floor. And there's the awkwardness of the angles that are
That next
available
zone is
to
a little
them,
awkward.
with the window that kind
On
of
the
just
height.
allows a few teams to punch
Alliance does
bullets
need to
in, a
like
couple of
leave
grenades
this
can fly
spot
through
and
there.
not get greedy. They got 40 seconds. They got a lot of traverse. Look at that zone.
This side of the zone is very busy.
That's
We
gonna
have
favor
Team
LG.
Burger. Zero's still alive, by the way.
Looking for pretty good for LG.
And Aurora, who are all going to have to move forward and take this fight. But this is Fnatic versus TSM. Melstera and Juka trying to even up the money, but it's not going to happen.
Man.
TSM will eliminate Fnatic, but can they get the res? There's shots coming in from a distance. And TSM look like they might
Alliance have made a lot of headway over here.
Alliance wanted to go up
Oh,
here,
man.
but not able to do so. Have to go back on themselves. A Kraber for Hackers, though, that could be the turnaround they need.
Kiss threading the
Ooh.
needle
Trying to thread the needle there, yeah.
from a bow check to a Kraber. Cycling through the power weapons of Apex.
A lot of
Legends
people are about to
Furia.
die here. A lot of teams.
Trying to finish off TSM and now finding Team Burger. They want a piece of it as well. This is another one of our match point teams, and it's going to be a prayer to the skies for Keon. He hits
This is looking best for LG right now.
beyond hope he can find
Which is also be a good team to
Fight
win.
against Burger, by the way. Burger will be eliminated as Falcons get one back up.
No way Falcons got somebody out. Alliance has a pretty good position here. They can beat E36 here. Their armors are way better.
Alliance are so kitted when it comes to fighting here.
Yeah, they're looking really solid with those reds. Falcons doesn't make it.
They're not going to win it here. Fury are gone. They're not going to win it here.
Alliance is looking really sharp.
And with the Gold Mastiff, a Kraber, full
LG's looking better, but Alliance does have the armors.
well, it's another step closer here.
Complexity also looking pretty solid.
5 out of 11 squads remain
They,
on match point.
Alliance and Complexity are really good at shoving through, and they have better armors. The teams in front of them all have blues.
Let go down, and it's Virtus Pro who are able to stay on top in that engagement as well.
LG just has a lot of blue armors, man. They need to level up their armors.
You know, just center zone, blue shields. Come and kill us.
That's the only downside, man. They don't have the armors to back this up.
A 50% chance.
They're all talk no bite
that the
or no
game
bar,
ends
you know,
here
yeah.
In match 9. The whole tournament.
I honestly, as much as LG's got better positioning, Alliance has so much momentum right now, and so does Complexity, that they have a higher chance of winning. Like, look at this. Like, they have full reds, man.
And they take the hype from them. They're going to have to force this fight, Alliance. Zone closing in around 10 seconds time, but having got the blue armor checks, Effect is just waiting for Hackis and Unlucky before he throws down the cat wall and splits their path towards his zone.
There is that
Yeah, they're gonna shove him.
Allows them to relocate here.
Fortunately, the E36 has gotten their armors level. They're kind of split Alliance here.
He's got that Kraber. Maybe he's just trying to bait his two teammates, see if he can hit one big shot. And that makes it very easy. Complexity, by the way, in the kill feed as well, taking down 2 members of Envy. Yanya and Drop to down.
Poking, they're looking for that opening. They're taking a long time, though. That's the downside. Good crack.
Alliance are hesitant, but that is a big chunk. And Unlucky says, yes, let's go.
Slam comes in, it forces the bubble. Hackis sends that Sky nade up and hopes it's going to come down.
Nice big nade. Oh my god, dude. What a nade. Massive nade. Oof.
Guild have arrived, and Guild trying to spoil it for Alliance, but Alliance are holding well here. They've done a lot.
They've
of
lost
damage.
one, though, which sucks.
Affecting Hackis back to back, trying to take on Guild.
Complexity have gone as well.
Dude, Complexity's gone as well. This looking sharper for LG.
Guild firing down onto Effect. It's a beatdown. It's a melee. Of all things that takes down Effect, Hack is still alive, still with a Kraber. But is this task just too much?
Now everyone's here. Aurora want to get
Bro,
involved
it
in
is
this
a
one.
mess over there.
VKG as Guild get eliminated. 7 squads now remain. VKG pick up the pieces, but Hackis will survive. But Aurora now say, actually, maybe we want a bite of this one.
VKG. Still alive, still kicking. Hackis might not be saying that in a few seconds' time as well, but he hits
Oh,
the
wow.
no-scope.
All right.
He hits the no-scope. Alliance have gone though, even though Hackis gave it
Oh my god, dude.
5 squads remain, 3 on match point. Only Virtus Pro or Aurora could keep us going here. If anyone else wins, they will be the champions.
Dude,
here
I think
in
where you're
Japan.
going to see Go Next LG. This is crazy. This is not what I anticipated. This is crazy.
Here.
I mean, LG's had a great spot the whole game. I was surprised by Complexity and
They want to try and take this win.
I'm just watching now.
Here, QQ, he's down. Trying to stick the rest. VK will not win it. It was a big decision, a brave decision. But was it the right one? As Aurora will win that fight.
Go Next on height at the moment, just watching over Aurora.
That nade could be juicy.
Oh, there's so much damage being taken
Oh,
from the ring.
big
and the nade's
nade.
done the damage as well
They need to
onto
calm
Lone
down. They got this as long as they hold
Rolls
it.
it down, caresses the grenade.
Sky nade, sky nade, sky nade. Oof.
Don't want to overcommit to this because they're worried about getting third pied.
Dude, LG might have this, man.
Aurora eliminated, we're down to 3.
VP, the only team who were not on match point before this game.
Bro, Go Next to actually take
It
this.
would be LG or
So
Go
could
Next
LG.
as our champions.
Bro. Yeah, Go Next does have a better spot. VP could grief the living heck out of LG right now.
Flanked by Sykes.
Yeah, dude. I think it's Go Next. If they play it smart and they put a wall up. No way. Go Next comes in and just starts running in there.
They might force the fight. Force VB.
Yeah, they're gonna force it, bro. I think Go Next wins that. That's crazy, bro. Unless there's some crazy throw here. Go Next wins this. They got a wall looking at them both. Dude, that's crazy, bro. Oh my god.
They're so close that they can almost smell each other at this point.
Bro.
Dark Veil's gone though. And maybe
Oh my god. Go Next. Oh my god, dude. What? Oh my god. I don't even know who's gonna win at this point.
It's Sykes. LG looking to claim their destiny.
Oh, let's Go Next, bro. That's crazy. Bro, that's insane. The dog pile, that was crazy. That was almost that was crazy. No, that was not on my bingo card at all. That's crazy. Dude, that's insane. Congrats to them, man. That's that. At the end there, once I saw it, I was like, bro, they have this. They have this. Chompy, have a go, man. GG's, man.
They will never, ever forget.
That was crazy to watch, man. That was insane. Yeah, LG was just doomed.
Cast your mind back to when Alliance were
Thank you guys for watching, for being a part.
And Go Next topple them earlier to keep us going to further matches. And they earned the right not only to be in this match point finals, not only to be in the position.
Congrats to them, man. Oh man, it's a heartbreak for a lot of people, you know.
Dominated their position. And then it was the catalyst wall that allowed them that extra time, that extra little ability to breathe and plan and assess how they were going to win that final circle. And it is absolute ecstasy on that stage as EMEA stand tall here in Japan.
Enjoy it, lads.
Oh, bro, I'm tired for sure. I've been working 9 to 5, so like this is like a complete. I did nap earlier just so I could stay awake, but I'm tired. I do want to like hear them talk and everything. What I would recommend is just go to the live broadcast.
If you put in the time, you put in the
Man, everyone played their hearts out there. Everyone played their hearts out. Everyone tried real hard, and I mean, being in the top 20, bro. It's pinned right now. I'll update the description soon. It's literally in my pin. Like, if you click above, watch party, the link is right there. You see above? You'll see it there. To the broadcast.
A moment that they will never, ever forget.
And for the fans out there who are sat at home right now in Europe, who I don't know what time it is over there
right
now, but to be
man.
honest with you, it doesn't matter if you're here with us. Please enjoy this moment because EMEA, I think, as a region, has demanded some respect.
All right, I'm gonna go and wrap up, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching, for hanging out. I'm also hungry. I haven't eaten in a hot minute.
But Go Next showing there's some depth in the region.
Yeah, guys, it was fun watch. It was crazy.
Have a look back at that winning moment, Dan,
You guys have a great one. Don't forget to leave a like. I'll timestamp this afterwards, just by like match 1, match 2, match 3, and so forth and so forth.
It was EMEA.
But thank you guys for hanging out. It was a late night, and I'll see you guys all real soon. I'll talk to you guys all soon. Bye, everybody. Bye, 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 bye.
First in that line, it was the Alliance of the World. GG even popped up a little bit here or there. Exo Clan were named, but Go Next, they demand the respect as they will be the champions. And we look back at this lobby, there were so many key fights.